Colorado, but who have come to Colorado for the sole purpose of the legal marijuana.
Yeah,
Like,
that's
right,
what,
yeah.
that's what O'Reilly's whole thing was just about.
It's not just that, but also there are people that are called weedcations. They're just going out there to get some weed, and they're leaving them in rental cars, and they can't take it back with them. They just go out there for the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
It's crazy. Just legalize the damn thing.
First annual Gun Channel's Weedcation.
Yep, there you go. Okay, I'm going to say this again. I've never touched this stuff. Not once. I don't see the appeal in illegal drugs. I got enough kicks out of drinking alcohol that didn't need to go any farther than that.
Yep.
Somebody who never tried, I'm saying, go for it. There are a lot of things in this world that are harmful for you. You want to do it to yourself. I'm okay with that.
One of my biggest concerns about it was what all the things that people do to try to cut the odor of it in regards to getting it transported, and all the things it's cut with. I mean, beyond the plant itself and things that may not be good for you that are in it. I mean,
there's worse things in tobacco than you put in marijuana.
Oh no, I'm just saying that you can be allergic to a lot of things, but you don't know you're allergic to it till you're exposed to it.
Oh, you mean like when they pack it in stuff?
Yeah, like they cut it with. I mean, there used to be, when I was in high school, one of the rumors was like they used to like put piss on it to try to cut down on the smell, and of course that's just a rumor to. But I have no doubt that they put things on it to try to make it easier to transport. What that is, I have no idea. But I certainly don't want that in my lungs, which is a closed filter system.
I don't know. I
mean, at least if you eat it, you will pass it.
Yeah, I've seen fair amounts of it, and it's a very hard smell to get rid of.
Yes, I would agree.
Like, this was an unopened bag, like one of the big, like 5-quart Ziploc bags, like stuffed full, and it had not been opened, and you could smell it through the Ziploc bag.
Weekend.
And what?
That only lasted you the weekend.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would probably last a very long time.
No, weekend supply.
It was blueberry, too. It smelled pretty good, but I didn't. Nope. I didn't want none.
Yep, I prefer to keep at least in this state, my rights to be able to use a firearm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wisconsin classifies marijuana as a felony. That's stupid. But then again, this state has got some stupid laws in it that are slowly getting repealed.
When I was in high school, everybody smoked that stuff.
When I was in college, geez, a third of my floor was smoking. You could tell the smell.
Oh yeah, you can smell it.
Even the RA was smoking it. It's just like that's why everybody got away with it. They sit there and put damn towels around the bottom of the door. There's a little gap. What about the rest of the frickin' door frame, you morons?
I was the RA that everybody hated. Because I worked as an RA throughout all of college to help pay my way through. And it only happened once to me, but it was inevitable that some toker decided, oh, well, I know what we'll do. It'll be real funny. We'll put bong water underneath his door. It's like, if you want me to cooperate with you, that's not a great way to get me to think, gee, you're a real nice guy.
Definitely not.
It's
Where is everybody tonight?
definitely attention-seeking behavior. Huck was around just 15 minutes ago.
Still early. Shit, last night there wasn't too many around till about almost 1 o'clock. Well, 12:30. I was almost thinking about going to bed, getting back up in a couple hours for the chat. So that's the way it was Sunday night. There was nobody on, so I went to bed. I wake up at like 2 in the morning and there's like 7 people in a chat.
I've done that too, where I go to bed and I'll actually fall asleep for a few hours, and then all of a sudden I'll wake up and I'll say, well, I'll just take a look out there, and then there's half the people that were still there 4 hours ago. More power to them.
Yeah.
Yeah, I gotta be work at 5. I have to go to bed.
Yeah.
Me, I just gotta get up early enough in the morning to melt stuff because stupid weather system. By 2 o'clock, there are so many clouds. It's difficult to try.
Gotta get up early and start your reign of terror.
Yeah,
Yep.
we can go from Quark smasheth to Quark melteth.
Well, yeah, Quark Smash. You got the Quark Smash series, the Quark Slash series, and the Quark Pyro series.
Yeah, I think we need a Quark intervention.
I think you ought to try to do like all of the elements, like Quark burn, Quark drowned. Like just do one of all the elements.
Dipping stuff in water, not that much fun.
We could do something underwater. It'd be about the same.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this live on air. If you try to boil water, do not put the bottom of the pan right at the focal point. You just end up with a whole lot of hot water splashing on the ground.
By the way, thanks for announcing that we're now live.
We've been live for a while.
So what did I say that went out over live air?
All of it.
All the weed talk. Nothing
Oh,
discriminating.
Well, I don't care about that.
I told everybody as soon as I see G-Web said refresh for Quark or refresh for Lobby or whatever it was, I was going live.
Yeah, but you usually take the courtesy saying, okay, and now we're live.
What's the lobby chat? There's no need for that.
Or the other thing is, okay, is there anything you want to say before we go live? Because you know how there are sometimes off-air conversations that don't necessarily want to be put in front of the entire internet. Oh yeah, and my home address and phone number is blah 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 blah.
Well, if I heard that, I'd be like hitting mute right away for you, and then you'd realize.
Well,
Yeah.
or if I accidentally bring out my store number.
The store number.
That kid has disappeared from the face of this earth.
Yeah, that will forever live as the example of information not to give out over the internet.
I must have missed how all that got started.
Oh Jesus! Well, I'm not gonna miss words. It's this idiot who had worked at Gander Mountain was coming on these chats and talking about all these great deals he could get and his discounts and. You know,
I remember somebody working at Gander Mountain.
Yeah, saying for this much, and then he named the store he worked at.
Whatever happened to him?
Well, what happened was somebody had saw the chats and went and told on him.
He's the guy. He was the long-haired boy with the squinty eyes, right?
I can't remember what he looked like, but he was from Michigan.
Yeah,
Travis. Yeah, I remember him.
he was a real young guy, early 20s. I'm guessing.
Yeah, I just had a flashback earlier about old chats. I watched a Lars Ulrich chat, and I was like, holy shit, this is like going back in time.
Yeah, what gets me though is that 20-something. Yeah, he's in his early, if I remember, early 20s. You're freaking trying to get a job near Detroit. Basically, where it's from was near Detroit, and you're willing to risk your job on a live chat. That was so stupid.
Oh, Moonfoot, remember what the guy's name was? His name was Trevor.
Trevor? Yeah.
Trevor.
Thanks, Moonfood.
Yeah, speaking of marijuana.
Oh, I didn't know we got back to that.
Well, you brought up Trevor.
Well, that was Gander Mountain. That was not pot.
Well, no, but he looked like, his eyes looked like he was halfway happy all the time.
It is Detroit. It's probably one of the only ways that you could actually manage to make it through living in Detroit.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, there's lots of worse things you can do than smoke a little weed every once in a while.
Yeah. Well, you guys hear what they did in Detroit? For a
They
long
finally
time,
burned it down?
No, for a long time they couldn't turn on. Nobody paid. They couldn't turn off the water. So you'd have water basically free. You just didn't pay. So what Detroit did was send out all these notices to all those that are past due on payment, saying that you got to make the full payment or make arrangements for payment or turning the water off, and they gave like a certain day. And they had 90% paid their bill in full. 90. They were able to pay their bill in full. Now, the remaining 10%, I can't remember how many actually needed assistance, but there was like 46,000 people that never paid their water bill. Or some weird number, or 64,000, whatever it was.
Yeah, last thing I heard about that, there was some judge that was trying to put a hold or a stay, saying they couldn't shut people's waters off.
Yeah, well, they're going out there, and I heard some of these clips on the radio today. That's why I'm bringing it up. All these people talking how the taxpayer, we should have, excuse me, how did that go? We should have free water paid for by the taxpayer. We should have, free food paid for by the taxpayer. We should have free electricity paid for by the taxpayer. And the guy doing the reporting, do you pay taxes? And he goes, no. So he just basically wants it free. He doesn't want to pay for a damn thing. He just wants everything free. And I found it hysterical.
I would say it's sad.
Yeah.
Not hysterical, but
I found how he answered. He was you could tell he was a black man, just by his speech.
Right.
And you want everything for free, and you think everybody deserves everything for free, but then who pays for it?
Yeah, the working man.
The taxpayer.
Don't forget the phone and the free phone and
free. Well, here
free
it is.
cable. Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Hey, if you get
just got
everything
real.
for free, why should anybody ever have to work to earn money to pay their taxes? Who's going to pay for this?
That's my motto.
Hell yeah, I want everything for free. I want my $50 a month internet. Oh, I definitely would love to have that free.
Teachers in the room, be quiet.
Yeah,
Well,
I see that.
I'd love to be able to have my electricity for free. My natural gas for free. But guess what? Isn't how the world works, people.
I got natural gas, but it usually costs me about $5 at Taco Bell.
Well, honest people don't try to take that stuff for free is the problem.
Yeah, but what they're going on is water is a human right. Everybody should not be denied water. Well, guess what? Go down to the frickin' lake. You're near, what is that?
Walk over to Lake Michigan, get you a
No,
bucket.
Detroit's.
Yeah.
Or, well, like Superior,
No, it's.
Erie.
I'm Lake Erie, and I'm not drinking that
There's Erie,
shit.
but that's up above Ohio. Some of Michigan's.
Is it Ontario? I think it's Ontario.
I'm not drinking none of that water out of them lakes, and I live right next to one.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say this: you want your free water? Go down to Lake Ontario. Go get your containers to carry the water. bring it back home, purify it, you drink it, and when you got to go to the bathroom, piss it in a bucket, take it outside, dig a hole, pour it in the hole, and there you go. And you can have all your free water you want.
No, I'd rather work.
Yeah, I like how one person that works for the municipality stated your water is free. The service to getting it purified into your house is not free.
Do you honestly think that, number one, they're going to dig a hole, number two, they're going to put it in the hole, and number three, they're going to cover it up that hole when they're done?
No. But I don't think they're going to go down to Lake Ontario or Detroit River, get a 5-gallon bucket full of water, take it home, purify it either. So they're just more likely just going to go and break into somebody's house and get out and steal all their free water. Yeah, I've got freaking Great Lake right next to me. I have no desire to get free water by going down there, filling my my 5-gallon buckets up with water, taking them and purifying it. I'm paying my water bill.
Now, I had to check. Apparently, it looks like it's either Lake Erie or it'd be Lake St. Clair, which is just a smaller offshoot lake.
Is it Erie right down there by Detroit?
I thought it was.
I know Michigan is bordered by 4 lakes. They've got Superior, Michigan, Ontario, and Erie.
Well, that's what I was trying to look for here. It's if I can actually find a good picture.
Just go to Google and type in Google Maps.
Yeah, that's where I'm at. It's just loading slow as crap. Yeah, Lake St. Clair is like directly to the east. And then Lake Erie is straight south. And then
Detroit still is right on Ontario. No, not Ontario. What I'm thinking of, Erie.
Now Lake Erie's like a mile from my house.
Lake
it's
Erie's
like on that river. That's what was throwing me off. And then Michigan's over on the other side, on the west side. So it probably would be considered on Lake.
Yeah, Detroit's actually on that Lake St. Clair, Lake Erie.
Is it Erie or Michigan?
Yeah, I think that is Detroit River that runs down in between the 2 lakes. I think that's what they call it. So go down to Detroit River and get your water.
You ever been to Detroit?
Unfortunately, yes.
Not a nice place, folks.
I've been through there on my way to Windsor.
Yeah, with the all their stores have bars on the front of it. It's a scary-ass place.
Well, I can tell you this. I've been in Chicago. I've been in Milwaukee. I don't need to see any more inner cities. I'm fine with that. Now, I have been to Michigan before, but only the Upper Peninsula of Michigan or Wisconsin North.
That's nice though down there, isn't it? Or up there?
Well, yeah, it's Wisconsin North. I mean, really, it is. But the one thing that scared me about being in the inner cities of Milwaukee, this was back in the 90s. They had armed guards for their beer truck in the middle of the day to deliver to the liquor stores. Armed guards.
I believe that.
In the middle of the day to deliver to a freaking liquor store in the bad parts of the city.
Yeah, when I worked in Cleveland, I worked for Pepsi Cola, and when we would go to stores in Cleveland, one guy would take the pop in, and one guy would stand by the truck.
No, these guys are dressed up in security outfits. You know, there was actually a gun in their holster on their side. These were not just somebody standing by the truck. It was quite eye-opening.
Wesley, what What is that? Those grips, man. Those are sweet.
Where's the grip Chuck made me?
Oh,
Yep.
man.
Yeah, he's a big fan of Warner Brothers. Didn't you get that?
No, those are sweet, dude. I hadn't seen them. Those are nice looking.
That's all, folks. I had him make them since that's my initials. So that's why they're Warner Brothers.
Wesley B80.
I thought maybe you were deep into old school cartooning, like, well, not really cartooning, but like Yankee is to a degree, and it's Superman.
Oh, I like old cartoons, but it just happens to work out that those are my initials.
Well, you can just tell him it stands for Wesley Biatch.
Nice.
Damn it, I heard Stone Guy say something, and I just realized I forgot to send an email to Tech Daddy today. Damn it. I knew I
No,
forgot
you're
something.
in trouble. You're in trouble.
He's on vacation, so he probably wouldn't have checked his email anyway.
Well,
Is he on vacation or on a business trip?
6 in one, half dozen the other.
How do you take a vacation when you live in Florida?
Yeah.
you go somewhere nice.
Drive to the next town?
Well, here's how you do it. You winter in Florida and you summer in the north. Because really, wouldn't you want to be in like Central Florida where it's highs during the day are only in the 70s, or maybe low 80s?
No.
If you're old.
Yes. Yeah, if you're old.
I don't know.
Or if you're a
Snakes,
tactical midget.
alligators. Fuck that.
Wow.
I'll stick with Ohio where there's very few things that can eat me.
That's me too.
I gotta ask, Stone Guy, is your air conditioning basically running nonstop all summer long?
Oh, yeah.
And most of the fall and most of the spring too?
Yeah, and I had to explain to my wife the other day, because our power bill was like $200 and something.
That's it.
Yeah. And she was like, I don't remember it being this much last year. We need to turn the air up. And I was like, well, as hot as it is outside, I like the air at 72 in the summer.
Woo.
So she's like, well, we need to put it to 74. That'll save us money. And I was like, no, honey, because as hot as it is outside, we put it to 74, and all that's going to do is make the house hotter. And as soon as it reaches 74, the air conditioning's going to cut on and run just like if it was set on 72, because it's so friggin' hot outside.
It is easier to keep a house cool if you have air conditioning running constantly. less energy is actually used that way.
Yes, yeah. I was like, she's like, oh, I guess I understand that. I was like,
Now,
well,
if you were to
'cause-
turn it up to 78, then it would start saving you money, but a 2-degree difference is not going to make a difference at all. I mean, if you save any money, it would be like cents.
And Quirk just uses it as an excuse to get naked.
I have only had to run my air conditioning for one day this year for the whole day. I've had it on for like a half hour in the evening to get the humidity out of the house, but that's it. I've had my windows open now for like 4 days. It's been awesome.
Yeah,
Wake
see, that's
up,
the
the
main
house is-
reason is, for all of the, not only the firearms, but all any of your TVs, electronics, and stuff. You don't want that humidity in the house.
Right. It's not the temperature; it's the humidity.
Yep. But
Yeah,
good
it's pretty
example. I
much.
woke up this morning. It was 60 degrees this morning in my house, and it felt wonderful.
Now it's pretty much either keep the heat on or the air conditioner. Something's running all the time.
That's what I like about living in Wisconsin. We get, if we do get a warm spell, it's not very long, and we can go back to opening the windows.
And I see the cool thing about us in the winter is really there's only a couple, maybe a month, several weeks at the most that's where you actually have to use the heater because it'll get down in the low 30s, mid 30s where it'll make the house cold, but for the most part, shit, during the wintertime, you can just, the house will stay around 74.
That's nice. Starting about October until like April, the heat's on, the furnace is on.
Yeah, when he said 30, that's like the summertime here when it's winter.
Yep, this was a brutal winter for us, and your $200 just for electrical bill is like, I'm dealing with a $250 just for natural gas in the winter this year. It was horrible. Normally, that it's $100 more a month this year for natural gas than last year. Just because it was so much colder, the furnace was kicking on so much more.
You have a fireplace?
I keep my house at 60. Mine was $250 a month.
I didn't get hit with this past winter's true bill until this past month. I'm on what's called an equalizer budget plan because I have electric heat. So basically, statistically, they try to figure out what your average usage is, and then they bill you that same amount all year round, except once a year, and now they've changed it to twice a year. You have a coming to Jesus bill.
Pay what you owe.
Yep.
More electricity, or in this case, we get a harder winter than normal. You have to come up and pony up not just your regular payment, but also all the difference in 1 month.
And how much more did that add up to?
Well, I was paying $75 a month, and I went up to, in the same month, I went up to $90, and then owed them $220 in addition to the $90.
Dang.
So instead of $75, I had to pay them $300 basically.
You guys have fireplaces that you're running? Either you or
Yes.
No,
Good.
I've got 2 fireplaces I could run. The only problem with them is that where I sleep at night, that's where all the cold air is drawn in through this to go feed the fireplace places basically. So it's ineffective for me. Now if I already go stay and sleep in those other rooms where the air is not drawn from, it's the way fireplaces work. The rooms where the fireplaces are awesome.
Because if you take some of the newer fireplaces have a fan system built into them, but you can go old school, and once you get a good hot fire going, just take a small little, desk fan and put it near the fireplace facing, opposite direction, and it'll pull that hot air and, blow it into the room.
Oh yeah, I've got the blower set up, but still it has to draw the air, the cold air for something. And the way fireplaces, even the most effective fireplaces work, they draw the cold air from the other rooms, and the ones that are the farthest away from the fireplaces are the ones that are the coldest.
So when you're not running your fireplace and it's cold outside, do you keep your fireplace closed with like glass sealed doors? So it doesn't.
Actually, I've got one of them isn't that way. It's just got the flue is closed, and then I've got I do it the cheap way. I've got a piece of foam board that fits in there.
Yeah, because for those of you out there that may not be aware, it will pull the heat right out of your house, right up and out.
Very true. They're great. I've got one in the basement, which, if I wanted to spend all my time in the basement, which would be fine because it's a finished basement, and I load that up with wood, you're talking about in winter, one of the coldest days here. I would be sweating down there. it gets that warm. 80+ degrees down there it gets, and it's freaking awesome. Only problem is upstairs it's freaking cold.
Well, financially, would it not be worth it for you to at least spend some time down there and get a quart or two of wood?
Not really, because all the bathrooms are upstairs.
Oh, you don't even have a half bath down there?
God forbid
Nope.
you had to walk up a flight of stairs to take a piss.
Yeah.
Only problem is you walk up the flight of stairs and you're peeing and it's freezing before it hits the toilet.
Well,
Or that's how it feels.
You just snap it off every couple inches.
you ever see
That implies that Cork doesn't just pee in a jar.
those Florida's finest jars? Nice big mouth on it. Nice cap that seals up good.
Yeah.
Holds about 96 ounces.
Yeah, good old mason jar.
Sandwich.
Or the pickle. Just save your pickle jars, Cork.
Well, you don't want a glass jar breaking.
Nope.
That's some sick shit.
Not so much for the sandwich, the pickles that were on that sandwich.
Yeah, you know, everything's upstairs in my use. Kitchen, all that good stuff. Although I could actually cook on top of that. On top of that fireplace.
I mean, do you have a TV, a cable line down there or something?
No, I'd have to go Wi-Fi for internet.
Okay, so at least you could run your computer stuff down there.
Yeah, I just have to go Wi-Fi. That's not a big deal, but no, I thought about it last year, but it's the process of hauling all the wood downstairs and all the ash upstairs, and not worth it. I'd rather do the one in the family room, even though that one is going to
Just
make
put a
less than us
sunlight in your bedroom, like hole in the ceiling.
There you
And
go.
what's- I mean, realistically,
Try and set a lens in front of that, and then you'll be all toasty warm all through the winter.
Put some stones down below it to heat them up.
now realistically in your area, what's if you lost power? How cold would it get in your house?
Depends on how long the power's out for. I mean, I've had power go out in winter before, and it's been out like the whole night, and you wake up and it's like 40 degrees in the house. But that wasn't one of the really, really cold snaps. If you get one of the really cold snaps, you can be easily below freezing in your house in a couple days.
No shit. Wow, that's
Yeah.
crazy.
Well, when you're talking about like this year, where our high temperature for a stretch was in the negatives, that was a high temperature was in the negatives. So the coldest high temperature we had was -19. And if power had gone out then I'd be like, oh crap, it's going to be cold. Sadly, it's the way it is.
Backup generator.
Yeah, I know. I've been looking into it because I'm thinking about that.
They're nice.
That's why having a wood stove is important in your house. It really is. It doesn't cost anything to run. You don't take electricity to run it. If you run out of power, you're not going to freeze to death.
No, me, it's getting somebody to come down here. It's not going to charge me $1,000 to knock down one of my trees.
Yeah.
And it's just me going out and buying a chainsaw and not killing myself with it.
Right.
Well, it's called one small branch at a time.
Yeah, shit. If I lived in your area where you could potentially, literally freeze to death, I would definitely have a backup generator or something some alternative source of heat for a worst case scenario.
They're called lots and lots of blankets. And 4 cats. Trust me, it's cold in my house right now. It's 70 degrees in my house with my windows open. I mean, the temperature outside right now is about 59, 58.
That's about what it is here tonight. It cooled down pretty nice tonight.
Yeah. And it's actually, I'll wake up tomorrow morning and I'll be 10 degrees cooler, and the cats are just all piled on me. I don't get cold at night. Can't
Yeah,
spend
70
it.
degrees would be perfect if you could keep your house at 70. That'd be.
Hell, I could live with this. I could live with a high temperature being 75 every day of the year.
Yeah,
That would be awesome.
perfect. Yeah.
It's a trap. Sorry, as soon as I saw one, it's a TRP. I'm like, it's a trap. Going Akbar on you there, G-Webs.
Oh man, I tell you, speaking of TRP, that reminded me of the. I think it's a Springfield range officer, or it might be they're loaded. But that new Lucy movie, I just went and saw. She's got some kind of Springfield 1911, and then another big gun was the Beretta PX4 Storm, was in that movie quite a bit. Oh, that was pretty cool.
You were talking about alternate heat. There's a heater called Mr. Heater Buddy. I think it's got a couple different variations, large, medium, small, basically. But you can run it off of propane, and supposedly you can run it indoors because it has a carbon monoxide detector as well as an oxygen detector that will shut it off.
Oh, that's cool.
And you can, although it's meant for both camping as well as garage, but in an emergency also running it indoors. But even though it has those sensors, I would still want to make sure that my carbon monoxide detector in my home was still functioning properly. Just simply as a backup, because I mean I have electric heat. If the electric goes out, I got no heat, and I don't have a furnace or what do you call it, where I can just throw wood into it.
Yeah, I've got hot water heat, radiant heat. Only problem is it needs electricity to run.
Yeah, well, hot water I can live without. Heat I can't.
Yeah, true.
Oh, I do. I forgot. I do have a fireplace heater that's natural gas. So.
Okay. Yeah.
And what do you have? Like a heat pump?
That's on the porch where it's quite cool to begin with in the winter, but
I have it came with where I live. It just came with an electric furnace, forced air, so it's far from ideal. And in fact I haven't gotten it yet, but I'm looking into purchasing one of these Mr. Heaters as a backup, because like this last winter was a great example of when it goes down to minus 20 and stays there for weeks on end, how dependent I am on some old tree. And I live in an area of town where there's thousands of old trees hanging over power lines.
Yep.
One storm can go through and we can have hundreds of down lines all over the place.
Yeah, one of my properties, we had a heat pump and I had to change them out for a regular heater because in Ohio they don't work. You got to have something hotter than a heat pump.
Mm-hmm.
that's where a nice sunny day in Fresnel lenses would come in really handy. I could figure out a way to chop down a bunch of trees so I could have sunlight all the time.
What are you gonna heat your house and then use it as self-defense weapon?
Yeah.
And
No,
just
I-
quit
I
buying
actually
all
saw
those
some-
damn knives, you'd be able to afford a generator.
Not really.
Which is another reason why I did buy a generator, was because of my electric situation. And of course, I also have gasoline that I swap out every 3 months, and I just rotate it through my car. Rather than filling up my car at the station, I just fill up the car and then go fill up the tanks.
Yep, that's how I do it too. I do mine every 6 months. Basically in the spring and the fall. And I'm changing over from lawnmower to snowblower, and snowblower to lawnmower.
Right.
That's when I cycle my gas. So
Now-
this makes it easier.
Well, let me ask you a question. If you were to get a generator, did you say you are considering getting one, or no?
Yeah.
How many gallons of gas would you feel sufficient in holding for emergency purposes over the winter?
Probably 5 gallon cans.
One.
So 25 gallons.
Yeah.
Okay.
What's the typical? I guess obviously it's going to vary on the generator itself and what kind of, I don't know. I guess there's a lot of variables, but is there a general runtime that you get, say, out of a gallon of gas? Because usually those generators only hold about 1 gallon at a time.
Just depends on what kind of generator you have.
How efficient it is.
And what it's
Now,
made to now, what it's made to convert. You know, it's just there's a lot of variables.
Now, I've seen some really cool generators that are standalone units. They actually go on when your power goes off.
Oh yeah, no, that's the real
automatically,
deal.
yeah.
Yeah, the shit that's hooked up to
They
your
work,
actual.
natural gas. They run off natural gas, and
Right. And those
that's
are
what
the.
I really want.
You pay big bucks for
Damn
those. Those
expensive.
are like $5,000-6,000 probably for something like that.
Yeah, and those are the ones that are actually wired into your electric panel box and.
Yeah, my parents have one just like that. It's wired into the box, kicks on automatically. Has electric support.
But that would be cool. I wonder if the like a generator has that as part of its selling feature. You know, like when you're going to buy one, if it says, you know, you'll get X amount of runtime on a gallon of gas. That way, you could kind of plot out your.
I'm guessing too. It's about the amount of energy you're drawing from it too.
Yeah, I mean, mine had, based off of a certain pull, how many watts you're pulling off of it. It did in the manual is where it had it on mine. It did have, and I can't remember how much it was, but how much gasoline it used. 1 gallon using, let's say, 3,000 watts. And how long 1 gallon of gas would last. Unfortunately, I can't remember off the top of my head what it was. But that's how I came up with, that by cycling my furnace on and off strategically throughout the day and evening, that I could get, go through basically a week with 20 gallons of gas, and I got 25 gallons of gas because my calculations could be off.
That is very true. That's what I'm thinking about too. Is how long will 25 gallons last me? And I figured it was going to be about a week.
I had my electrician figure that out for me when he did it, so I'm pretty comfortable.
Yeah. I mean, the nicer systems, take care of all that stuff for you, and that's really nice. It's just, if you can't afford a nicer system, or you just, don't want to sink that kind of money into it, but still want to be able to take care of it, there are less expensive ways to get it done.
Oh, sorry, Stone Guy. I just saw your message on Gun Channels. I was not paying attention.
Oh yeah, no worries.
Yeah.
You guys passed in secret notes in class?
Yeah, no kidding.
No, he asked for a link, and
No,
I
like
really
half
just
hour ago.
dismissed it. He got in here, so it worked.
I did so.
Yeah, good catch, Mark.
Yeah, I know. I screwed up. I just want to, when G-Webs ever gets his Fresnel lens, I'm going to give him a little point of advice. If you try to boil water with your Fresnel lens, do not put the bottom of the pot right at the focal point, because all you end up with some really hot water splashing on the floor really quickly, splashing you because it's a hole in the bottom of the pot.
I got a sweet new knife today. It's
Ooh,
a
let's see.
90s, 80s maybe SOG Seal Pup. It's been put through the ringer by somebody. Looks like it was maybe their camping knife, but I got it for a smoking deal. And this is actually when they're made in Taiwan now. This is back when they were made in Japan.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome.
When
Like,
they're
totally
actually
different feel.
decent. Yeah, when they're actually decent knives.
Oh yeah, and it is a beauty too. Like I've owned the Taiwanese ones before, and they suck. This thing is just gorgeous.
I read a thing about how the knives on eBay that are made in Japan are just all the radioactive ones. They're offloading because of that whole nuclear spill going over there.
Fukushima.
It's true. I bought this one in Phoenix, so I'm not that worried about it. But
Hey,
Little Huck's
If
gonna be
you
glowing.
cut bread, does it toast it right away?
it's
yeah, I just in case you missed that video that I put out there, I got a really cool knife from Johnny Concho.
sweet.
1993 finger groove buck 110.
Oh God, it's a Canadian.
Uh-oh. Biker Bob's in.
Well,
Now
before
that
Bob starts talking,
Bob's in here, I'm
Well,
going
I
to
guess
a whole
we
bunch of
gotta-
people.
Yeah, somebody owes somebody money because we thought this guy was gone already.
Yep.
well, now that the generator talks over, I have a gun question. Who makes
made that.
who makes a good magazine pouch, like an inside the waistband pouch for Glock magazines?
I make a decent one.
There you go.
There you go. You make 1 or 2 mag pouches.
I doing singles right now for inside the waistband. I haven't messed with doubles yet because I don't prefer them.
Hmm.
I would personally rather have 2 single pouches than 1 double pouch these days.
Yeah. Well, I only carry one extra magazine anyway.
I'm sure someone else could suggest like an actual reputable company that makes them. Honestly,
I found Galco's, but I don't know.
Now you're saying you're not reputable, man? You've been always
Exactly. I was just going to say the same thing. You're not reputable?
not really.
Yeah, what the
I mean,
hell?
Especially not in the Kydex industry. I mean, I've made hundreds of leather sheaths and probably dozens of Kydex sheaths and holsters and stuff.
But you're
so-
reputable. I mean, you know, I would have no problem sending you $100 and say, build me this.
You know, on a detective show, how they always say follow the money,
True.
the money trail? Well, I would think that'd be a good business plan.
Well, since you make them, how much are they?
For the single, you vertical $30 is about what I sell them for.
Would I need to send you a magazine, or could you get a
Nope,
22
as long-
magazine?
Yeah, I can get pretty much any magazine for a Glock.
Okay.
They're all the same.
I was
Does
gonna
it
say
use,
22. Isn't that the same as the others?
I don't. I think there might be a slight difference in the magazines. I'm not sure.
I
For the
thought all
Glock
the 40
22s.
bags were the same, but I could be wrong.
Hey, Bob, lock in on my screen here.
Why, you breaking a piece of wood with a hammer?
Just
You
watch,
did
because
not
you
or,
bitched
like-
about this last time, so this one's specifically for you.
We're all
Okay.
gonna watch a Quark video.
Yeah, Bob watched it, so he'll leave you alone.
Yeah. Got a 3/4 inch piece of wood, yeah.
Some fat guy's arm.
It's really, really dry spruce. Oh, and you got a magnifying glass that can make it smoke. That's really cool, yeah. I got one too. It's like my kids use it to burn ants with and stuff.
Not only will that burn wood in a matter of seconds,
I can do
that's
that
not
with a
spruce,
magnifying
that's
glass.
pine. That's actually pine, and it's aged pine, so
Yeah, so it's really dry.
well, I'll show you a different video here in a second.
Well, you know, Bob needs to say A to make it sound better.
Yep.
I don't say A that often. Oh, now he's put duct tape on it.
No, aluminum foil.
Oh, aluminum
A.
foil. That'll concentrate the heat, yeah.
It'll
Boy, it must be
concentrate
hard
the
to burn through aluminum foil. Oh, wait, my propane torch does that really well. Actually, my Bic lighter will melt, tin foil.
What's burning there?
Some piece of plastic.
heat. No, that's actually a metal fridge.
The paint? Oh, okay. Well,
It's actually melting me.
What kind of flip-flops you got in there?
I can't remember. They're
Wow.
not flip flops. They're sandals. Oh, not strap again. There you go.
Are those Quark's legs? Ooh.
Definitely flip-flops
Look at
work.
this thing.
Easy, boys.
If they don't have a rear support strap, they're flip-flops.
Yeah, they're flip
I'm
flops.
trying to find the spot.
And really, really white legs. Can you imagine what that must be to see those on the
Yeah, you
street?
should be using
The
your legs
glare.
to reflect the light, Cork, not the magnifier. Much higher burn.
Melting a Folgers can.
He's making coffee.
Yeah, there
That
you
shit's
go.
thick.
Running wood here in a second. But I'm just trying to find the focal point. I know it's toward the end of the video. So.
When I was in junior high in like 1975, I had a pair of shorts just like that.
Junior high.
Oh, come on, man. In 1975, the shorts you had in gym were tight. And
You see what's in the center there, Bob? Can you see that?
It's a piece of wood.
What's in the center?
I don't know.
Between those two rocks, what's in the center?
I don't know. What's the rocks?
Amethyst.
Okay. And what's in the center of it? I can't tell.
It's a penny. A copper penny, not a zinc penny.
Okay. You're going to melt a copper penny.
You know what temperature it has to get to melt copper?
30, no, can't remember. 3,000, no, not even.
Just shy of 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
I was thinking 13.
2,000 degrees to melt copper, huh?
Yep.
Learn something new every day.
That's what they melt steel at.
It doesn't matter if I'm up from the focal point, it's just hot.
You guys don't remember the Copper Age? Well, that's right. There never was.
Back when we had to make our swords out of copper, and every time you'd stab somebody, it'd bend, and you have to straighten it out, and then you could stab them next time. But it was okay because the other guys had the same problem. They'd stab, and then have to straighten the swords.
It's so hot, it's actually shattering the rock. It's just making the rock break apart in pieces.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, they're interesting, but I mean, practical. I mean,
And yes, I'm stupid. I am burning myself, but that's because I'm stupid. And I'm just putting that right next to the pennies. I know that's how hot it was next to the pennies. It actually split the obsidian, or not the obsidian, the amethyst.
Oh wow!
Shatter.
I think you should see if you can use it to do the laser shaving. You know?
Yeah. But it's so bright you can't see anything there. I have to figure out how to do that. But
Oh, probably just if you put some dust or actually some smoke or something through the beam.
You can be the Tau Fledermaus of the sun.
There you go.
pretty much.
Well, there's that Rojos or whatever the hell they're called that do all the stuff with the science stuff. But they do real science, not quirk science.
And I just knocked the penny out of the center little hole that it was there.
Bob, are you saying that this is quirky?
Yeah, it's quirky. So how about a camper tonight?
I'm trying to get the penny out
Need a
now.
camper to come down there. As
Camper.
Camper.
Can we get a description so we can put out an APB to the border
Well, it's
patrol
about
and not let that
20
cross?
feet long. It's white with an orange stripe.
Bob, if you can see that little lump, that's copper. That was left of the copper right there.
Oh well, actually, oh, you said it was Canadian penny?
No, it was an American penny.
Really? Because isn't that illegal in your country?
No.
So you just broke the law? No, I thought it was illegal to deface money. Stuff.
No, not a wheat penny.
Oh, okay.
Not
a Canadian penny.
Well, I know a Canadian penny wouldn't matter because it's not
illegal.
tendered here anymore.
Quirk, where did you hear that it's not illegal?
Wheat pennies are fine to do what you want with. Let's see.
Under what? Okay,
Yeah.
where did you get this fact from?
Look it up. It's a modern penny.
Look it up.
Current.
Do a Yankee. Look it up. Nice comeback.
Yeah. All right, Yankee.
Oh, he's been Yankeed.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Quirk's been yanked.
I win. I win.
Okay, Quirk's been yanked by Yankee. Oh,
Ugh.
that's just kind of gross. And
Ew.
funny.
Let him done eating.
I will look it up for you.
Well, you said everybody knows. And that's reminiscent of another YouTuber.
There you go. Something with a new camper about it doesn't have air conditioning. I'm gonna have to figure out how to put air in it.
Open the doors and let it go in.
Yeah. I want like air conditioning.
It's a little box that goes in the window.
Yeah,
Take a
well, you know
drill.
what? I have like the thing is that I had that in my old house. I brought them with me to my new house. My new house didn't need them, so it was like I got 3 good window air conditioners that are sitting in the garage piled up. So
Okay.
use one of those in the camper.
It's
You're
not,
gonna need about a 1-inch drill bit, a sawzall, and a shitload of duct tape.
it's not like they're biodegradable. They'll be good 10 years from now.
Oh yeah, no, I know. I don't have a problem. I'm actually thinking I might put one of them in the garage once I get rid of one of the cars, so I actually have room to work on anything. If anybody wants a 1975 Mercury Montego MX with, I think it's got 70,000 original miles.
Nice.
The back seat still had the plastic on it when I bought it.
Christ. I remember a buddy of mine had a 1973 Mercury Montego when we were in high school, and we used to drive around in that car and smoke joints and all that. And back in my pot smoking days.
Yep.
Hey, good night, folks.
See you night.
Now that the chat's gone all the way back to where we started.
So what was up tonight? Anything good?
Just the greatest AK chat of all time.
Really? Oh, I don't care. Can't have an AK until I move down there. Once I move down there, all I need is an
It's
address.
taking so long to look this up, but I'm doing this all one-handed because I've got Marlo curled up on my left arm and Phobos on my lap.
Oh, my alarm's going off, I think.
It's time to take your meds?
Yep. I think so. I don't know, it's
What happened to you, Bob?
I'll have to go.
You
I'll
just
be right
gave me-
back.
I just lost $100 as you showed back up.
Oh, yeah, well, it's just tough luck, eh? Keep
you're
betting,
dead.
though. You never know.
I actually spent the day in an air museum. You would have loved it.
Where are we at?
Evergreen.
Which museum?
Evergreen.
Is that an Air Force base or?
No, it's a air museum. Let's see if I can do this. That's not how you do it. God damn, it's been so long. There we go. There's a perfect original Phantom, non-restored, just clean and perfect with 2 MIG
Nice.
kills, but real actual MIG kills, not like painted on after the fact.
Where's Evergreen at?
It's in McMinnville, Oregon.
Mm.
They have a SR-71. They have the Spruce Goose. There's a I posted all these in gun channels. These photos I'm showing right now.
Why aren't you at the EAA? That's where it is. If you low planes right now, EAA is going on. They're going to have the Blue Angels this weekend.
Yeah,
I thought they did away with the Blue Angel program.
They were grounded while we had a shutdown, but
there's the SR-71 Blackbird.
Yeah, it's badass.
The thing is, it's actually I had to stand on the side of the sunlight shining on it, because when I was standing on the shadow side, the paint is so non-reflective that it just looked like a giant black blob. Like
Really?
no detail. It was weird. It was so hard to take a photo of in the dark.
do you know the Blackbird is the one plane that has to refuel
Yeah.
very soon after taking off because it freaking leaks fuel?
It leaks fuel because
Fuel tanks are right under the skin.
it heats to the point of melting when it's at speed, when it's doing Mach 3.2 or Mach 3.5, it is on the verge of melting. So every metal component on it has to be able to constrict and retract, so the plane just doesn't rip apart. And so that's why it leaks until it gets up to speed. And as soon as it gets up to speed, it heats up, and the body expands, and it seals everything up.
I'm pretty sure the exact speed of the Blackbird is probably classified. I bet you can go
It's not classified anymore.
Oh, it's not?
I don't think so.
The top speeds are classified, so all they're going to tell us is the top speeds that the top records it broke. They won't tell you how fast it can go.
Like 3,000 miles an hour.
Anything over 3.5 on that plane could get over 3.5, but it has problems beyond that speed. And beyond that speed, it goes to the point of melting. It will melt.
Yeah. My uncle had a picture of that plane that I wish I knew where he got it, but it was at altitude and it was red.
This right here is an actual. This is one of the few serviceable, flyable German BF-109s in existence. Most of the ones that you see, if you see a 109, it's a Spanish plane. But yeah, it was impressive. They have the Spruce Goose. I've never seen it before, and it's so big. I mean, it's ridiculous how big that plane is. The tail alone has got to be like 5 stories tall, and not from the ground, from the bottom of the tail to the top of the tail. Let me see if I can find a picture. They have a firearm, a really kind of crappy, but it's all right. Firearms, little display too with a, they have like, no, they have like a bunch of German, like World War II firearms, a bunch of British and American. They have like a FNC and a FAL and a couple modern things.
Nice.
All right, here you go. All right, so if you look behind the tail on the ground behind the thing, that's a B-17 Flying Fortress, which is enormous in and of itself.
Jesus Christ.
Wow. Like the other planes next to it.
I'm not even kidding. Like the tail from the bottom of the tail to the top, not from the bottom of the floor to the top, but from the bottom of the tail to the top of the tail. It's like
you could put that other plane on the rear stabilizer.
I'm right here at this picture. I'm like on the other side of the building, and the wing is still coming over into the like where I'm at. Like
that's fucking crazy.
That's a big ass hangar they got them in, then.
Well, it was designed to carry 750 men across the ocean.
It's actually, I'll be honest with you, inside the fuselage isn't that big. I mean, the fuselage is like maybe like a modern there's a tail up close. The wing or the tail is as big as a normal plane's wing.
Yeah.
The fuselage isn't all that big. It's the wing and the tail that is like insane.
Well,
Not bad to be made out of plywood.
I had a good picture of
That's just to carry all the weight that it was designed to carry.
And the motors are it's weird how puny they are. Like I'm actually not surprised this thing never flew for real.
Yeah, it did.
It flew, but it didn't fly for real. Like you can see how small the motors are just on that giant wing.
It could have flew for real. They just didn't let it.
It actually, Howard Hughes lifted it off the water, flew it for something like half a mile or something.
Yeah, at 70 feet at 135 miles an hour. It never topped 135 miles an hour, and he landed it. That was the end of it.
Well, he wasn't allowed to. He wasn't allowed to actually take it out and open it up.
The whole point was to prove the point that it was not a scam and that he was not trying to rip the American people off.
No, it's a really cool plane, but you can see why, just in the sheer scale of it, why it didn't go any further.
Oh yeah.
Like, you can you can you get an idea really quick, like why this thing didn't.
Well, and imagine if it got like it's like that the German Giant, right? That 6-engine giant thing started out as a glider, and it was huge, right? And carried 300 men. But if it got shot down, that's 300 men dead.
So there's center fuselage inside, looking towards the tail, and you can see the mannequin right there.
Yeah.
It wasn't really that big inside.
Did that go in there?
Yeah. You can go inside and look around.
It was all wood too. That was
Carve
cool.
your name in there.
What's that?
Carve your name in there.
Yeah, oh yeah, you know me. Oh yeah, like oops, wrong fucking button.
Bob, in World War II, there were a lot of planes that still had partial wood components due to the shortage of metal.
Well, no kidding. Actually, one of the fastest twin-engine bombers was a Mosquito, which is built out of wood.
Shit, Bob built them planes. What are you talking about?
No, hell no.
He planted a lot of those trees.
Bobby Appleseed up there.
Yeah. But no, I mean that we built the Mosquito here in Canada too, and it was just an amazing airplane. It
You're
was
responsible
laminated.
for the Mosquito?
No shit. Fuck Canada.
That's vicious.
Yeah, I mean the U.S. Air Force used them, or well, back then it was Army Air.
We had a
Mosquito. Mosquitoes. They used Spitfires too.
We had a Mosquito Ace that flew for you guys, an American that flew for you guys.
Oh yeah.
Mosquito Ace.
Yeah. Well, they were amazing airplanes. They could fly to Berlin, drop the same amount of bombs as a B-17, and then fly back and not get intercepted because they were too fast. It was, 4,000-pound bomb load, man. At 400 miles an hour. That's pretty fucking impressive back in those days. Plus, the fighter bomber versions carried 4 20 mils and 4 303s.
Everyone, welcome to another tutorial.
Oh, here's a good picture of the fucking scale that the tail of that plane is. Yeah, here you go. So to give you a perspective before I show you this picture, I am standing right next to the tail of the B-17.
Yeah.
And I'm. Oops. Sorry, thank you. Sorry, no.
Oops.
This is my roommate. Sorry. I'm standing right. Can you see the picture?
Yeah.
I'm standing right next to the tail, taking a photo of the tail of the B-17.
Yeah.
And that is the tail of the Spruce Goose in the background, and it's got to be it's hundreds of feet away from me. And it appears the same size as the B-17 tail, which I'm standing. Yeah. I can reach out and touch that tail right now, and then that thing's hundreds of feet away. And they're like the same size. The perspective is it's so large. The perspective makes them look the same size.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a Yak 5 hanging from the ceiling sideways.
Yeah.
That's an American flag, Bob. That's the flag that keeps your country safe at night.
Yeah. We're fine with that. That means we can have a really small professional army, and you guys have to have a big giant one.
Yeah, our big giant army.
Speaking of big giant army, for anybody that didn't hear it, Chris Kyle's wife lost that lawsuit. Jesse Ventura got like $2 million today.
Are you shitting me?
Yep, she won, or he won.
That's fucked up.
$1.8 million.
Really?
I just saw that pop up on here.
And you motherfuckers talk bad about me, I'm suing you too.
Yeah, Marcus Luttrell posted on Facebook, I don't want to say anything specific, I won't make an official statement, but here's some memes with Jesse Ventura in them.
I think I saw that.
Yeah, he was
had him like kneeling down with the minigun.
Yeah.
Isn't Chris Kyle the one that was murdered?
Yeah.
Right.
And
yes, sue the family of a dead, murdered fucking soldier.
Well, he's also an author of that book, and he wrote stuff in the book that defamed Ventura, so he's suing people that are profiting off the book.
Said he punched Ventura in front of like 2 cops and like nobody ever says they saw it.
Whatever.
I still say Chris Kyle would have whooped Ventura's ass.
Hard to say. They're both. I mean, SEALs. The SEAls say that
Dude, Ventura was never a SEAL. He was UDT. There's a fucking difference.
Okay, but then again, the frogmen that live this shit say there's no difference.
That's like just because I was in Scouts, like saying I was a Ranger. You know what I mean?
No, it's not.
Or a Green
Ask a
Beret.
SEAL how they feel about UDT guys. They'll say they went through everything I did.
I know my grandfather was UDT.
So then
and,
where's the difference?
Trust me. But they're not the same thing. That's the thing. They have two separate different jobs. They do two separate different things, and they come from the SEALs come from UDT. I get it. There's a lineage there, but if you're walking around as a UDT guy saying you're a SEAL and you're not, you're kind of a fucking asshole. Just like if you're a Ranger walking around saying I'm fucking Special Forces, Green Beret, blah blah blah, and you're not, you're kind of a fucking asshole for it. You know?
I've just never heard any of them make that distinction before. I mean, I've heard multiple of them say, well, no, we consider him a SEAL. We consider him to be part of our brotherhood.
It's not a distinction. It's a matter. It's like the stolen valor thing. Nobody likes a guy that goes around fucking like taking credit for something he didn't do. It's in the military community, at least. Doesn't mean SEALs don't love fucking UDT and Rangers and Green Berets don't love Rangers and stuff. It's just like you don't go around saying you did something you didn't do.
No, I love that. What's his name? Ron.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. That's one of the sources. He does a whole video about Jesse Ventura, and that's basically what he says. Is I make no distinction. I make no, I consider him basically. And it's not. Again, you're right. I'm sure there's some kind of.
Ventura's been called out in the past for his fucking saying he was a SEAL when he wasn't. There's been some things. He's had his like little thing. I don't dislike the guy. I like the guy. Like I said, I come from.
I think he's a fucking asshole. I'd knock him out.
Well, now he's an asshole, but like back in the day, like I didn't have any problems with the guy. But now he's obviously an asshole.
I had a neutral opinion of him before this lawsuit. Now I have a very negative opinion of him.
How is he supposed to make a living now that somebody in a book said that he got beat up?
Yeah, who fucking reads it in this day? Anyway.
How's he supposed to live to the level he's accustomed now?
At this point, what difference does it really make?
Yeah, what's all the different careers that he's had that he was able to make a living off of? He was a professional wrestler. He was in the movies. He was an actor, good or bad or whatever. And then he was a governor. And then he did a series of investigative shows. So he had multiple opportunities.
And he was in the military.
If Chris Kyle was still alive and he wanted to bring that lawsuit up, more power to him. I'm all for that. Whatever. Call a spade a spade. But to fucking sue his wife once that guy has passed
the lawsuit
away.
Started before he got killed.
Well, then he should have dropped it.
He could have dropped it.
Oh yeah.
Out of respect.
Did he say what he's doing with the money? I mean, I just can't speak. I mean, I don't know
Getting
how.
some Botox and some plastic surgery done, hopefully.
No,
Well, after all the movies he's been in, unless they were idiots.
He was claiming that he couldn't get hired to do anything after that shit came out about him in the book. Like he couldn't get a job anywhere.
So you're saying that it's not like I'm saying if he had millions of dollars anyway, and he just did it for the principal, and maybe he's giving all that money to the Special Operations Fund or something. But he's not doing that.
Well, he said he was suing him because of lost. I don't know, like
potential income.
Like
defamation of character.
Defamation of character. Just because he got. Well, I don't know if there's more to the story, but if the whole contention was that he got knocked out by Chris Kyle, how is that going to hinder him from getting any work?
Well, no, I don't think it's the fact that he got knocked out. It's the fact that he's called a valor thief. Nobody cares if they got punched in the face. They care if they're calling him a valor thief and nobody watches the movie of his again.
Who's that guy that does that thing on YouTube? No, the stolen valor thing. You guys know what I'm talking about.
That's an open-ended question.
The funny thing is everyone does know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, you guys are smarter than that.
I'd like to think I am smarter than that, but that is a little vague.
That was super.
Okay, who's the chick who did that thing last Thursday? The day.
Oh, come on.
Okay,
For
last
Christ's sake.
Thursday, give us some detail, but
You guys aren't that stupid. We're talking about Stolen Valor, and I said the guy that does that
yes,
thing on
I am.
YouTube.
You still left it wide open there, man.
What's his name?
What, you mean that seal that goes
Don
after
Shipley.
fake seals?
Don Shipley, yes.
Bud1 is his channel name. Fucking awesome channel.
Yeah, Don
that's
Shipley
great. I
does
got
it.
his. I'm subbed to him too. He's cool.
Oh, that's some funny shit, man. I watch that every time a new one comes out.
Never expected it, but him doing the little skits and shit that they script out with his wife is some of the funniest shit.
So what does Don Shipley say about Ventura?
Basically, the gist I got from it was that he didn't consider it any different. He considered everything that Ventura went through. I don't remember what the designation Ventura had was, but it wasn't SEAL. But he doesn't. He was basically saying if he wants to call himself a SEAL, he'd put his fucking blood, sweat, and tears in so he can call himself a SEAL. But that's Don's opinion. That's not, and that's in the video. So anyone wants to get a direct quote.
All I'm saying is there's been there's been some in the past. There's been some problems with the shit Ventura says versus the shit Ventura has done, and every once in a while that shit pops back up, and I guarantee you that whatever this dispute was over, I bet it started somewhere with that stuff, because from what it sounds like, Ventura sometimes will run his mouth and it pisses people off, and
Yeah, well, don't we all?
That's damn sure. That's a solid fact. We know Ventura runs his mouth.
Yeah, and pretty much everybody does at one time or another.
Well, at least Ventura shakes it up a bit in media. That part.
I don't like. I there's things about him I like, but also I've heard a lot of just horror stories about that guy being kind of a fucking dick, and I think it's pretty much a fact now.
Yeah, I'm sure. I just, again, he's gotten out there though, and sometimes and ruffled some feathers out there, which is good. The good parts,
Yeah, no, that's the good
And
part.
he did kick ass and Predator, so
Yeah, you gotta give him that.
Seriously, I like the movie. It's not like he's Jim Carrey. It's not like he's anti-gun.
Yeah, that's one thing.
Speaking of celebrities that are anti-gun, I just read a thing on Facebook today that said David Spade gave the Phoenix Police Department $100,000 to buy ARs.
Hell yeah!
It was a while ago too.
I saw that months and months and months.
Really?
Years
That's an interesting
It
thing.
was like 2007 or something like that. It was a while back.
He's from Phoenix, right?
Well, does anybody know what Brad Pitt gave Angela Jolie for her birthday?
Angelina Jolie, an indoor firing range.
Who did he give
I know,
Angela
it's-
Jolie? Because Angelina Jolie will probably get pissed. And give it
Really?
I heard that he
Yeah,
punched
whatever.
her
I don't care if I pronounce it.
Wait. He gave her an indoor fire range?
$400,000 indoor firing range.
I would marry that dude for that. Are you kidding me?
Oh, I'd do him. Yeah.
I got this stuff on a list on Facebook today that was 10 pro-gun celebrities, and there were quotes from them and so on. Charlie Sheen was in there.
Charlie Sheen's pro-gun.
The guy that plays Hawkeye, the guy that was in Hurt Locker, he's a pro-gun. The new Jason Bourne guy, or the new Bourne Identity guy, he's a pro-gun.
Nice.
Well, what's his name? The Bullseye guy who was the Hurt Locker. He came out against.
That's the guy I'm talking about.
No, but he was in that commercial that said demand a plan.
Really?
Yes, that's.
You're
Different
I'm
guy.
100% sure. I was like really surprised.
I think it's a different guy.
Don't know.
There's probably a lot of celebrities that are pro-gun out there that then you probably
Yo, the guy.
But he was in the demand a plan for the gun violence thing, and I was.
Tom Selleck's pro-gun.
Oh hell yeah, he's a big NRA spokesperson, isn't he?
75 years old.
Clint Eastwood his quote was, "I am for strict gun control. I believe if there's a gun around, I want to be in control of it."
Yeah.
That was his quote.
Made a little fun there.
There you go, man. But now I got a trailer to come down to Arizona in the winter.
We're doing all right.
God help us.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I'm
got.
gonna have to put air conditioning in it, I think, though.
Dude, check out this engine.
Funny part is I got no
Bob, you should mount this motor on top of your mobile home so we can send you back faster than you got here.
Right, and write Acme on the side of it.
That thing is just
pod racer.
Yeah, right.
Put a list of the name of the people on the side of the demanded plan. Those are all the actors and actresses.
All right, so where is he in here? Come on.
Jeremy Renner.
Jeremy Renner. Yep, right there. Fourth down.
I have a hard time with this kind of stuff because it's hard to say what people really think as opposed to what they do with their careers.
Not only that, we don't know. I mean, we know some of these people are assholes, but we don't know. Like maybe somebody like put their name in it thinking it was something completely different than it turned out to be. And once your name's in it, your name's in it, even if you don't.
Well, he said it on camera to ban the plan.
I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't just a name to it. I mean, again, I'm just saying, the hypocriticalness of it kills me. You know, of all people, Hurt Locker,
fucking no, Stallone, dude. Stallone is the guy that I can't believe.
Right.
Dude, that guy has blown somebody in half with a 50 fucking cal on screen.
I
was hoping there was something else.
It was one of the glorious movies ever. Was that Rambo 5 or whatever the hell?
The newest Rambo movie. My jaw hit the fucking floor when I was there. And
I got a drone there.
I fired those things at shit, and like, I was just like, oh my god, this is insane. I can't believe they're showing this on film.
Okay, so here's the quote in response to that from Jeremy Renner in response to the demanded plan.
Right,
we all want to point a finger and place blame, and look for answers when we feel attacked or afraid, which is natural human reaction. I know there is no single solution to remedy what has been done or to prevent future tragedies. Taking guns from people is no answer. I own guns and want to keep it that way, but guns don't kill people. People kill people. Blaming movies or video games is no actionable solution. So that doesn't even really cover what...
That's what he said?
Yeah.
Well, that sounds like a great scapegoat, but I doubt that Demand a Plan would be psyched that he said that.
Quick, Bob's going. Let's talk about
I did a minor amount of internet research while you guys were talking about Hollywood, and I got the information of the scoop. Since I'm not Navy, I got the scoop here on where everything came from, so I can sum it up so we know what we're talking about.
We'll lay it down.
So World War II happened, and we didn't have the same military as we do now. So the same way that Bob and I will talk about the FSST, the origins of the Green Berets, the origins of the UDTs and the SEALs come from World War II as well. The UDT's underwater demolition team come from the fact that the Marines in invasion of Tarawa, I'm assuming that means somewhere in the Pacific, they got into some issues where they slammed into some coral and took too many casualties. So the Navy established the underwater demolitions teams to basically allow to do the underwater demolition to get people, so they could get to shore without issue. Meanwhile, during the Navy also had commando units called Scouts and Raiders, and those were used during like D-Day. They'd come up off they're more like frogmen. They're the beginning of the SEALs. So they would come up out of the water and not be attached to a Marine division like a UDT would be. So they would just be more like the Green Berets in the Army. They came out of the water and did their business, but they did their business on land. So the UDTs were underwater. They were tied with Marine Corps. Further, it talks about how after the World War II, when Kennedy, who's the one who's responsible for all of our special warfare, when he created the Green Berets and he created the Army Special Warfare College, which basically created special ops, so created the concept of guerrilla warfare and all the rest. At the same time, that created the Navy SEALs, which were two teams of 10 officers and 50 enlisted, whereas the UDTs were bigger units, and they were affiliated with Marines still. So they both went to the same basic type of training, but then where they split, the underwater guys, the UDT guys, would stay underwater and continue to do their thing, where the SEALs would go attend Green Beret schools and stuff. So there were Navy commandos versus Navy underwater demolitions, and that all becomes important when you get to Nam, And for example, he says there's this thing that I'm reading here. He says these are distinctions. These are not distinctions without differences. No UDT during Vietnam would dare misrepresent himself as a SEAL. Consider this: SEAL Team 1, with roughly the same number of men as UDT 12, had 34 men killed during the war. UDT Team 12 had a single man lost during the war. So while the UDT was hardcore doing underwater demolition, they had a hardcore job. The SEALs had a much more deadly job. So that's where, according to this information, I'll link it to you here as soon as I'm done talking about it, that's where this guy is saying that no UDT would misrepresent himself as a SEAL. So like you're saying, it's not like somebody's going to go infantry and then misrepresent themselves as a Green Beret without knowing that they're misrepresenting themselves. They're not accidentally saying this and this, at least according to this. Now, I'm not an expert. I just went out and did this research while you were talking Hollywood.
Didn't the failure in Iran with Jimmy Carter and
that was in the 80s? No, this was all.
But that would also push to create a better special forces training.
No. Stop. It had nothing to do with special forces, for one, right? So no, it had nothing to do with creating a new Green Berets. No, that was the Delta Force that did that.
Okay, so different branches have come out of this.
Delta Force, Delta Force is totally different than Army or anybody else.
Right.
They're beyond Army Marines. They were the first of the SOCOM division or whatever.
What that did do though is started the Iran operation. What was it, Eagle Talon or whatever it started the special operations aviation branch of the United States Air Force. Started after that when they saw the need to have extremely well trained pilots to be able to fly special forces soldiers in under extremely adverse conditions.
That's
okay. Hold on.
Okay,
Special ops soldiers.
That's when the Nighthawks were created. The Nighthawk helicopter pilots.
It was created. It's when every unit went to counter. Every branch started a counterterrorism division because they figured out that counterterrorism, which is what that was not the same as all the other missions that the armed forces had been tasked with. So it created counterterrorism, and again, we're just flipping special forces and special ops here, but special forces had nothing to do with that. That was all special ops, or the yellow arrowhead when you're looking at shoulder patches. And they're outside. There's Army. We used to have Army, Navy, Air Force, right? And then we figured out we had Army. We had Army and Navy for a while. Then we had Army and Marines, or was there Marines first? Marines might have been first. Anyway, we had Army and Navy for a long time. Then we created airplanes, and then we had an Air Force after a while, after the Army Air Corps. So that's what most people are familiar with: the Army, Navy, Air Force, and Marines because of World War II. But then they decided, we need to do things that are outside of all of those. And then that yellow arrowhead, the Special Operations Division, came out, and no one ever talks about it because it was very tiny until just recently, and now it's pretty big.
Yeah, go Army, fly Navy. Remember they had all that when they were marketing for recruiters in the 70s.
There's a link to Operation Eagle Claw. You skip down to the aftermath, and I think they talk about is it the Night Stalkers G-Webs?
The helicopter pilots that for better aviation.
Yeah.
Maybe came directly from that Iran thing or something.
So hold on. No, I mean, if you want, I don't want to get into the history of this certain thing, and I'm no expert on it, but as from what I do know of it, it had nothing to do with anybody being poorly trained. It had to be 1,000 cooks in the stew.
Oh no, exactly.
And that's when they were like, "Screw this. We can't be listening to the chief of this guy and the chief of that branch."
And that happened in Mogadishu too.
No, but see, the Operation Eagle Claw was basically an overcomplicated rescue mission, and was called off because a helicopter or a C-130 ran into a helicopter they had like a LZ in the middle of the desert where they stop and refuel, and they ran into each other, and the whole mission was called off after that because they also had 2 helicopters go down with technical errors, not crash, but have to land, and everybody transferred to another helicopter, and then by the end of it, weren't enough helicopters to move out all the the hostages, and so they had to call it off. But yeah, there was a
and it was no longer a surprise either.
Yeah.
You're like, hey, wow, there's a series of explosions coming towards us.
This is whatever you want to call Delta. This was their first ever operation that we know of. Was this operation? It was a failure. It almost caused the as fast as, if you want to call it, Delta Force came on the scene. They almost got disbanded this quick, but then they saw a need to keep them on, and you know now that they've had more successes than failures as a.
Yeah, we don't know about the success.
Thanks to Chuck Norris.
Yeah.
Yeah, Delta Force.
I just watched that the other day again. They all
That's a good movie.
Had Uzi who that was the weapon for.
Oh yeah.
Fuck the Uzi. This is a dirt bike that he's got.
Yeah, right.
You know what's another good movie with Chuck Norris was that Invasion USA with the Uzis. He got two Uzis on both hands, and he's.
I always liked that Silent Rage one when he couldn't take out that guy.
Yeah.
It's good.
Okay. So I just watched that the Buds 131 video of whether Jesse the body was. The way he explained it was that that Jesse's brother was in UDT, and he pulled some strings, got Jesse in. When he completed the training, he said this is what Don Shipley said in his video. I just watched it just now. He said basically what happened is the head commander of the class or whatever was reading off names from the list, and the guy next to it, the first guy would go to a SEAL team, the next guy would go to a UDT team, the next guy would go to a SEAL team, and he said it wasn't based on performance or anything, it was based on where you were standing, essentially. Or what they had the most call for at the time, or something like that. I don't know how they picked him, but
did he go to a SEAL team?
No, he said he went to a UDT team, but he said they completed the same kind of training. From there, obviously, we've already discussed what happens from there.
Mm-hmm.
Once you leave, but he apparently completed the initial training and was picked for UDT as opposed to SEAL. I wanted to check that out because I was quoting it. I don't like quoting something I haven't watched in months.
Yeah, I'm gonna watch that again later too. It's already queued up.
Yeah, I was muted while whatever you guys were talking about. I listened to most of G-Web's special operations.
My grandfather
was Jesse the Body Ventura in Mr. Rogers' Navy SEAL?
Mr. Rogers was not listed in anything anywhere.
This is 3 years old anyway. The one where it says Jesse Ventura's Navy SEAL brother, it's class 49. That one's a year old. But you said it was on Buds 131, right?
Yeah, the link's right here. Hold on. Yeah, that's the video I just watched. Thank you, Wes, for finding that, by the way.
Yep.
So they
I know guys that go on a SEAL school that aren't SEALs, cross-trained or whatever, and they never called themselves SEALs. I mean, you have to pretty much be in a team and go around and call yourself one.
Yeah, I understood. That's why, like Chris said, that's why he got punched in the face. But
well, he runs his mouth. We do know that.
Did he even get punched in the face? For real?
No.
I saw Chris Kyle. You can watch there's a clip of Chris Kyle telling the story on a radio show, and it's a video clip because it was taken in the studio, and it didn't seem like he was making the story up to me. And I don't know of any Navy SEALs that are that illogical or dishonest, but that could just be because I don't know that many of them.
Yeah. Ventura's whole thing was like, there's people at this party, and they had witnesses that were at the party that never saw anything that were like right there. I think that was his whole case. And we know Jesse Ventura is a shit talker. He was a wrestler for like 15 years.
Been on 22 ammo today.
Oh god.
Cabela's had piles of it.
Oh, dude, they're building a Cabela's like not far from my house.
What's your store number?
I'm so excited.
I still can't find it. I 22s is scary. What Cabela's you go to?
It was in
You went
the one in Scarborough. Yeah, they had.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
I was there a week ago. I picked up some 9 and some 223. I didn't see any.
Yeah, I mean, the first thing they were dead, and I'm like walking in. I always do the aisles. I go up and down the aisles, and the guy gives me the, "Can I help you?" And I went, "Well, you got any 22?" He goes, "We should. Had some this morning." And
Really?
it was on the end, facing the gun counter, where they have that little, that other little computer.
Yeah, yep. I know.
They had CCI regular velocity. That shit was $4.99 for 50, which I'd have paid it.
They didn't have any.
But they had Thunder. I got the Remington 500 brick.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, $25, which I didn't think was a
Yeah,
problem.
I heard people complain about that Thunderbolts. I don't have a problem with them. I've run several breaks.
Either works or it doesn't, And,
yeah, I mean, I'm just running up to a Mossberg Plinkster. I mean, I'm not doing nothing fancy with them.
But $25, 500, that's fine.
Yeah, you gotta catch them at the right day when they have it. It's just.
It was the first I've seen on the shelf in over 1 year, anyway.
Yeah.
So I was just kind of like, there you go, they got it.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
Whatever,
I'm usually on their website looking, because usually I'll order and I'll just have it delivered right to the store and I'll pick it up. But I haven't seen it on their website. But I guess you gotta catch it when they have it stocked at the store.
No problem with any Tula or herders. They were just
there's tons of that.
Yeah, there's just no shortage there.
I mean, 223. There's tons of that. They're doing the good sell on the PMC, $7.29 a box.
Yeah, I almost bought some. And they had their XM193 was only $7.69.
Yeah, that ain't bad.
Yeah, I always say if I'm gonna get it, I want to get 5.56 versus 223.
Yeah, I prefer 5.56 too, but I'm not that picky as long as it goes bang. In a self-defense situation, if 223 fuck someone up just as bad as 5.56.
Yep. I just figure, all right, well, if I'm gonna get 223, I'm gonna get the 5.99.
Yeah.
Steel case.
I'm a cheap ass when it comes to ammo. I try to get as much as I can for as cheap as I can.
Yeah. Oh, it bummed me out because I was looking, and all of a sudden I was like, oh, great, I got 62 grain.
Yeah.
They had 62 and 55 all mixed up, and then I ended up with 6 55 grain and 1 62. Whatever.
Yeah,
I mean, I still got it, no biggie. But I would love to have had more 62 grain and put that aside.
I picked up 100 rounds of the. I got a $50 gift certificate from my work for Cabela, so I spent that up and then some. But I picked up 100 rounds of the Herders, the steel case stuff. I haven't run the Herders steel case stuff through any of my guns
yet. Tula. It says Tula right on it.
Is that? Oh, that's all it is. Yeah. I don't have a problem running steel case through them. People.
Oh no, mine's fine. If it doesn't run, it's your gun.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I got the M&P Shield and the Glock 19. I'm sure it'll feed it fine.
I purposely we grabbed a BX-25 magazine to make sure it fit in the new Ruger American, which it does.
Yeah.
That was cool because we grabbed the carbine version. It's 16-inch. That thing was cool. I wouldn't mind that at all. It was cool because they were dead, so I could look like any gun I wanted. Like, you want to look at anything else? But yeah, let's take a look at this.
I'm surprised they're not going to put a Cabela's in New Hampshire.
Oh, it's whacked. I mean, we were just talking like
free and all that.
Yeah, my friend was just here, and we're just getting our Super Walmart. We don't have any Sam's Clubs nearby or BJ's or anything. We don't have a Taco Bell. I mean, this place is the #1 tourist destination in New England. We have like a McDonald's, a Burger King, a Dairy.
And North Conway has everything else in it. I thought you guys have.
We have 100 restaurants, but I mean, come on, it's fast food.
Yeah. That sounds
great. I was in Cape Elizabeth all day today.
Oh, really? Nice.
Went out in the water in Casco Bay and went over to Makuchi's and get some good food.
Nice. Yeah, I was working all day as usual.
Yeah.
Well, I've got to read something here, and this is going back a way, but talking about the law here for Dano, just in case he missed what I posted the internal.
Oh, we talking about pennies again?
The prohibition contains in Section 82.1 against the treatment of 5-cent coin and 1-cent coin should not be applied to the treatment of these coins for educational, amusement, novelty, jewelry, or similar purposes, as long as the volume treated and the nature of the treatment makes it clear that such treatment is not intended as a means by which to profit solely from the value of the metal content of the coin.
So help you God.
No,
Well, there you go,
you can
Dano.
still sell them on eBay for a rarity. It's not about
That's
the
a news, the newsmatic value of the coin.
Quark, the Secret Service will be breaking your door down any minute now.
Yeah. I just wanted so Dano understands that I'm not pulling a Yankee. That's the exact law. So I'm doing it strictly for amusement value.
We're
you're doing it?
We're talking about all this cool shit, and you're reading about penny destruction.
You've got the Hosh bug.
Yeah, I was called out by Dano being Yankee. So I wanted to get the exact law here so that.
I guess if Dano called me out for the same thing, I'd probably be like, do some research to.
Yeah.
Driving toward Illinois.
Yeah, if I wanted the exact wording of the law, not just some phrase that you could, they could do it as long as you're not doing it for fraudulent intent or anything like that. So that's the exact wording of the law.
I got
you. I can melt down a penny if I want to. Now, for melting down 1,000 pennies or 100 pennies, it's a different story.
Gotcha.
It's also illegal to melt down foreign currency that's used in the United States as legal currency. So keep that in mind, again, unless you're doing it for one of those purposes.
I gotta find it, but I got a giant 3-foot wide spool of solid brass chicken wire. I probably got 50 feet of it wrapped up. I wonder how many. It probably weighs 25, 30 pounds.
If it weighs 25 or 30 pounds, I brought in some.
$100?
No, it's about I think it was $1.90 a pound today when I got some brass in. Yeah.
Jesus, they give you $2.50 most brass people for just unsorted brass.
Nah, it all depends. Right now, it's yellow. It's yellow brass, correct, or is it red brass? Red brass is more. If it's yellow brass, it's less because it's got less copper in it.
I kept it because I think it could be useful. I mean, it's really pliable, and you can bend it into whatever you want.
Now, if you have 25 pounds, you're looking at maybe $50.
It's not, worth keeping it until.
Right, and it all depends on your location. I'm here in the Midwest, where we're not near any huge smelters, so everything gets shipped out.
Well, that's what I've been doing. I'm just selling shit on Craigslist and stuff. Like, I just sold some nautical decorations from my deck. Got a couple $100 for it. It was pretty psyched.
Yeah, like I think number 2 scrap copper I think was $2.80 today. So if you're not familiar, there's different grades of copper. Number 2, I was yeah. That's per pound. That's
right.
Now it was really cool if you don't know how to sort aluminum. Extruded aluminum. Those are like the heat sinks from inside a computer.
Yeah.
Those are 90 cents a pound.
I've got
just aluminum cans are 72 cents a pound here.
I got 4 laptops sitting around. I should probably destroy, like you said. You gotta tell me what to look for.
Well, the circuit boards, the memory, the CPUs, they all have to be separated.
Mm-hmm.
The
like you, I've got the time, so.
Circuit boards are. Depends where you go. I can give you a list of what you expect for prices. My place is a lot cheaper.
Are you saying you can get like $10 or $15 for some of that stuff, like a circuit board or something, or one of those things that was in there? Oh, the memory, definitely, right? Because they don't make that old style anymore. Is that the deal?
It all depends. If you got a large socket motherboard, that's $3.25 a pound. I'm going off this one place. Your prices may differ. This place specifies in buying computer stuff. Let's see what our gold fingered RAM is $14 a pound.
Yeah, I got 2 RAM chips. I got 2 little leaves.
Yeah, there's. Depends what the processor is. They all go for different weights. Like a slot processor, $11 a pound. I brought in a pound of those today because somebody gave me a whole bunch. So that was a nice little thing. That's why I brought some stuff in today because I wanted to get rid of all the computer stuff. Sorted, if you can sort CPU chips, then you can get like some of them are $130 a pound, all the way down to $450 a pound. If you go to boardsort.com, they'll give you the prices.
Hey, G-Webs, are you still there?
Yeah, I just read all the definitive information on the Chris Kyle Ventura controversies, and I have all the answers.
You should follow that link and at least read the organization structure of Detachment Delta. It's pretty interesting. It talks about where they draw and who they operate under and all that stuff. It looks like it's all Army for the most part.
Well, they're, like I say, the special ops takes the best, or not the best, but they take people from. So yeah, these guys are all Green Berets, but they're not anymore either. They're also different.
Actually, it says here that from this general that was basically the I don't know what to call him, but this general says they get like 70% of their recruits from the 75th Ranger Regiment.
Well, as most intake comes from the Special Forces groups with a sizable but significantly smaller portion from the 75th Rangers. The 75th Rangers are not standard Rangers either, though. Those are the
best of the best.
Well, they're different. I don't want to call them best of the best. Delta Force is counterterrorism. Counterterrorism is its separate thing than counterinsurgency or guerrilla warfare. So they are Green Berets. They know how to operate in a group of 12, as opposed to just differently than Rangers who'd operate in a different sized attachment and with different type of goals. But they're both tasked with counterinsurgency or with counterterrorism. So that's a whole different thing. Anyway, but yeah.
Actually,
I've never just been that. Anyway, I don't know anybody in Delta. I've never known Delta stuff, so I've just never personally gotten into Delta as much as people I know.
I met a few at Fort Bragg here and there. Like you'd meet guys like that. The guys with the freaking ridiculous. You'd see them in uniform and they'd have the tabs for days. I've never seen. You see guys with so many freaking tabs. It's ridiculous. But yeah, no. It's interesting, the organization structure. I didn't know. I know, but I do know. It just doesn't say here, which kind of bugs me. Is they have actually recruited from there are SEALs that have become Delta.
Yep.
But it doesn't say anything about that here, which is kind of a rip-off.
Well, because once they get over there, it's different. And like I say, I don't think we really even know everything that goes on over there. Did Quark just kill us, or did he leave it running? Because it looks like he left. Now we're off air.
What's up, Marco?
Were you guys being mean to Quark and now he shut down the lobby?
Shit, I just did 90 miles an hour on a major DC street in the cop right along.
Were you open carrying when you did that?
Oh, there he
is. No,
is.
because they passed the state today.
Oh, so they did. So more day.
So check this out. So I came with my cop friend to come do a ride along, right? And around 4 o'clock, I went to my gun shop.
Are you arrested right now?
No. I tried to get a 10-round mag, and they fucking passed the stay like 2 hours before I bought the 10-round mag. So thank God, because it saved me like $30. But listen, my server's cutting out, so I'm going to try to jump in later when I'm in a better part of town.
Who'd want to buy a 10-round mag?
What Marco's saying is what I have not in the chat.
So, I read Wikipedia, which has everything in there. If you go to the Jesse Ventura Wikipedia page, it tells you everything. So, basically, first off, it's interesting that Ventura has sued a whole bunch of people all the time. That's his hobby or something. But he's gotten an $800,000 verdict. He's gotten all kinds of verdicts. And I guess he's all tinfoil hat now. So that must be his thing to sue people or whatever. So I guess what happened was, and this is written in the book, and I've heard people who've read the book tell me this, but this is a better synopsis of it or whatever. So Kyle was in California at the time, and Ventura was there giving a speech to the Buds class, and they were sitting in a bar, and I guess Ventura was being a dick, saying how the war was a bad thing and this and that. So Kyle goes over and says to him something to the effect of, hey, want to keep it down? There's family of stuff of the SEALs here, and you're just being a jerk. And then Ventura said something to the effect of the SEALs deserve to lose a few guys, and then he punched Ventura. At least that's how he describes it in the book. So Kyle repeated his claims in a later interview. So this all came out on a talk show, a radio show, that Ventura had already been on a year or two earlier and ended up suing the guy who was on this radio show. So basically, he's on a radio show, or excuse me, Chris Kyle's on a radio show with a guy who Ventura already doesn't like, and then talks shit about him, and Ventura's sue happy. So I think that's where it all came from. I don't think he just decided, hey, I'm going to go sue a SEAL. Now, on the other hand, I'm not going to be able to defend him continuing the lawsuit after the guy dies. That's kind of undefendable in my mind.
Suing the guy's family.
Well, it's his estate or whatever. And I guess, I don't know how much money the book made. I mean, if the book made $47 million, I don't know, maybe $2 million ain't that big a deal. But on the other hand, I don't see anything in here that Ventura is planning on giving that money to somebody or something like that. It's just his way to sue people, it looks like.
I doubt books. I doubt a book would make that much money. I mean, let's be honest. In today's society, you know, people don't really read that much.
Not unless it becomes like a movie or something.
Yeah, then it'll be, that book will be worth some money.
I think they are making it into a movie.
Oh, good.
Hopefully, she can make
So
some
it's
money
Or
off
one of his books is going to be.
$500,000 for defamation and $1.3 million for unlawful enrichment, whatever that means.
They made money off the claim that
Oh.
he, you know, the claim.
That's probably it. Yeah.
What pistol? What 1911 is that, by the way? On your thing, G-Webs?
I don't know. Dan was asking about it earlier, or the holster. I don't know. I think it's a Springfield TRP, isn't it?
I've never seen the dust cover like that.
It says operator, so it's probably a Springfield operator. I don't know if it's a mod. I thought at first it was modified, but it don't look modified. I don't know. It's 1911.
All right.
Hard to say.
Jesse Ventura killed our chat. I'm gonna get sued.
Well, that's true. We probably are going to get sued.
I don't know. Have you ever seen that Jesse Ventura's show when it was on?
No.
That shit was crazy.
I thought he was supposed to be cool because he was like a governor and stuff, and he was, well,
He's a conspiracy nut.
Well, I thought so too before I saw that TV show.
I mean, I like my tinfoil hats and all, but holy moly.
it does say something in this Wikipedia article about how he has some, I forget where it says it now because it's a big long one here, but somewhere in there it says he refused to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance anymore. Instead, he turns and raises his fist. So he's definitely gone anti-U.S. after all this.
And he's also said, though, about that show. I mean, it's just entertainment. I mean, it's like any other reality show. Just defending. Just entertainment.
Shit, Bob's back.
Oh,
Make it private. Make it private.
Bob's back.
Yeah, he's over in the chat.
Hey, y'all, can you hear me now?
Unfortunately, yes.
All right.
Brought your Red Wings with you.
Yep. You notice that, eh?
Bob's the Red Band trailer.
Yeah. You know, I got my Blue Wings, too, eh?
Does that have anything to do with Blue Waffles?
No, it's with police women.
Oh, God.
I thought it was a Mount Me reference.
No.
Is that a gray wing?
No, the Mounties here wear blue unless they're wearing the red surge, so yeah. I met one at a drag race one time, and she kept saying, "I think I know you from somewhere." And well, no, she didn't have that accent, but I just added that for fun. And I said, "No, heck no, I don't. Wait a minute. Didn't I date you in grade 9? You were easy." And then she got really embarrassed. Turned out later I actually did, and she actually was.
It's nothing worse than a Mountie when they're on their red search.
There you go. Then they're really mean. Yep. Yeah, the Mounties have had it pretty rough the last few years. They've lost a lot of guys. They've lost a lot of people, not just guys. Yep.
Tell me Canada's going to hell in a handbag?
Hell no. We're still like really low, as far as crime goes. But
You're low. They're just dying off like flies.
No, it's just the only thing is like when it's out west, when they get into a shootout with people out west, the Mounties always come out on the short end of the stick.
What does that tell you about their training?
Too many guns.
No, it actually just means that the guys out in the west know how to shoot, and they got rifles.
It's called wait for backup.
Just need to take everybody's guns away from them.
It
saves just one Mountie.
No shit, man. There was one guy took out, I think, 6 Mounties. There was another guy took out 3, and he was using a lever action 30-30.
Wow.
I'm assuming
those are better than lever actions.
Levers.
Levers are better than levers.
Is that what you wash your face with?
You're so
Lever 2000.
Get out.
Now with more aluminium.
Aluminium.
Put another shrimp on the barbie.
It's Australia.
That's Australian, dumbass.
I know.
I thought you were confused for a moment.
That's part of the fun.
We're the British colony that didn't get all the criminals.
Part of the funny.
Oh, I beg to differ. I live next to Canada-ish.
Canada-ish?
I don't live next to Canada. As soon as I said that, I'm like, well, I'm like 400 miles away. But
I'm only 100 miles away. Believe me, I know them well.
Yeah. I used to live like 42 miles from the border.
I've seen the TV show Trailer Park Boys. I'm an expert on Canada now.
You know what? That's like trailer parks, but it's like trailer parks everywhere. They have trailer parks in Europe like that. They have trailer parks in the States, in Mexico, everywhere. It's just,
dude, our trailer parks don't look nearly that cool. Are you kidding me?
Really? Oh, man, we have trailer parks that look exactly like that.
That looks like fun.
I used to live in one. It was called Grass River Drive.
Yeah, Bob, the reason why our trailer parks don't look like your trailer parks is they've been knocked over and destroyed by tornadoes.
Oh, yeah. Well, see, we don't get that many tornadoes. Although we are smart. We always put the trailer parks on the outskirts of the city. That way the tornado never hits
the tornado away.
Yeah.
They had tornadoes just hit Massachusetts, hit Boston, Massachusetts. We had tornadoes yesterday.
Or people start driving in their city and like, this place is a shithole, and they turn around and leave.
Yeah.
Well, down in the Caribbean, like when every time a hurricane would come through, it actually would clean up the island a little bit. Seriously, it's like, wow, this place looked good. Yeah, the hurricane came through and swept all the garbage off the island.
There's no garbage on the streets? Well, no, that's because we had a hurricane, yeah.
It's just out in that garbage island, that floating garbage island, right? What is that, between Hawaii and California or something?
Something like that, yeah. There's a whole, like, huge piece of the ocean that's like a big toilet, and it goes around in a circle, and it's all full of plastic.
Yeah.
You still there, Dano?
Yeah.
Still want to know what that 1911 is?
It's ugly.
Actually, I asked about the holster, but sure.
Oh, okay, never mind. Sorry. I thought you were asking.
Oh, never mind. Fuck you then.
Yeah, no, I was curious. It's
Well, you that's a 1911 anyway.
Put a scope on that rail for crying out loud.
I know, that rail's...
I love that 1911.
I'm going to say this, 1911s are so 20th century.
those modern guns are so high tech. I just love them.
You're just mad because you can't have a handgun.
Or give them
No,
something.
they now say they've got my paperwork. Now it's just a matter of them getting to it. Apparently, they've been flooded with requests for firearm licenses lately. It's like, duh.
Using that one.
Bob can't wait to buy his Chinese pistol.
Oh, you know what? I'm really torn. I don't know whether I want to buy that or want to buy a Ruger. Those Ruger Vaqueros. I mean, who doesn't love a cowboy gun? Being able to go click, click, boom.
What caliber?
Oh, it'd have to be 357 because it's just more common.
Yeah.
It's not even a cowboy caliber.
Well, yeah, and it's the prepper in me says it's got to be something that it's likely that somebody else is going to have.
You're not being authentic then if you want a cowboy gun.
Well, 38 Special was actually at the very end of the cowboy era was available.
No, there were equivalents. There was a 38. I can't remember what caliber it is. I'm not a cowboy.
Well, there's 38 Smith & Wesson. There's 38 Long Colt. There's all kinds of 38s, but apparently the Special was available right at the end of the cowboy time, so it is considered authentic.
And what year do you consider to be the end?
1900.
1911.
Right about his 12th birthday.
According to the documentary The Wild Bunch, it was 1912, 1913. What movie?
Well, there was like gunfighters in the West that were using Mauser broom handles. I mean, or at least bad guys.
I don't
if you
know.
call them gunfighters. You read the book by Elmer Keith. Elmer Keith wrote a book all about it, and he was actually involved in a gunfight, and that was in 1910 or something when he was 15.
Yeah, The Wild Bunch takes place in 1913.
The bad guy with the Luger or whatever, wasn't that Three Amigos?
Mauser broom handle? No, it was also a Clint Eastwood movie where a guy had a Mauser broom handle.
So did Han Solo.
Well, I mean, if you had the money, wouldn't you want a gun that held 18 rounds and fired full auto?
Okay, wait, they didn't all fucking hold 18 rounds, and they didn't all fire full auto.
No, but the one that they had in the Clint Eastwood movie did.
Okay, well. Oh, I know which movie you're talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah, the guy it had a stock on it, didn't it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the holster was actually the stock. It was a wooden holster that turned into the stock.
Yeah, it's.
Which movie was that?
I'm looking at it. I'm looking for it right now.
Because I know there was a few dollars more or something. That guy had a revolver with a stock.
It's a later one, and it's like he's got like 3.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Clint Eastwood's got this like long, like almost sniper rifle type thing. But I can't think of the name of that.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, it has scope and everything.
C96. Here's the.
But I bought a trailer. Yay! And you know what? My trailer has a ball on the back bumper, so you can tow a boat behind it. Because we're allowed to do that here.
It doesn't have a shitter though. That's the problem.
No, it does. It has a bathroom, everything.
Just hang your ass out the back window while you're going down the road.
No, it's got a whole it's got a whole holding tank, the whole 9 yards. It's like reasonably modern. Which coming from I think my wife corrected me tonight and said it's only been 17 years we've been tenting. Every summer we go and spend 2 weeks up north at this lake that my buddy likes to fish at because it's got giant trout in it. And yeah, I fish there too, and it's been a blast. But yeah, it's like every year. But he's always had a trailer, and I've always been like, no, I'm good in my tent. But I'm getting old. I want a furnace.
I could just see Bob sometime over the winter down there in Arizona, standing out by the curb, pumping his tank into the sewer, be like, "Shitter's full."
Yep.
The nice thing is this
instead of lighting up the cigar, Bob doesn't light up the cigar. He lights up the smoke.
And when you go to the trailer parks down there, you just hook your hose up to the sewer system, and they have a sewer system in the trailer park. It's fucking golden, man. I'm gonna go down there to either Apache Junction or what the hell is it? Apache Junction and what's the other place in Arizona everybody goes to?
Nobody goes to Arizona.
Bob,
Nobody goes to Arizona.
I lost it, man. It's somewhere there anyway. My parents used to go
Tombstone?
there. No.
I've been to Apache Junction.
It was somewhere by Phoenix. Mesa, Arizona, and Apache Junction. My parents used to go to both those places.
Mesa.
Yeah.
Your pronunciation.
They love them.
Kicked out.
I mean, you get in the trailer park. There's a whole bunch of other people from Canada down there. It's like, oh, let's go to the flea market.
Let's go to the Mesa.
It's just a hoot.
Where is it, Tim Horton?
Let him keep saying it that way. They'll send him to New Mexico.
I've been to
I
Mexico.
live in Arizona, and I know how to pronounce it.
Yeah.
And I live in Illinois.
Mesa? What?
Mesa.
Mesa. Oh, that
No,
sounds
it's
weird.
Mesa.
That's like New Orleans. Like
It's
I used
Mesa.
to say New Orleans,
Yeah,
and
Mesa.
when I went down there, people corrected me and said, no, it's New Orleans.
Bob,
Oh, okay.
we won't try to freaking pronounce
Yeah,
your stupid
definitely not
Canadian
Mesa.
cities. Don't try to pronounce ours, all right?
Be
Yeah.
two
It's
S's.
Wisconsin.
Okay, well, you just tell me what Regina looks like.
Well,
That's the
Well,
capital of
I
my
don't want to
province.
know what you're
Imagine a
going
ravioli with a split in the middle, and then
Oh, God.
Imagine a taco,
no, there's
No,
5
no.
kinds of Regina.
no.
lots of
There's
tomatoes.
the floating ravioli. There's the messed up suitcase. No, the
See, we have
Oh,
Saskatoon.
the best one is the Ziploc bag.
Ugh.
Saskatoon. That's
Then
where I
let's see-
live.
Oh,
right?
and then there's the blossoming flower.
We actually have berries named after us. We have Saskatoon berries. They're kind of like a blueberry, but they're not.
Oh, God.
Come on,
Oh, yeah, no, they're
berries are
right?
what we in America call dingleberries.
No, they're called Saskatoon berries, and they're world famous, and they're imported all over the world because nothing else tastes like them, and they are really good. No, not Regina is not,
I love the fact that G-Webs unmuted himself just to laugh at you and then muted himself back.
I was going to say something, but that was so ridiculous that it came out.
What was ridiculous?
What, the concept that you think that the rest of the world knows where Saskatoon is.
Or cares.
They
Well,
barely remember where Canada is. They're like, I vaguely remember
You
seeing
do
that.
realize, like, Saskatoon's the center of the universe, right? We've actually got mathematicians at the university that proved it.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Oh,
Started self-medicating.
I'm not kidding.
Already.
Well,
Does
maybe
your,
it was
does
Toronto,
your
but-
university look like Trailer Park Boys also? Because
Oh no,
Well, I'm going to
really
say
old,
this.
really
When
old
those
and
scientists-
staid.
All right, when the scientists were
best
doing
part-
all
the best-
doing
yeah,
all
the
the
best part of going
figuring
to
out,
my
they were
university-
drunk.
The best part of my going to university or to this university was every year they had a Lady Godiva ride, and they would hire a girl to ride a horse throughout the campus naked.
oh my
And one
God.
year they hired Bob.
No, they never hired me. No, I went and saw every one that I.
No, they had the
when
they
I was
had
going
the
to
town-
university, of course. I wouldn't go there if I wasn't going to university.
They had the
but, yeah.
town woman ride the town horse through the university.
Oh please, man, we got a cyclotron, yeah.
I think it was his
We're
TLI.
on the cutting edge of nuclear.
That's, robotic.
Is that the thing you go to the fair and like the gravity like sucks you to the
That's
back
a
of it while it spins around?
gravitron.
No, it's a Schwinn bicycle done to look like a Tron bike.
The gravitron.
Cyclotron. Oh, look it up. I'll do a Yankee. Look it up.
Because of the center of the universe, they have a special gravity there in Canada.
Nice.
And by the way,
God,
the
it keeps you there.
Cyclotron was what Bob's trying to say. Cyclotron. That's just a prequel to Tron the movie.
No, it's not. It accelerates particles.
Center of the universe. That explains the
smashes
berry.
them together and makes all kinds of scientific stuff.
It attracts all the sweetest berries to that part of the world.
You know, it's true. We do have the best berries here.
Oh.
Hey, Bob, what do your dingleberries taste like?
I've never tasted them. I've actually never even wanted.
We really didn't need to go.
I've never talked to anyone who actually wanted to know what they tasted like. That's kind of weird.
It tastes like shit, I hear.
I would think, yeah.
Well, we had to go there.
Oh,
Tastes like poutine and
So
Molson.
when I read that link there, it
Hands
looked
up,
like
wasn't
they
me.
take Delta out of, they recruit them from Special Forces. That means after 55 to 90 weeks of training, they pick those guys. 240 Green Berets go in, and 12 to 24 come out. Delta Force operators get another 50 weeks of training, and that has to do with like ultimate marksmanship, like inside of an airplane, target recognition, all the stuff they did on the movie with Chuck Norris kind of stuff, except that instead of being Chuck Norris, it's like guys that have already had 90 weeks of training and then are there for another 50 weeks. But they're definitely counterterrorism, so it's all about like getting stuff from the FAA and from CIA, like actual training on all the different hostage negotiations, where the secret, hidey holes are in airplanes, knowing all about the inside outs of airplanes, knowing how to immediately set up a perimeter around a building with hostages, dealing with hostages. It says they have a special section of training from the CIA that's, need to know. So it's, it's above and beyond. The Green Berets are kind of, still with uniforms, but, come from the roots of the CIA. It sounds like Delta goes into fast acquisition, close quarters, firearms training, to the extreme, plus way more delving into the CIA stuff. So they get all those dirty little secrets to take care of business. So,
and I just gotta say something that Daniel said in there. Daniel,
like
you spoke of the devil.
From.
Yeah. Daniel spoke of the devil before we went live, so it's all his fault.
Devil? What are you talking about?
What?
Oh, he's talking about Bob.
Thanks for interrupting my thing about the Delta Force, so we could bring up whatever the hell.
I'm over the Delta
I was
Force.
coughing. I didn't even hear it anyway. Just repeat it,
Guys that
G-Webs, and that'd be good.
years of their lives to taking care of business, but it's all right. We'll just take it.
I think it's fucking fascinating.
Let's all take that for granted.
I don't. God damn it.
I mean, that's the same with our JS2 guys. I mean, they do basically the same thing your guys do.
Exactly the same.
There we go.
Except that it's in maple trees.
What mortar round shot over the Canadian border?
I hope he's still talking.
Right in the poutine.
He doesn't know he's muted yet.
I
He's
hope
still
so.
talking.
No,
Every
it's
time-
right in the Regina. Get it right.
Has Bob and Ed been in a chat together yet?
Oh my god.
Oh God.
I didn't even think about that. Please
I
do
think
not.
they were, because I think they were the night Stone guy was in there, and like it was a couple nights after the Mosen story.
That sounds like a terrible and awesome idea.
And for those of you on the internet that are curious about that, just put in the search terms "the Mosen story."
Is it really?
Yep.
Come up.
It's the title.
Yep.
Yeah, that was in the title of it.
The Mosen story.
Under
I
video.
think that might make a chat that would
Oh my god.
perhaps
It does
crack
come-
space and time and cause the end of everything.
That's amazing. Oh my
Well, they
goodness.
can take that chat and map it mathematically and figure out where the
It's the center of the
eventual end
universe.
of the internet will be. Oh yeah, that could be. No, Bob was. Well, Bob was in it.
I think he was. Maybe not. I don't know.
I love the fact the screen cap for Quark's after chat is the two cats boning. That's so-
Yeah.
Angrily, it looked like cat rape.
Yeah. By the way, just in case anybody that hosts chats didn't realize it, you can actually unmute a person. That they muted themselves.
Nice.
In fact, the Mosen story, those exact words, the very first hit on YouTube is that chat.
Nice.
Nice.
Yeah.
Number one result.
You don't know what I know.
Oh
Go ahead.
God, you just don't.
Oh my God! It is
All
two
I heard
cats.
is Stone Guy. You don't know what I know. You don't know me. Whatever.
I don't think I can handle any more of that.
Stone Guy was saying you don't know what I know? To who?
That's all I just heard from whoever's playing it.
Somebody's playing an old cat.
Stone Guy didn't know that they made a 223 version of an AK, huh? It's a little interesting.
Sadly, you had to name that the Quark After Chat.
I know. The video that's about is the 5th or the 6th video down too, and the 8th video down.
You're famous now, Quark.
Yeah, I wasn't in the most in chat.
Yeah, I'm gonna say this. I've always been famous.
So what's going on? Oh, we haven't had an update in the
you're all
last
mine,
couple days,
yeah.
have we?
Do we
There
really-
hasn't been anything going on.
Does it matter?
An update.
So, G-Webs, if I come down, do you take me to the range?
Sure, when are you coming down here?
I don't know. Should be this winter.
They keep saying that, man.
Darn, he's
You
going to
realize,
Canada.
you realize
Freaking-
Bob, like,
Yeah.
that's
I gotta
My
come down.
calendar goes a little bit more refined than 4 seasons.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah.
Well,
you know,
Bob,
you realize
if we're
Bob,
here, yeah.
I'll tell you the date when I get down, or I'll tell you
G-Webs.
the date at some time in the future when I figure out exactly when.
Bob can't tell you because his sun's down and his sundial won't work in the dark. So
I'm thinking sometime in February, right? Sometime in February, because January, the wife wants me around for New Year's and all that crap.
So you're
Wait,
coming up without
your
her.
wife's not going with you?
Oh hell no, she likes her job.
Oh.
That's
Unfortunately, our scientists spent more time on calendars than they did on figuring out Saskatoon was the center of the universe.
Maybe that's the problem with our calendars.
What, you're just gonna take your camper down there, Bob, and just camp out somewhere? Or?
That's what they call a vacation,
I'll
Bob.
go- yeah, there's all
Get out
kinds
of
of
town for like a few weeks every winter.
yeah.
It almost
He's
helps
gonna
you get.
stay with good guy with a gun.
campsite down there.
I'm gonna get you a
kind of,
timeshare there.
Yeah, he's staying with
I'll get you a deal.
Oh yeah, you'll find a spot.
Snowbirds.
I'll get
Yeah,
you a
the snowbird.
condo.
There's all kinds of campgrounds down there.
He's
Well, the
already
problem
got
is
a
in the
room.
winter is when people come here, to
Yeah,
Yeah,
true.
that's-
Yeah.
see the winter. So get your plans before, especially if 6
Yeah,
months
especially
you up.
February. In February, that's like mid to late February, and into March is all school, high school, and college break. But if you go in late January or mid-January, I mean,
Yeah.
I could literally get
We'll
you a
all be at
condo.
SHOT Show, though.
I can get you a condo for like $400 for a week.
Why would I want a condo if I can take
I
my
wonder
trip
how much I
and have all
can
my
make
guns
if
in
I
it?
threaten to bring
Well,
Bob
a trailer
to SHOT
costs
Show.
$50 a day to
Charge
park
$50
nowadays.
person to not bring him to SHOT Show.
Oh
Yeah, but I have
my
my
god, that's such a great money-making opportunity there,
If I get to
G-Webs.
$50,000, I won't take Bob to SHOT Show.
Start a Kickstarter to not take Bob the Shot Show.
The whole thing is with the camper, I can
Be
bring.
like, go for gun. Every time everybody does a
Right.
video at SHOT Show, it'll be like at some point they go, go for gun. What's with all these go for guns?
Awesome.
Damn it, man! You guys don't even have that many gophers.
More plastic.
Isn't anybody more motivated to maybe go to NRA show, or still SHOT? Still, what you guys?
Everybody in their right mind should go to NRA show. SHOT Show is not what you'd want.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I mean, I almost might consider doing the NRA
Where's next
show.
NRA? Salt Lake or St. Louis?
Is it?
I think I don't know.
Is-
For some reason I'm thinking
is the NRA show?
It was Indiana last time, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
What's the? I mean, not. I'm not sure.
It's a consumer show, and you can actually buy shit there.
So the,
No.
No, but they
It
will.
is
It's for
a-
the consumer.
It is the NRA meeting and expositions. So it's an exposition for manufacturers and, basically manufacturers to show off their wares. So they'll bring the exact same display that they bring to SHOT Show, except that, and you don't buy anything from those displays. They're all tethered in. They just show you their product line. And then, like, they'll show you the product line, but then have some sort of a whatever 10 by whatever display set up to illustrate whatever technical stuff they're showing you, like why our trigger's better or why this is revolutionary or whatever, you know. So they're going to have all their marketing materials there.
But they
and
want
then they might hit
public there.
They want it is for the public, yeah. But those, keep in mind that every manufacturer of note that can afford to do it basically is got this display, this trade show setup, booth, and they ship that around. There's military shows for each branch of the military. There's special operations shows. There's police shows all around the country throughout the year. There's specialized industry shows like SHOT or like the Blade Show or others. There's shows for sporting goods stores. There's shows for surplus stores. There's shows for law enforcement supply. So something like Benchmade has probably got an entire crew of people whose job is to do marketing and travel around constantly. So those booths are probably always in a truck moving somewhere, and the people probably fly back and forth to their home base. But I'll bet you they travel each month, if not more than that, to go to a show for a week or a weekend at a time. So yeah, when in that, that's their job to do that, and each company has somebody driving around doing that. NRA show is like the unique one because that's just regular people. They're end users coming up and bullshitting, and there's nothing else to distract them. They're just there to talk to you. And for them, it's like a day off because they don't have to make any money. They don't have to do any crazy business. They don't have to network. All they're doing is bullshitting about their product, and most of them love their product, so it's win-win-win. And it's NRA, so it's free, and you're supporting, the whole thing because, the anti-gunners look at that, and they can't stand the fact that a whole bunch of regular people show up at this thing and non-violently talk about recreationally shooting.
I like it too because it's a
much better together.
SHOT, so you got all the info from SHOT, and then you can go there and talk to them about
and more companies, either because they couldn't get it ready for SHOT, for the rollout. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure that's happened, but also just because there's no advantage to giving something out for SHOT. That just used to be the way it was done. There's no reason to put stuff out for SHOT. So if they put something out as like a new product at NRA, then way more people are going to immediately see it. All their end users are going to immediately see it. So the cool thing about when they bring out some for NRA, it's usually like at the stores ready to be sold, and then, hey, here it is, and now sell it tomorrow. So it's not like SHOT where you see it and then 8 months later it might be on the shelves.
The prototype, it's like a car show. This is what we're capable of doing. We're not doing it, but
don't they do like displays too with like historic firearms and whatnot at the NRA show, or is it just?
Well, the NRA show is a consumer, regular shooter, community based, as opposed to industry based. So yeah, there's, I want to say 25% of the floor space is devoted to nonprofits. So the ones I like are the Glock Collectors Club, which is a thing, and the Thompson Collectors Club. They have like every single Thompson in a massive, cool display. I did a video of it in 2010. There's a group of guys from the South that collect all the cool round fist guns and crazy brass knuckle guns and weird looking things that gamblers and regular people used to carry around. And there's a cannon club where they refurbish and shoot old cannons. Anyway, all these people have 25% of the floor space, so they don't have to. I don't think they have to pay. And again, and there's the miniatures. Those guys are awesome. I talk to them every single time, where they make the tiny little versions of working guns and stuff.
That's cool.
Oh, nice.
And these are just totally people that are completely passionate about whatever it is, and they do shove it over to the side, I guess. Which what are they going to do? They shove it to the side. But as long as you walk over there, all the hunting things are there too. I don't pay as much attention to that, but every facet of hunting, of course, is covered. So much more informative show. Plus, you're going to the NRA meetings and you're hanging out with a bunch of people, as opposed to go to SHOT Show. Sometimes it's cops or people that are just in the industry and have no interest in bullshitting because they're there to do business. So you talk to somebody in the aisle. I'm not going to say people are unfriendly. It's just that everybody's there with an agenda. They're doing something. They got business to do. So it's a different type of environment than when you go to NRA. You can just stand anywhere and just start talking to anybody because everybody's just there having a great time. I guess it's different between being a swap meet and being in an emergency room.
They did have that, I know what you're saying about that historic gun thing. There was a little separate, almost gun show with historic guns that Iraq Veteran was at with Hosh.
That's different.
that was at SHOT Show. That was off property.
No, that was different. That's the longest running gun show in the country, and that just happens to take place at the same time in Las Vegas as SHOT Show, but it's always in Las Vegas. SHOT Show is historically not always in Las Vegas.
Right.
So that just happens to be one of the biggest, oldest gun shows in the country. And yeah, Eric and Haas did a video there. I did not do a video there because I asked and they said don't take video here, so I didn't. So, but yeah, I was there too. So that is one of the better gun shows I've been to in a long, long time. But it's also a different kind of gun show than a regular gun show. I don't know if you could tell from looking at the videos, but that they took. There wasn't no beef jerky at that show. There was no Indian jewelry. If there was Indian jewelry, it's like this is the Indian jewelry that this gun shot the Indian with. Or
yeah, so. total no BS, historic. This is the value. This is,
very. Oh, and the things were cheap as hell. But yeah, they were not always, but
Eric
it was
bought a couple
affordable stuff. Yeah, there was a neat show.
Wow, I want to go to that.
Totally different than SHOT Show, and I wouldn't go to that show unless you're hardcore into guns, because most people are going to be bored unless you're really into guns, because it's just such a crazy variety. But if you're into like weird, just the awesomeness of guns, then that show's awesome. Also, Huck would like it because it's like half knife show.
Oh yeah.
Now Blade Show has some commerce happening. You definitely can pick up.
That's different. Yeah.
Blades there. You can buy a lot of stuff at Blade Show.
I've actually been to that one.
But you have to go to Georgia, and that's the disadvantage.
Yeah.
I was
you probably get raped.
G-Webs, you're talking about the one that you gave me the catalog for?
Yeah, took all them pictures.
Yeah, I was showing that to my brother. We used to do that one back in the 90s, 80s, 90s. My dad would set up and sell knives there, and my parents would do their thing there. So I've actually been there before.
Before people used to get raped doing it.
What?
What?
No, he's talking about the Vegas one, not the Georgia one.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
I got mugged in Vegas once.
I am so confused. I went to rape.
I walked all through New Orleans at like 4 in the morning, and nobody ever bothered me. I can't figure that out.
Because you look like a homeless guy.
You looked homeless.
No, actually, no. I had my good leather jacket on, jeans.
Beard hanging down to your waist.
Pushing a shopping cart.
No.
Okay, Huck, go ahead and tell us about your about your story and get mugged.
Don't be mean to Bob.
Nano, you're an ass.
I like
At least I'm not an asshole.
If this was in another portion of the world, the missiles would be being lobbed.
At least I'm not an ass hat.
So.
Thought about that, but he didn't quite qualify.
Way to bring Israel into the conversation. Whoever said that.
There's really no story, Dano. I was walking through the RV park at Circus. They have like an RV park attached to the casino, and this was maybe 98, 99, and I was like, I don't know, 12, 15, something like that. You guys do the math. But I just kind of got tackled from the right rear, kind of side back area, and knocked out when I hit the ground. Woke up and everything I had on me was gone, watch and hat and everything except for my pants and my shirt.
I was going to say,
the belts were around your ankles and above your
pants.
My pants were kind of tugged down. My pants were kind of tugged down, but I'm pretty sure it's because they were pulling my boots off and shit. Like.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure as long as your pants aren't pulled off.
I was sort of walking around for a few days, but.
I tell you, if I woke up and my butthole hurt, I wouldn't be afraid to tell you guys. I'd tell you, but it would be a better story. I mean, it'd be a much more,
I feel so much closer.
Well, I don't know if it'd be a better story.
So, did they take your boots?
Yeah, they took my. They were just like surplus boots. They were regular height and everything. They weren't big expensive boots, but they were nice black boots, and I always keep my boots polished so they look new.
Who takes the time to unlace somebody's boots one at a time to steal their boots?
That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure they were like fighting them and tugging them off and like pulling me around and dragging me around because I had scratches on me on my back.
And they were dragging you around, or they were tugging them off. Ugh.
I had scratches on my back, and that I landed on my front, like forward. My forehead hit the ground, so I'm assuming they were when they were pulling my boots off. I was being dragged around the concrete a little bit. It's about 2:00 in the morning. I was kind of sneaking around, trying to get to the pool and stuff, and messing around.
Yeah, that didn't work out.
Before I got the shit kicked out of me a couple times, I fancied myself a ninja, and it turned out I wasn't. So
Yeah, I did the same kind of thing, except I finally went and took training and realized that, oh, I don't need to fight.
I got my ass handed to me and then went and got the training. I was like, oh, time to go.
Oh, yeah, about the same thing I did. Then realized once I got the training, there's so many ways to avoid this shit. Chris, what did you get? A cowboy gun. You son of a bitch.
Next time he comes up, I'm going to take a tracing and we're going to do a Western holster for it.
I thought you were saving up for something else.
Not going to make some grips for it?
Here's what I was saving up for something else.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that is nice. What caliber?
This week.
7.
Oh, nice. Oh, you son of a bitch. You beat me to it.
You gonna let Bob shoot
I
you out
just
in
read
Greenland?
what you wrote in the side chat. I almost beat myself. That's funny.
Magic lever gun with it.
Just now finally read that?
Yeah, I got a nice, you know, I got a matching.
Yeah, he's got a lever gun I want too, eh? Except I want mine blued because I'm not like fancy like him.
I'd rather have stainless or nickel than just for the.
No, actually, blued. I love blued. I love the way it looks. I love the way it feels.
I love them
easy
too.
to fix.
Harder to.
I love raining.
This is a very comfortable gun, but I just found out something about it. It's you have to zero this gun. Basically, you have to shoot it, and then little by little, you have to file down the front sight until you get it perfect.
Oh yeah.
I was shooting really low when I was shooting it for the first time. So and then it's like, why are you shooting? Unless I shoot it one-handed, but then I'm flipping up, so it's you know it's self-correct. It's correcting itself. So I thought, oh, it's made.
Right now?
Huh?
Looks
Yeah, it's
loaded
loaded.
right there.
It is loaded, but it's in a safe. It's on safe. Just a safety on this.
Just super glue it, Chris.
Is there safety on it?
What kind of
Yeah.
revolver has a safety?
You should have the safety on, dude. Otherwise, it
I'll
could
show
go
you.
off spontaneously.
It's a
That's
cowboy
alright,
safety.
you don't have to fiddle with the safety.
He's talking about the cowboy safety.
Is it a heritage?
Yeah, it's a cowboy safety. Hold on, let me show you here.
I only heard 4.
You know, and
Okay.
the cowboy is safety. It's not in the cylinder.
Okay, this is like the
$10
the
bill.
hammer is
for yourself.
the hammer is in you know protruding right now. So if you just slightly, that's safe.
That's half cock.
That's half cock.
No,
It's not safe.
this is half cock. This is half cock.
It doesn't have a transfer bar, it just has a fixed bearing pin?
I would not
Yeah.
leave that on a fucking loaded
No way.
chamber, man.
He doesn't.
You leave it on
Okay,
empty cylinder?
Yeah,
Let
he's got a $100 bill in there.
Alright.
Let me re-demonstrate that. Okay. Okay. I looked it up. I went to the website and it drops a form of a drop safety. Okay.
Oh, nice.
I don't know if you can see it, but in there the hammer is protruding. That's dangerous right there because that's not drop safe. Now, pull it back a tad, and it's on drop safe. The hammer is no longer protruding.
No.
This hammer is you know, if it hits, it's not going to go anywhere.
Can you actually have you
The
tried
cylinder-
hitting
and the cylinder
the
is
hammer?
locked. Huh?
Have you tried hitting the
Why would I do that?
You
hammer?
want to hit that with a hammer.
Yeah, it's a good way to break your gun.
Yeah.
Well, I'm
break
just
my
saying
gun.
you want to test whether it's good or not.
Hey, Chris, did you see over on the side?
What you rather ought to do,
I'm
Bob,
just
to test your hand.
kidding.
Did you see over on the
That's
side?
all.
Huck is willing to adapt that to take Glock sights for you.
I'm totally
Oh,
putting a Glock sight on my PAP.
Oh,
That is
okay.
a fantastic idea.
Yeah, that is.
Cool.
I'm pissed that someone else thought of that instead of me.
I just
Okay.
can't figure it out.
So okay, so this is in drop safe right now. This is half cock, or this is free to rotate, and this is full cock. Okay, so it is unsafe. It's drop safe.
Okay. Yeah. It's a nice looking gun though. It's really cool. You got the combination. Couldn't you get a stainless steel one?
No, I couldn't find any.
It would have matched your rifle.
I couldn't find it, so it's okay. I just needed, you know, it has the purpose I need it for. So.
Oh yeah, I mean you've got two of the same caliber. I mean it's perfect. That would be great for urban environments or all kinds of environments.
Woods mostly.
Lever action's as good as an assault rifle.
Yeah, but you're loading it slow. They're both slow loading.
Yeah, you have so many chances during a firefight to reload. You fire 4 rounds. You always see the guys, they fire 4 or 5 rounds, they duck back, then they pop back up, fire 4 or 5 rounds. Well, if you had a lever, you could go, you duck back, you put a couple of rounds into it, and right? Constant reloads. Same thing you do with a shotgun.
Do you get all your training off of TV?
I was about to say something.
The thing about that bothers me is that the Canadian is the only one in here that pronounces lever properly.
Oh, see? You should have been here earlier. They're all making
I know
fun
how to
of me
say
for
lever.
saying that.
Yeah, I can say lever.
That's because you're Canadian in disguise, Yankee.
Yeah, he says leverage too when he's explaining that.
Hey, what can we say, man?
Yeah.
You get leverage with a
Do you guys catch a great new show on television called Leverage?
Leverage.
We know how to speak English.
Yeah, we speak English. Go to England and ask them how it's pronounced.
And how do you pronounce what? Yeah, I gotta ask Yankee, how do you pronounce what soda cans are made out of?
What?
The material soda cans are made out of. What are they made out of?
I don't say aluminium, but actually aluminum used to be spelled aluminium, so.
Aluminium.
Aluminum.
They say aluminium, but it used to actually be spelled aluminium.
Yeah.
If you look up in the old Webster's Dictionary, they used to have 2 different spellings of it.
Well, that's because you guys always fuck things up, man.
And how do you pronounce when you just see the letter Z? Do you pronounce it Z or do you say Z?
Okay, and how do you pronounce the word flag, Cork?
Flag.
That's one of my favorite accent things ever. It's a bag, flag.
I never noticed that.
What?
Is that Wisconsin-ish?
What?
I don't know.
Flag.
My niece does it too, and she was raised in Arizona.
Well, in southern Wisconsin, they don't talk like that.
It's a flag,
Hey,
like a
flag.
bag. Flag.
You say
Like a
either
bag.
or neither or either.
It must be a northern Wisconsin
I
thing.
say either.
They don't talk like that down south.
Did
Unless I'm
any
saying either or, then I say either or.
Either.
Well,
did
either
any of you
or neither.
guys have to go to reception before you went into for your unit or your basic class got together?
Basic
Your
training.
kid?
I was in reception station for 7 weeks.
Yeah, I was a long one too. So I remember sitting around having a similar conversation where we're all like, because we're all little kids, right? Most of us never, well, I had, but most of the guys had never been away from home before. It's like the first time they're doing anything. And then it was like, what do you call sody pop? Oh, what do you call a grinder?
Yeah, we call them hoagies, not grinders.
We'd literally sit around for like an entire day just
heroes.
going, there's so many different things that we say differently all across.
I found out you can't get maple bars anywhere, but
you don't
have maple bars in the rest of the country.
Later,
Bob. I remember moving up there for basic training and then talking to people and be like, what do you mean you can't get cocoa wheats in New York? They didn't sell cocoa wheats out of the South. You couldn't used to get them here. I used to have to go to Walmart to get cocoa wheats. It was the only place that carried cocoa wheats, but now I can mail order them.
No idea what cocoa wheats are.
It's like cream of wheat. Chocolate
Oh, okay, yeah. I know it.
Chocolate flavored cream of wheat.
Cocoa wheat.
Chocolate mush?
They used to Frosted Cocoa Puffs. Now they're just Cocoa Puffs. They're not frosted anymore. They
frosted out because it made them sound healthier if they took the word frosted out.
Exactly. My sister
Well,
wrote.
that's just cereal, right? When you
Yeah.
put milk on it, it's cereal.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you're
Yeah,
talking
that's
about
not
oatmeal, except with finer granules. With
It's like
chocolate
finer
in it.
granules. Cream of wheat and cocoa wheat is a chocolate version. And boy, the thing is, you
I
can't
never even thought about putting chocolate in it. Like hot chocolate?
like a cocoa chocolate. It's like
Yeah,
chocolate.
mix a cocoa packet. It's delicious.
Don't you end up with just chocolate grits at that point?
Yeah.
Kind of like chocolate.
Sounds
See, I
pretty good.
like it salty sweet. Like when I make my cream of wheat or my cocoa wheats, I put salt in it so that it's kind of got a salty taste, but then I put sugar in it too, so it's a salty sweet. So you get the salt at first and then the sweet.
Yeah, I always do farina with same thing, a little bit of salt, a little bit of milk, a little bit of cocoa or chocolate, and
Now
then
you guys made me
slap of
hungry
butter.
for cream of wheat.
That reminds me of that.
It's interesting though. I'd never even heard of that or seen it on the menu or anything. So that's the first time I've even heard of it.
Cocoa wheats are awesome. You should try cocoa wheat.
But you're saying you could just buy that as a product at the store?
Yeah, it's called cocoa wheat.
Well, it's depending on where you are.
It's like you couldn't get Dale sauce up here either. I have to mail order Dale sauce. I got a carton of it over here. I have to buy it by the dozen package. Dozen.
What
bottles.
is?
Yeah, what is
I
that?
never heard of that. What is that?
Steak sauce? It's for cooking like fish and chicken and steak and. It's basically.
Yeah,
it's
not getting too hungry.
soy sauce. It's basically soy sauce with a lot of garlic powder, salt, onion powder, some other spices.
It's like a Chinese fish sauce, but it's not really fish sauce. It's just
Ralph is saying that hard cocoa wheat is the best. What does that mean?
Hard
cooking it?
I'm surprised you didn't get that.
I don't get it. What does it mean?
I don't get it either.
Hard cocoa wheat.
Like a boner, I guess, because it says hard.
Those cocoa wheat usually.
It's reaching.
I don't even know if you didn't quite reach it either. Is what I was saying.
What comes off the coca plant there, G-Webs?
Oh, I see. Cocaine. Crack.
Not cocoa wheat, it's cocoa.
Okay,
I'm really reaching there now.
Missed it by that much.
Missed it by an A.
That much.
Okay.
Hey, at least two of us got it there.
No, just two of you.
Never say that, I could even bartending for you, that cream to cocoa, but it's like cacao. You always want to, some wacky name. It's like just cream to cocoa. Frozen mudslides with strawberry. That's very good, by the way. If you like mudslides, frozen mudslides, if you put like the frozen strawberries that are in sugar in there, it's delicious.
Mudslides is in Kahlua?
Yeah, Kahlua, Bailey's. Yeah, Kahlua, Bailey's, and a little bit of vodka.
I was
Yeah.
afraid I was going to have a mudslide problem this weekend because I got really thirsty on our hike on Mount St. Helens and I drank from the streams. So.
Ooh, yeah, that definitely would get you flowing.
Why would that bother you? I would think Mount St. Helens good to go.
Yeah, it's good to go. That's what I told everyone in our group. I'm like, it's good to go. It's crystal clear water running fast through basalt. I mean, it's,
Yeah, right.
Well, it's coming out of, like, basically, is there a glacier up on top of it?
There's glacier, and it's coming from glacier water filtered through a mountain and then running fast over lots of basalt and
Now, Wyoming had issues because Salt Lake City has a lot of mining, and there was acid rain issues in certain parts of the air. But you guys don't have mining and industrial shit ruining anything, do you?
It was some of the best water I've tasted in a long time. I mean, it was crystal clear, ice cold. I mean, it was fast running, so it was really good water, actually. I finally got people to drink it. Like half of them drank it because we all ran out of water at the bottom of the mountain down at the lake. And I'm like, fuck, I ain't walking back up that hill without drinking some water. So I drank from the stream.
Yeah, just gotta watch out for rotting Yeti carcasses
Gotta make sure
upstream.
yourself
Those are all
checked out.
downstream.
That's where the life straw.
Yeah, no Yetis in Washington.
The problem with crystal clear water is that everything dangerous is invisible. It's so small you can't see it.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, but that's...
You know what?
Portable for now.
All you gotta
These
do
lens would have taken care of the situation.
in our lovely modern world, all you have to do is make sure if you get sick, you go to the doctor instead of just taking Tylenol.
Exactly.
they can fix pretty
Oh,
much
and,
anything.
and actually, they say waterborne
Just because we got free
illness.
Obamacare, everybody's gonna go to the hospital.
And
get
the
free things with that water.
waterborne illness will actually take a couple of days to really start affecting you. So if you need it, you should just drink it.
See, there's one of the falls, so you can see it's fast running water over, crystal clear, fast running water over rock. So
How long were you gone, like on the hike, and how much water did you have each before you ran out?
we were only on the hike for like 2 hours, and we probably wouldn't run out of water if Sombra hadn't to give most of the water to the damn dogs.
Yeah, well, yeah, they need to carry their own
Yeah,
water.
they're probably okay for drinking on the stream.
Yeah, right.
That's what I said. I was like, there's a stream right here, and you're feeding the dogs bottled water.
Yankee, next time take a life straw with you.
There's no need to.
Yeah, you know what? I got that little Berkey sport bottle, so it's just like a little squeeze bottle, but it's good for like 300 fill-ups of any water.
This is the shit it's filtering through. I mean, that's how it's big, thick, Rocky Mountain stuff.
Yeah,
So
just by his location, he's probably safe. I mean, being on Mount St. Helens and everything.
In a couple of weeks, we'll hear about Yankee's parasitic infection.
I pooped a 30-foot long worm.
Volcano
Yankee,
the mountain right
A
there.
couple decades after a volcano
There's
erupts.
the lake down below
This
it.
is what it looks like.
Yankee's gonna be featured in the show. Yankee's gonna be featured in the show Monsters Inside of Me.
Yeah, right.
So that's your new camera? Sounds like the videos. You liking the video?
Oh yeah, it does awesome video. I mean, like
5 or oh no, that's the HTC. Yeah.
I was gonna get one of those new phones, but Chris wouldn't let me. Yell at me.
Yeah, only you get it, Yank. Yeah, making Webb's wait.
I have to wait till the 17th of August.
No. Well, see, you don't have a 4-line contract with them where you're paying $415 a month.
Pay $185.
All right, if you want to lose $415 a month over 2 months on a phone, go ahead.
10 years.
Yep. 3 more weeks, 3 more weeks. And
I'm liking the video camera. I mean, I don't know how well you can tell it on, just looking at it on the camera, but it's crystal clear and the
If you've ever
sound is
wondered what it
good.
looks like after a volcano
Yeah, you can hear
erupts,
it.
or at least a couple decades after a volcano erupts.
Oh, it looks great.
That's really cool looking, dude.
We are up at the lake up at Mount St. Helens.
Bigger.
There, gather some ash.
I got some.
My son got some of the basalt rocks, stuff like that. He picked up some rocks.
If you gather some ash, I'll send you some free bullets or something for it. Or some trade bullets for it or
Next
something.
time up, I'll get you some ash. There's
Easy.
lots of it. It's not like it's hard to
You
get.
get him some ass? Oh, so what?
Yeah, that's what
Mount St. Helens ash is one of those materials that I like to include into the knives. My dad always included them into the knives. Like I have pieces of the Berlin Wall that we got that we put in the knives every once in a while.
I just saw a big fucking section of that today. Like a big ass section of it, like graffiti, like
Nice.
Sven was here and like,
Are you sure?
Are you sure that didn't come out of New York?
Yeah, somebody just spray painted a bunch of walls, broke apart. It's like $50 for a piece of the Berlin Wall. Hey, carve out some more. We got some.
They were selling concrete on the street corners in New York.
Yep.
$5 a chunk is just broken concrete they got from down the street.
Yep.
Okay,
This one, the Berlin Wall.
hey Huck, if you have a shopping list of like materials you want around this area, I can get it for you. If there's like specific like.
I have some. One of them is gold, and the other one is silver, and the other one is
Any
platinum.
platinum you run across, I'll be in.
Never mind.
You'll get you some if you do the song, G-Webs.
Song.
Yeah, I do have certain things that I look for.
Silver and... Remember the song? Remember he throws the pick up in the air and he licks it? Nothing.
What?
From Rudolph.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
Well, sadly, all I can say from around here, if you want some great sand that they use when they're drilling oil for part of the slurry that they pump down there, sand comes from a sand pit quarter mile from me.
I got back from camping and everyone's like, what do you think of the DC ruling? What do you think of the DC ruling? And I'm like, what fucking DC ruling? I've been gone for 4.5 days. I didn't see anything. I didn't even know there
was a video about it.
2 days of constitutional carry.
I didn't even know there was a case pending, much less there was a ruling. So I had to look it all up today.
So what's with this stay? It's just let's not jump the gun. They're gonna try to appeal it, so it's just 90 days.
They're not going to get an appeal. Stays are normal after this stuff, and both sides agreed to the 90 days. So it's just try to write laws to govern how they allow carry, just like how Chicago had that.
So it definitely had to put it on the front burner for them then now to take care of it.
Yeah, because nobody they can turn around and they're not going to get an appeal because the Supreme Court's going to turn it down.
Yep.
They're not going to get an appeal. So,
well, in my chat on Saturday, we had Sean from Florida Carry, and then the lawyer
Ed,
and they were talking about that. Eric, thank you. They were talking about that, and Sean had put a thing that the police department's just gonna decide to grant a few permits to certain people, and then use that as part of their argument. See, we granted permits to a few people.
That doesn't work. That ruling specific states it has to be available to all people.
Yeah, they can't. They can't sidestep it.
They can't do just cause.
They can't sidestep it now. Which is good, obviously.
So what they're gonna do? They're gonna make a law that says you can now carry with your permit. Police are not allowed to shoot the carriers unless they say he's coming right for us.
Yeah.
Well, what they can do though is they can make a law basically where it would be so hard for.
Nope, they can't. That's the thing. They can't. Just like Illinois couldn't. They can't. They've already been told you cannot deny people the right to carry in one fashion or another. So they cannot write a law that still denies people the right to carry. They have to write a law.
I'm just saying, there's nothing that schedules the fee base or anything else, so they can price it on the.
Fine, they can try to put a fee on it if they want, but there's already precedents too that say substantial fees constitute a burden, so they would still lose on those grounds too.
And class time, it's going to be hard for people to find free time. Like in Illinois, 16 hours of class time.
Illinois tried to do the same thing, and their lawyers told them it'll cost us hundreds of millions or tens of millions of dollars, and we will lose because we cannot place a substantial burden. That is the law.
No, I understand that part, but they can still do basically what Illinois did, which had stopped a few people from getting their carry because they priced it out. They priced it and timed it where people were not able to do that.
It's not that expensive in Illinois to get a carry permit.
$150, but 16 hours of class time is
not that expensive. No.
Yeah, I've got a friend who's trying to find a course where he can break it up over 2 weekends, and nobody's willing to do that because he can't get 2 straight days off from work to be able to do this.
Wow, that just sounds like he's got a shitty job.
He's a cook, so yes, he's got a shitty job.
But then you do get to the stage where, I believe that everyone should have the right to carry a gun. I don't believe in training courses, period. So.
Well, me either.
I mean, I would believe in them if I thought they did anything, but I don't see any substantially higher.
16 hours. What do you learn? Is it all safety?
The way I look at it is in 4 hours, 8 hours, or 16 hours, you do not teach responsible people anything because they're already responsible, and you don't change the habits of irresponsible people in that short period of time either. So it's not going to do anything, and my reasoning for saying it doesn't do anything is because if you look at the accident rates in states that have strict training requirements and compare them to the accident rates in states that have no training requirements, there's no statistical difference. And in fact, often the states like where I'm from, in Washington, where we have absolutely zero training requirements, we have lower accidents per capita rates with firearms than states that have high training requirements. So obviously,
and an 8 or 16-hour class, you're typically going to have safety is only going to be maybe like a quarter of it, maybe not even like an hour of a 16-hour course, or maybe 2 hours of a 16-hour course, an hour of an 8-hour course. You're going to have familiarization, so they go over all kinds of guns because they have time to do it. So basic NRA kind of stuff that comes from the basic NRA training, basically. Then you have laws. Most of it is laws.
Okay.
And you'll have a certain amount of scenarios, so question answer type of scenario, what would you do if kind of things, which will reinforce the laws. And with a typical class size between 12 and 20 people, 16 hours seems like a hell of a lot of time. It is a lot of time, but when there's questions and stuff, you got lunch breaks in there, and then you add range time, so there's travel to the range, you get to count that. And, again, running 12 to 20 people through a target at 5 yards and 10 yards, at least for Arizona, it takes a certain amount of time. So 16 hours was incredibly long. 8 hours was long. And now that we don't have any, I agree with Yankee 100%, but no, it's not just all safety. It's mostly when and where and laws.
I can tell you going through my life.
I don't agree with mandatory training. I like taking the training courses. I mean, I like going in, talking about the laws, etc., because you never know when a law might change.
Yeah, I literally made, 3,000 or so videos that encourage people to take a class every year or more. And I would never petition for mandatory training ever.
I was going to say, I knew everything in my class except for one thing, which was a change in the law. And so I took my class. It was 4 hours. I knew what they were going to talk about. And one thing like, oh, really? I didn't know that. So it's worth taking the class. But it's, Wisconsin's 4-hour class if you take one specifically, or hunter safety class. But dang, it's easy enough. I prefer no class period, but hell, getting that one law that was changed that I didn't know was changed was awesome. Where are the cricket sound effects? There we go, Hawk.
What's that new showcase thing on the left? You guys have that?
I got tagged.
I don't know. Every time you click on it, it just says
nothing established or something.
Yeah. No, this item, no featured items yet. Check back again later. How do we feature items?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
It looks like a phone, I think, or is it supposed to be a price tag?
They look like like label tags, or I don't
Maybe
know.
like it looks like a dessert menu at like a chain restaurant. You know how they have them sitting on the table?
Yeah, right.
I think I'm gonna have this pie today.
So did I guess Ventura got his money from the?
Yep, $1.8 million from the
And when you're
wife.
And in the situation that he was in the trial, his position of suing, he had a very high legal bar he had to get across to prove it never happened. The very fact that he proved it never happened in the eyes of the jury with that high bar means that
5-2 in his favor.
Yeah, so obviously,
Wow.
and like I said, I saw like 5 different people testify that it never happened, that were credible. And the one person that was saying it did happen was another person that was not even there. So I believe him. I believe it didn't happen. And so I do believe he deserves the money. People are asking me right now in my comment section, what are your thoughts on the Jesse Ventura settlement? I think he deserves the money.
Is that the way you're going to do it, though?
Huh?
Is that the way you're coming down, though?
The way I'm coming down?
I mean, you're leaving it there that he deserves the money. That
He deserves it. The guy defamed him. The guy lied. So he deserves the money. The guy made money off telling a lie about this guy that damaged this guy's character. So I don't care. You can say he's a Navy SEAL. I don't care. You still don't get it.
To his widow?
You don't get to be. Yeah, it's his estate. It's his estate. That money that she got came from his defamation of this person. This person is still entitled to sue that estate. So that is the law. And it's a very
I
high
hear you.
bar that you have to clear to be able to do it. And he cleared that bar. So he did the almost undoable by proving that he was deserving of this defamation.
I think this, though, is all about honor. I mean, I don't disagree with you because obviously 5-2, like I agree with you just the way you worded it, that means that in the eyes of his peers or whatever, it was 100%, well, pretty close to being obvious that it didn't happen. That said, it's all about honor. The guy is worrying about his honor And since the guy died in the midst of it, I guess I don't have a problem when the guy's alive writing a book about you.
Well,
Then
but
yeah,
here's-
I'm going to sue the guy. But when he dies in the middle of it, all I'm saying is, unless that Jesse Ventura guy's seriously like struggling for money, I think it's a douche move to just take the money. I think if you donated it to something or whatever, he'd
love to
look better
see
in the
that.
eyes.
I would love to see him donate to charity or something, but I still think he has the right to get the money.
But no, I agree with you.
Because it is about honor, and the guy that told the lie has no honor. Now, I know people love to say, "Oh, Navy SEALs." I've never seen a Navy SEAL lie. I worked CID. I've seen Navy SEAls rape, murder, steal. So yes, they do. They do lie. So they're human beings. So I agree that he deserves it. I would love to see him turn around and give that to foster children or something good.
We were just talking about it earlier, so I looked at the Wikipedia. I never really paid attention to the guy other than he was in Predator, and then a governor. But he sued the TSA, and then he sued somebody else. He got $800,000 for whatever the other lawsuit is towards the top of Wikipedia, and then they talk about him suing TSA, and then he went on that radio show, or whatever the radio show is, where the guy who's dead, who wrote the book, Chris Kyle, whenever that guy said something about, whenever this came to a head, it was because on a radio show. And a year before, Ventura was on that same guy's radio show, and he either sued him or got in a big fight with that guy too. So it's basically, Ventura sounds like a guy who, one of his hobbies is going around suing people for everything. Unless he seriously gets shafted so often that he feels he needs to.
I've seen 3 lawsuits he was involved in, and in a career as long as his and as storied as his, that's really not much.
Well, I don't know, but I'm just saying it's more than I've ever thought about. So
Yeah, we're not public people being,
till now, I still say any of you motherfuckers talk bad about me, I am suing you for $1.8 million.
Exactly. Well, I wish I could sue somebody for money every time they talk bad about me. I'd make a fortune.
I was about to say, it's like,
Thanks,
yeah,
Clark.
That's what I'm going to start doing for people who talk shit about me in my comment section. I'm going to say, you have defamed me, you have damaged my credibility on YouTube, and I am suing you.
libel, since it's technically printed.
Yeah, libel.
So you can do a video on it?
Oh, on the Jesse Ventura thing? I don't know if it rates a video.
Really quickly, have you guys seen that?
I want to piss people off this week. I'd probably do a Israel video more than I would anything else.
Oh yeah, you can piss off a lot of people, especially evangelicals, who we're trying to encourage that.
Yeah, well, I'm pro Israel, so I probably wouldn't.
Yeah, hard not to be.
Yeah. But the thing is,
the guy today who was like, "Oh, but the Israelis, they didn't come back till the 30s and the 40s, and the state didn't even become a state till the 50s." And I'm like, so they were also the indigenous people that were there until the 7th century when the Arabs brutally slaughtered them and chased them away. So I was like, they are still the indigenous people. That'd be like me saying Native Americans have no right to live in America.
Then
What
I
did
can
you
also
ask us, Chris?
no. Then I can also ask.
I didn't hear the first one I was reading. What was the first one?
Oh, the first one I was gonna say is somebody. There's this video of from the what do they call this? Not Mothers Against Guns. Every Town against gun violence. It's about this boyfriend who broke into his girlfriend's house and took the child and shot the girl. The lady was on 911 calling for help. Yeah, and the lady was like, "Do you have a restraining order against him? We'll get there as soon as possible. Just don't let him in." It was like he wasn't helping, and then he shoots the girlfriend, takes the child, and then there's a message: stop gun violence against women. And then I look at this like, I think you bastards just shot yourselves in the foot there, because the lady was on 911, and the police aren't helping her. So you can tell her, don't have guns. The police can't help you, but we gotta stop gun violence. So he would not have gone to try to break in the house if he didn't have a gun. Bullshit. Because I've seen scenarios like that where the guy came in unarmed, just spontaneously, and just beat the living shit out of the girl and killed her. And then they're saying, well, if he didn't have a gun, then he wouldn't have been able to hurt her. No, bullshit. So that video pretty much pissed me off. Did you guys see that video?
No, I saw every town was running commercials apparently on my videos the past couple of days.
Oh yeah, here.
I thought you were talking about Palestine a second ago, though.
No, we kind of diverged into that.
No, we were talking about different things. I just said I'm pro. I said if I wanted to piss people off, I would just do a video on my opinions of Israel and Palestine.
Yeah, that's what he was saying. Then I know after that though I did say that a lot of evangelicals support Israel, but for the reasons of, well, if we support Israel, then we can encourage Armageddon and Jesus will come back.
Well, a lot of them support Israel because they don't want to support the Muslims. I support Israel because I think Israel's right.
Oh no. But then of course I can also put the argument that, I'm pro-Canaanite because technically Jews stole the lands from the Canaanites, but that's a much older story. So you know what? That happens everywhere. So I really can't blame them.
The Jews stole the land from the who?
From the original inhabitants when they came out of Egypt. There were already people there. They decided if you read the Old
Jewish
Testament,
people come from then? Are they Egyptian?
they were all over the land, and then what they were all the origins are kind of unclear on that because they ended up in Egypt. But according to them, they were never really in Palestine until they got out of Egypt. So I need to read up on that. But they were never historically, they were never been to Canaan. Canaan was a promised land by Moses.
And technically, it's all their fault because when they went in there, they were told, "You go in there and you kill everything," and they didn't do it.
God says, "Kill everybody and take over the land." But you know what though?
That's in the Bible?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
After Moses?
Oh yeah.
So after Moses, they had to wander for 40 years or whatever, and then they were like, now go take Palestine and kill everybody?
Well, yeah, but at the time it was Canaan. Yeah, but yeah. But basically,
so Canaan is something different?
Canaan is Palestine. Canaan was the old name for Palestine.
I don't think I've ever heard of Canaan. Oh, okay.
Yeah, the land of Canaan was Palestine.
Like Istanbul is now Constantinople, or vice versa.
Gotcha.
Dun 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 dun.
I was gonna sing. But yeah, that's the original story. Of course, people are glossing over that, but I understand. But yeah,
I look at it as the modern day event is there are two different people sitting side by side. One of those people is taking aid that they are supposed to be using to build schools and provide food, etc., and building tunnels into another neighboring area with it. They're not building those tunnels to deliver flowers, so that's a negative right there. One people are using missiles to defend their people, and the other are using people to defend their missiles. And the other side, one side actually has in their charter for their government, that's stating that their goal is that someday the trees and the rocks will cry out, "Here's a Jew, come kill them." So it's not hard to take their side.
What about the Jewish people going into the Palestine and just like squatting on it and slowly taking it over?
Good. Do you remember what happened in the 1940s, right?
Yeah.
1950s.
Yeah.
What about the idea that they should have given them a piece of Germany? I'd heard that somewhere on Facebook today.
Yeah, that's a joke. That's only because I'm saying that's because like the big, that fifth migration that came back to where the Jews came back to Israel. A lot of them were Germans because they were fleeing Nazi Germany. So they're like, well, we got to get a piece of Germany. Well, Germany doesn't have any stake in it. There's no reason they should get a piece of Germany. I think it's the fifth migration, wasn't it, when they came from Germany?
Those tunnels are not for fighting. They're for delivering pizzas in 30 minutes or less without traffic.
Yeah, and I don't mind Israel because you got to remember Israel. Even people like to say it's a Jewish state, but it's actually a secular government.
Yep.
Well, plus there's more than just Jewish people living there, right?
Oh yeah, there's lots of.
A lot of people.
In fact, and you got to remember in the Jewish faith, like the true Jewish faith in Israel, you can be an atheist and still be Jewish. As long as you observe the customs, the traditions, they don't care if you believe in God. You can say, I don't believe in God. You can still be Jewish as long as you observe the faith, observe the customs.
Yeah, there's a Christian population there.
Oh yeah,
There's
there's
population,
major.
Muslim population. Yeah.
The thing is, the thing is, if you know, unfortunately, in the hardcore Muslim states, if you're an atheist, you're pretty much done for.
Also kill you for being Jewish.
Are there non-hardcore Muslim states?
Oh yeah.
Iraq.
Not
Iraq.
many.
No, Iraq, dude.
yeah.
Iraq is being freaking taken over right now as we speak.
Well, yeah, that's why they're fighting there, because it's not hardcore enough. There are actually people there who are, you know, Christians. Even during Saddam Hussein's time, there were a lot of not hardline Muslims.
All the Christians left. They've fled because they're being killed by the.
There's some Achaeans still there.
There's like the United Arab Emirates. There's a lot of smaller countries that are not as hardline as.
Oh, okay, that's true.
Like Dubai.
Dubai.
Because Dubai only cares, you know, Dubai is mostly a commerce. It's like, we just happen to be Muslim, but we care more about money. But yeah, yeah, that's the thing. I mean, I don't know. Their view is Western view, of course, is I'm very more for towards freedom of religion. In a modern sense, in the way, let God punish the guilty. I mean, I know not a lot of people believe in God, but I'm a little bit more like, hey, you know, if you believe in a God, let Him handle it. But in Muslim, it says no, God can't do anything. We have to punish people for we need to punish people for God, and that's the thing. It's like, you know, you believe in God so much, and yet you don't let Him do anything. You do everything for Him. In terms of punishment, so what are you? And so basically, they have no tolerance.
Yeah, it's a mess.
And that's what bugs me about that faith. Is they have absolutely no tolerance.
But let's face it, hardline anything is bad. I mean, like
there
were those Amish people, those hardline Amish people that were like terrorizing other Amish people. You know, it's hardline anything is bad.
Oh, it is definitely, yeah.
Especially
I just don't have any place for religion, period. I just don't have any need for it.
I like that the fact there's religion in the world, because it gives something for people that feel like they need it. That gives them something. I think.
I actually think if we didn't have religion, people would find something better for themselves instead of using religion as crutch to justify.
I don't know, but
shortcomings.
I have to agree to disagree on that one. So
I think religion can do a lot of good things for people. I think it does a lot of beautiful things.
It's not required. Morality wasn't a creation of religion.
Right.
You know, morality existed before religion, so there's no reason to say morality would be just as strong without it. So.
Well, you can come over to the Buddhist temple a block away from my house and tell them they're all full of shit. I'm not going to. I think they're cool. They're like great neighbors. So.
Yeah, it's a fun. What will Buddhists tell you about the Supreme Being?
I don't know.
They don't have one.
They don't tell me anything. They're just nice neighbors.
Buddhists are go for the philosophy, not the being. That's there is a saying that says, "What if you saw the Buddha in flesh? You'd kill him," because they don't want to do it that way. They don't want to. They don't want to. He doesn't. They don't want to see him as a being. They want to see him as a symbol, a person that they want to. They want to emulate and reach the same goals he has. Is to basically.
He's the moral of the story, not the story itself.
Exactly. So I admire him for that. For that.
Damn, I missed something right there. What did you guys just say right there? The moral, not the story himself. What was that?
Buddha.
Buddha. In the Buddhist religion, if there is a saying, if you saw the Buddha back from the back into the flesh, come back to the flesh, what would you do? You would kill him because I forgot what exactly, but because you need to get you look to him for his ideas, not for him.
Yeah.
They do not. People say they think Buddha. Oh, what do you think Buddha is a god? Buddha is not a freaking god. You don't understand shit. That's why I get pissed off when people criticize Buddhism and they think they're worshiping an idol. He's not an idol. He's an idea.
Buddhists are just.
I talked over you. What'd you say they were?
I said Buddhists are just Asian hippies without all the free love.
There you go.
That's one way of putting it really terribly.
So I just watched that link that Ralph put in the chat in the external. Anybody watch that one?
No.
From
Which one?
EOX. It says it explains the war in Gaza in 3 minutes. It's from a place called VOX. I don't know if that's a news source or something.
I guess you could try, but I don't think you'd be able to. That'd be like the Cliff Notes version.
Dude, I don't see one
Do you
side
guys
being
know
right
Dennis
now.
Prager?
Fighting between
The radio show guy?
No.
Oh, he does a radio show anyway. He does one where he says it's like, I can sum it up in 2 minutes. So I've seen a few of these, like, sum it up. This one particularly just sums up the actual Gaza situation that we're having right now. Not like the whole war in the Middle East type of thing.
Go ahead and give us the Cliff Notes.
I don't know. I'm not that savvy on it, but I just was impressed that since the ground troops or whatever, because I just remember the ground troops because that was just the other day, that the Palestinian numbers have gone up quite a bit. So I didn't realize. I didn't know it was a lot of numbers on both sides. I thought they were just winging bombs back and forth. What's the deal with that the Gaza Strip the Gaza is the place where they gave
Zone.
back to Egypt or whatever?
No, that's the Sinai.
Oh, okay, so the Gaza Strip is just that little tiny strip on the coast.
Buffer
Why do
zone.
they want that so much?
It's like
I
a
don't
buffer.
think just for the
Basically, you're not
principle.
getting through here to come and blow us up.
What do you
but,
mean, the Palestinians saying that?
No, it's the Israelis. That's why they.
I'm saying, why do the Palestinians even want to stay? I would think, why not just go to somewhere else? And
Well, a lot of people there don't have any place else to go, for one. But two, here's the thing I feel sorry for. I feel sorry for a lot of the Palestinian people that don't want it to be this way, but don't have no say in whether it's this way. I know
they're
people
poor or whatever and have to live it.
I know a lot of people will say, well, Hamas was elected. I was like, yeah, but I guarantee you right now the vast majority of the people in the country didn't vote for Hamas.
Well, fucking Obama was elected.
If they did, they did so under duress. Because if you talk bad about Hamas, you disappear. So it's like they're just poor people trying to live and they don't have a say in who runs their government. Because we can all understand tyrannical governments. So I feel sorry for the man and the woman and their children that get stuck between these two warring nations. But Hamas is still the bad guys.
Now, would it be possible for me to go with some money, go to the airport, and get a ticket, and somehow get to the Gaza Strip and walk around? Or would that be, like, I wouldn't be able to?
It wouldn't be smart.
Bloomberg did it, didn't he?
Yeah, you could do it. It wouldn't be smart.
Well, I understand it wouldn't be practical or smart or anything. I'm just wondering if there's, like, laws against it, or if there's, like...
No, it's not like Syria or fucking, I don't know, North Korea.
Like, I couldn't fly to Iraq or whatever
It's like
and
Cuba.
visit,
We
right?
can't go there, but we can go to Canada.
Right. You can go to Iraq?
You can fly to Iraq. Business
Yeah,
people fly to Iraq all
I
the time.
thought with sanctions or whatever, you can't go to places
Now, we
like that.
can't fly to, like, Cuba.
Cuba,
Right.
North Korea,
Maybe
Iran.
not much soon.
Oh, I'm saying Iraq, but I guess I mean Iran.
Iran, no. Yeah, Iran, you could, yeah. It's not like Iran. It's not like North Korea. It's not like Cuba.
Yeah.
The only
You can
my
go
only
to
problem-
Pakistan, though, right? There's no such
Oh
thing.
yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's timeshare in Pakistan.
It's like when I was going on a cruise we were
Yeah.
going on a cruise last year, and I
Oh, wait,
can't.
is the Taj Mahal in Pakistan? No, it's in India.
Yeah, we were going on a cruise last year, or actually it was 2 years ago, and I canceled it because it was 3 years ago, because we'd only had the kids for like 2 years. And I canceled the cruise because we had to fly into Turkey and go from Turkey down to Greece. And I was like, nope, I'm not going to Turkey with the kids. So you could fly in over there, you just may not want to be there.
Was Turkey bad?
Turkey's a pretty rough area. Not very friendly to Americans either. Even though they're our allies, they're not very friendly.
Did you ever see
You know where I want to go now is Spain. I saw a show about Spain. It looks pretty cool.
Spain's nice.
Yeah. Spain was taking over for a while because Italy had got so expensive. People were starting to go to Spain.
Well, and
You know,
Spain's like,
there's a lot of jerks in Italy.
well, Spain's like Europe with good weather.
Well, it's just misunderstood.
And more fascist.
I got a quarter Italian in me. I'm just saying. I just wouldn't want to go. I'd rather go to Spain. It looks like they're more laid back.
I hope he bought you dinner first.
Spain's
Well, aren't they hurt? No, I think Spain's kind of financially hurting, aren't they?
Oh yeah.
They're all.
Oh, I don't know. I think all those countries Well, no, not all of them, but
Well, wasn't
the ones that were on this
Greece,
show.
Greece, Spain, all those countries or not all those countries in the area. They're not all in the same area, but a lot of countries in that area are hurting. Even Italy was having a really rough time.
Like really bad.
Of course, I love the way they try to portray it. Like some of the places in our media, they try to portray it like, well, the reason they're having a hard time is because they pay their workers too much, and their workers are lazy.
Oh no, not in Spain.
That doesn't even account for 2% of their
In
debt.
Spain, they have a siesta,
They're having
right?
such money problems is because their banks did the same shit our banks did through our banks and threw away all their money and stole all their money.
So when you guys were stationed over in the desert over there, do they go on? Do you get to go to like Italy and Greece and stuff on vacation or on break? What do they call it? On leave?
I was in Kuwait. I didn't do anything.
I mean, are there planes and stuff? If you got the money, you could.
If you have the leave, you can. But
because I knew guys when I was in, it was like people were stationed in Germany and stuff, and then every time they were like a weekend, they're like in another damn country doing something cool.
Yeah, you gotta remember, in Germany, you can get on the train and in like a day.
No, they bought cars. Because the guys leaving would sell the cars to the guys getting there, and they had like Mustangs and stuff, and they could drive on the Autobahn. I'm like,
But over there, you got to remember, going from one country to the other is like being in Texas and deciding
yeah,
to go to Arizona.
with like a 200-mile-an-hour Autobahn, and they all had like Porsches and stuff, and they're like, oh yeah, now I'm in England. Like, oh yeah, now I'm in this Italy. You know?
yeah, it's not quite like that.
Oh, okay.
I mean, if you have leave, I like you can take leave and go somewhere else if you, but I mean, usually if you guys just want to go home if they get leave.
Yeah, but it is like that. Well, I don't know why you're saying it's not like that, because I knew lots of my fellow officers, they traveled a lot when they had leave.
Yeah, you guys are off.
Because a lot of people go military because they want to see the world. They don't want to keep coming home.
Man,
Do you
that's
get
what
to come home for free though?
At first, I will have to say that I didn't come home at first, because it's a long way to come home, where you can just get on a train and go somewhere in Europe. But I got to where I didn't like to travel much, because I hate fucking Europe.
There's not a lot of running trains in the Middle East, so there's not a lot of paved roads. And
No, and I just hate Europe, though. But I mean, even when I was in Europe, I hated it because I just don't like. It's just a culture shock a little bit. I mean, not nearly as much as the Middle East, but it's just still a little bit of a culture shock when you go rent a hotel room and you're basically either shitting in a pot or going into a bathroom that you share with 20 other people on the floor. And I don't like that. It's like when you go to Korea for the first time and you have to
squat toilets.
And all these like people in whatever country are like, one of those damn Americans always go to our bathroom. Don't they know the bathroom is like on the other side of the closet?
I remember the first time I saw a squat toilet. I really had to wrap my mind around what I was looking at. I couldn't.
The squat toilet
Talking
was
about the hole in the floor kind of toilet.
Yeah, just dealing with the little porcelain hole in the floor was bad enough. You're like, that's disgusting. But the other thing that makes it worse is there's no walls around them.
Well, what do you do? Like play like hot potato with the shit and try and get it in there or something, or
all over the hole.
The kimchi.
You grow up knowing how to aim, I guess.
Well, that's sometimes that's.
But thank God for thank God when I got over there.
How do you use the 3 seashells?
Thank God when I went over there, they had like they had alternating toilets even in the middle of cities in Daegu. When I went to the into the town, I go to the like when I watch a movie theater, every stall is a regular Western style and the crouching.
Some places they are, but in a lot of
up north, not up
Why
north, dude. Up north,
I was thinking I was in the south, so I was in the
If
south.
you go to Hong Kong, it's like every sign
The
is.
Philippines are normal.
It's like when you go to Hong Kong,
Oh, yeah,
every
we
sign
have-
has an English translation on it because half the people there are English, so it's nice there because everything is kind of European and there's English on everything, so that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
And Seoul is like that too. Seoul has a lot of English translations, a lot of European amenities.
I would have traveled more when I was in the Army, but I didn't have the time, the money, or I was stationed in a place where there's just nowhere to go. Like I could have gone to China.
Would they let you get on military planes
but
and fly around?
Yeah, but that's kind of that's a pain in the ass. And like there was a concern I had with getting stranded because
Yeah, it's like you get somewhere like hitching a ride, and then you're like, oh wait, you mean you don't fly back? This is a massive triangle to where?
yeah, Basically, and I've heard about that happening, guys. I can't remember what it's called. Maybe when you take the military flight, but I've heard about guys getting
I
stuck,
forget
having
what
to
it's
take a
called,
flight
but you could do it.
taking a flight to some
my-
other god awful place, to take a flight to some other god awful place that will only come back like 2 days late and in deep shit, you know.
I don't know. My dad's pretty much good with it now. When he travels to Asia, a few months ago, he went to Japan and Korea. He didn't have a problem. He took Mac flights.
Oh, he did.
So yeah, he took
Oh,
Mac
no,
flight.
I
He took Mac flights, and he was.
Part, but it's not like you have a ticket and your ticket is the goal. You know, it's like a ticket on an airline where it's like you have
Yeah.
to do something.
And he stayed at military bases. He stayed also at the military base, so he didn't have to spend money. Spend that much money. So and it's easy for him to schedule the flights back. He can stay there for as long as he wants, then he can says, okay, what's the next flight? Okay, cool. So
Your dad's military?
my dad's retired Air Force,
Oh, nice.
25 years.
Yeah, my dad's a retired lieutenant colonel too.
My dad's master sergeant.
My grandpa was a chief warrant officer in the Navy in World War II.
Everybody in my family. So I got like a great uncle who was a brigadier general, National Guard in West Virginia.
Jesus.
Well, that's how I got some favor when I was younger. Believe me, having a relative who's got the stars on his shoulders helps.
Had a close family friend that was a sergeant major, and he helped me a lot when I first got in. Didn't know what the fuck I was doing.
Yep.
That was nice.
It can also hurt a little bit too, especially when you're in basic training and you get packages from your father. At the time, he was a major, and he would write on there, and return address really big, Major David M. Atkinson, U.S. Army.
All right, wait. Do you think he knew that and was just fucking you,
Oh,
or
he was doing it on purpose.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah.
Oh, you're an officer's son. Yeah, I'm an officer's son.
Yeah.
But then they give you extra shit because of what my MOS was. They knew I was going to be an officer as soon as I graduated, pretty much. They knew I was ROTC. They knew, that to do my MOS, you had to be an E5 or higher. So most of us went on fast track to become, OCS or officers, ROTC. So they give you extra shit. It was like, oh, you're an officer's son, and you're going to outrank me probably in 2 years. I was like,
They don't like that. They don't like that.
When we got stuck with the ROTC cadets on their summer break or whatever the fuck it is they do, and they would come over and they'd train with us, were fucking obnoxious, man. No offense, but
Yeah,
they were cadets. They weren't even they weren't even trained.
They bossed you around?
Yeah, they tried, and until they were all three of them got fucking pulled out in front of our whole fucking company and got their asses fucking chewed for bossing us around.
Well, I remember when one of my drill sergeants, not Drill Sergeant Carter, the other guy that was a big fat white guy, I can't remember his name. But remember he got on me one time when he found out later. This was because we had this thing where they were training reservist drill sergeants when I was going through basics. So we had we had our main drill sergeant who was Drill Sergeant Carter, which is funny because it's Gomer Pyle. But we had 6 other drill sergeants that rotated through during the 7 weeks. There was, 2 would come in for 2 weeks, and then they'd leave, another 2 would come in for 2 weeks, and it would rotate through. So one of them, as he was leaving, he was like our second group. And at the last 2 weeks, the last day he was there, he found out that I was ROTC and that I was, a military brat, or my family was military. And he we and him were talking, and he was like, for a while there, I couldn't figure out if you were just stupid or what. He said, but it turns out you're probably the smartest asshole in here because you're ROTC and you had the sense to keep your mouth shut about it and not act like you knew everything. I was like, yep, I just stayed out of the way.
I remember guys getting packages in basic, and their mom or girlfriend would draw hearts and shit all over them, over the outside of the package, or scent it up with some perfume or something. And fuck, the drill sergeants would just have a field day with that shit. We would actually, I remember specifically sending letters to everybody being, please do not write anything on the outside of the envelope. Do not decorate it. Don't spray anything scented on it.
Oh yeah.
They would. Our drill sergeants were mean too. I got my bell rung. Let's just put it that way. I did something wrong and I turned around in time to get fucking just my
Oh,
bell wrong.
I got cookies and stuff at least twice a week from home. Homemade cookies. My grandmother would make homemade cookies and send them to me at least twice a week.
They would
And
just take
every week, when I was on fire, when I would get fire watch, I would take the cookies down and give them to the drill sergeant. And I was like, "Here, you want some cookies?" And then he would always let me eat some of them too, and then give the rest to the other guys, you know. So that was the one way you could always make sure you got to eat some of your cookies, is if you turned around and gave them to the drill sergeant.
If we had packages, we could open them, but they immediately just take everything away, and they put it with your suit, whatever your suitcase or backpack you brought. We were not allowed to have any cookies, any candy.
No, you couldn't keep food in your personal drawer. That was one thing you couldn't keep in your personal.
Well, we couldn't even eat
Yeah.
it. If we got it, they would just throw it away immediately.
That's what I'm saying. That's the only way I got to keep any of it, is I would give it to the drill sergeants. And I would,
nice.
We actually got
away from me.
a little different rule. It says eat as much as you can right now, right this minute, and then throw it away.
No,
Yeah,
not
I used
even
to do
that.
This isn't basic?
Yeah, in basic. We had a work detail pulling the weeds around the chapel, and the chaplain came out, who was a fucking captain, you know, and we're like we're in basic, so what the fuck do we know? And so he brings out a pack of Oreos, and he gives each of us one Oreo for doing a good job. And fuck, dude, our drill sergeant saw that shit. He let us do it to see what we do. Of course, we ate the Oreo, and we got smoked so fucking bad for like the next 4 fucking hours. Our lives were just like, it was over, because we ate one Oreo because a captain gave it to us, and we didn't know not to. Like, he's giving it to us. He's a fucking captain.
Well, see, I was pretty sneaky, so I got away with sneaking off and getting.
That's called a mindfuck here.
Like, I even volunteered. We used to have. They would ask for volunteers to run some paperwork for people that were on sick call, and you basically all you did was get on the bus, go to the sick call, deliver some paperwork, pick up paperwork on who was staying, who was leaving, and bring it back. And you were sworn to just go straight there and straight back. Well, of course, I would volunteer, and I'd go buy candy. But I remember I got back one time, and I had candy bars in my breast pockets of my jacket, and we got dropped. I had my blouse, the candy bars in the pockets of my blouse. We got dropped, and we had to do where you put your arms on your side and roll. And the whole time I was like, "Oh, motherfucker, it's 95 degrees out here, and I'm smashing the fuck out of my candy bars."
Yeah.
But I still ate those flat, nasty candy bars later that night, though.
I was doing KP, and I was washing out this giant thing of chocolate frosting, and I got some on my finger, and I looked down, I'm like, fuck it, you know. I know I'm not supposed to do it, but fuck it. And so I licked it off my finger, and I heard the sound. I turned around, there's my effing drill sergeant, caught me doing it, and he's just like, he just shook his head. He's like, it's on tonight. And I'm like, and I thought my life was over. I thought, and he did the thing where he didn't punish me. He did the fucking Full Metal Jacket thing. He punished everybody else. I thought I was gonna get my ass kicked that night. Literally, I didn't sleep that night at all. I was just waiting to get jumped.
Blanket party?
Yeah, my basic was fucking horrible, man. It was a nightmare until the very end, and in the very, very end, during like the FTX, well, actually a little bit before that, but really during the FTX, our drill sergeants, even the meanest one, were like rooting us on and like bringing us like ice water and like cold, like anything, like, you know, they're putting
FTX or whatever.
It's like the 30-mile. For us, it was like a 30. It was like the where they compile everything you've learned, and you have to do this. Like for us, it ended up being like 30 or 35-mile like march.
Yeah. Well, you got to remember, at the end, they're on your side, because their way they judge how good a job they did is whether you succeed or not.
Oh, I know, but they were like I was impressed how nice and how cool they got. And I remember after I got out and I was in airborne school, I saw one of my drill sergeants like around the post, and I immediately like I kind of just fucking, it was like seeing him was like.
You locked up?
I locked up, and he's just like, no, come here. He's like, private. He's like, you did it. He's just like, and I'm like, yes, drill sergeant. He's like, I'm not your drill sergeant anymore. I'm just sergeant. Like, he's like being all nice to me, and I'm like, oh my god. I'm like, felt like a beat dog.
That's what they are after you graduate. They're always like very happy to see you.
I only saw Drill Sergeant Carter one time after I got out of basic training, and I saw him after I got my commission. And I remember I saw him at the PX at Fort Dix, New Jersey. And he saw me, and he recognized me, and he came up to me a minute ago, and he goes, "God damn it. I said 2 years, and here you are." And it was close to 2 years at that point. So, and then all he did was he saluted me and walked away. That's the only thing he ever said to me. I thought that was kind of cool.
One of our drill sergeants actually, right before I was going there, like when we were in the holdover for airborne, CID showed up because it wasn't our platoon's drill sergeant, it was the platoon above us, but it was in our company, our training battalion, our company. And he apparently, like, I got like my bell rung, whatever, but it wasn't like that was not a big deal, I remember it, but I was not mad at him, But this other drill sergeant in the platoon above us was beating the shit out of his privates, like beating him up.
Do that.
And we got pulled aside, and we got questioned by CID and stuff about him, and I had a run-in with him actually, where he's I'm not gonna repeat what he said to me, but like it scared the living fuck out of me, like, and but one of the platoon leaders, one of the lieutenants saw that it happen and waited till he walked away and then pulled me aside, and he's like, "Look, Private, like whatever he just said to you between you and me, just forget about it. He's kind of a dick. Don't worry about it. But keep it between you and me. But like put it, because he saw like I was like worried. Like it scared me. You're at a huge disadvantage. When you're in basic training. And actually that lieutenant was really impressed me because that was really really cool for him to like, put my mind at ease. But yeah, that drill sergeant ended up getting like losing. He got knocked down to E4. He was an E6, got knocked down to E4.
Of course.
Yeah, he got fucked. And
Yeah, those guys that came and talked to you, the ones that do the pre-interviews like that, the investigative interviews, that's what I did that was my job.
Yeah, one was a lieutenant, and the other was I don't remember what rank he was.
Yeah, you pretty much have to be at least an E6 pretty much to do the job, so they prefer you be an officer.
Yeah. I just remember
that was my job. I basically went around and did what we called pre-interviews. Basically, that's when the guy comes in, and I would rattle the cage, basically. Get some information, rattle the cages, get people knowing, hey, they're looking into this, oh my God, and people make mistakes, and so that was my job. That's why I moved around so much, because it was all pretty much TDY stuff.
Yeah, to answer your question, G-Wibs, if you know anything about Fort Benning, where I went to basic is a place called Sand Hill, and Sand Hill is known for being it's where they train all the infantry is in Sand Hill, and it's longer, it's harder, and they're a lot meaner. Like I remember they had those stress cards. You remember those, Chris?
Yeah.
They brought out the stress card the very first day. I mean, we come off the cattle trucks. They go around yelling at us. They make us take our duffel bag and hold them above our head while they're yelling at us. And God forbid you drop your duffel bag. So we're holding the duffel bags above our head. They're yelling at us. Then they tell us to drop them. And then they start mocking us and teasing us, all that shit. And then one of them gets up in front of us, pulls out the stress card. He's like, "This is the first time and the last time you'll see this card. So any fairy tales you heard about these cards, put it out of your head because you'll never see one again." And
we laughed at the idea.
I never saw a stress card again.
Back in 2000 when I first went to basic.
It was basically for, I guess, in other training battalions, it was like if you're feeling stressed out or overwhelmed.
Oh, whatever.
You could pull out this card, and the drill sergeants had to back off and let you be.
Uh-huh.
I never saw them.
They should have that, actually.
We laughed at that idea, and we were in basic at the time when we laughed at that idea of a stress card.
They gave them to you?
I remember they talk about Sand Hill and thing where you went to basic. They always made a joke that it was 60% uphill about the where you all trained. And I remember I chuckled at that one time at being 60% uphill, and one of the sergeants couldn't figure out why that was funny.
Yeah, Sand Hill. I remember being when I was in hospital in Benning. we were told stay away from Sand Hill.
Oh yeah.
Because we were I was already like I was in hospital after Mississippi, and the hospital they told me we're glad we're out of Sand Hill because that's where we used to be, and we had to be act like even the officers had to act like we had to stay out of sight basically, and because the company that I was in, the hospital company, was a mix. I mean, we had majors and colonels in formation. These guys were hurt in some way or one way or fashion. They were in formation. I actually got to become a platoon sergeant for a couple of days, where I was pretty much telling officers what to do, and that was an E4. But they assigned me. They told me, "Hey, you're in charge of the platoon for today." Okay, but they didn't want to see that. They didn't want that image of like that being seen on Sand Hill, where all the basic trainees are. So I don't know. They wanted to keep an image. They want to separate that image. So. And we were also kept away because on the first time we were there in Benning was when I was I flew in there to when I was inactive ready reserve for the first time. We were sent to Benning to begin our entry back into the Army. Again, told to stay away from Sand Hill, especially the females. The only time.
Yeah, there's no females on Sand Hill at all.
Yeah.
I didn't see a woman for 3 fucking months.
We had a couple of females with us. One was hot. Rumor was she was a stripper, but yes. So I wasn't surprised. But we went to get our uniforms, and the privates were there, and I was like, it's like okay, I'm gonna take a look at this. Okay, it's like I wasn't looking at her. I was looking at them looking at her, and it's like. Yep, it's like these guys like they haven't seen a woman in years. And we're like, oh my god, it's a girl! Oh my god, it's a girl! That's so funny. It's a funny sight seeing these guys like oh my god, and she was a hot girl, so it's like oh, it was awesome. It was so awesome.
I came into my theory that every military post is built on an Indian burial ground or like maybe a nuclear testing site. Like that's when that theory of mine started. Because let's face it, every military post on the United States is in the the scrubbiest, shittiest piece of land that state has got is where the military post is, and where weather defies all fucking like sense. Everything that could go wrong can go wrong.
Oh yeah. Granted, when I went back to Leonardwood, when we went into training to go back to MP training, I was starting my inactive ready reserve. We were close to the training grounds. I actually saw our old barracks. It's abandoned now because they moved everybody to the new facilities. But I actually saw we were around privates all the time, and it's pretty cool when they go at ease. Like a whole company go at ease when you come by. I was an E4, but since I was like walking, walking nonchalantly. Go ahead.
I'll tell you what gets old fast, and you just love it at first. I remember when I first got my 01, I was getting saluted as like the shit. I mean, you think it's the coolest thing in the world, but talk about something that gets old fast. It gets old fast.
Yeah, we used to make a game out of how bad or how far we could get away with saluting, like usually a lieutenant. If you went over lieutenant, you're just asking to be in a lot of trouble. But we'd figure out ways to salute a lieutenant or in an off, like not really like disrespectful, but just some weird way. Or we'd say, whatever the motto was, we'd say some fucked up version of it, or like. We made a game out of it. It was a lot of fun to screw with the lieutenants.
Oh yeah. Well, we had this plan, right? We did what's called the 10. It had to be a certain amount of paces, like 10 paces. So we did a 12-pace rule. So a bunch of us would walk by this lieutenant, but we made sure we were 12 paces in between.
Oh, so you fucking saluted him?
Yeah. Yeah. We made sure that we were like evenly spaced.
I totally forgot about that. I remember doing that too.
So,
that's annoying as fuck.
Yeah, that's why we didn't do it.
We had this like attention hungry.
I literally used to cross the street to avoid enlisted. Like if you're walking down the base, I would cross the street to avoid people so that people wouldn't bother me.
I bet. Yeah, I wouldn't like that either.
Now, I love the guys who would, like if you went to like some of the bases and you went to some of the places where like the company commanders would put up signs that say this is a no salute zone around their building.
Yeah, I've seen that.
We had plenty of those in South Carolina. We had plenty of no salute places.
This is a no salute zone. Keep it to yourself.
You got that overseas too.
Yep.
Korea, we had a bunch of no salute zones.
It's always important in theater. You don't salute. I've never in movies. You're always seeing the colonel's walking down. Everyone's like, oh, snapping to attention and saluting the colonel. Like, you don't fucking do that in the field. That just tells the sniper who to shoot.
Sniper check. Yeah, I've had what do you call this? We were not doing a file practice once, and this officer, our second lieutenant, he was a Puerto Rican National Guard second lieutenant. He was sharp. He didn't like being saluted. He didn't even like people. It's like when I go into barracks, nobody say attention. I don't want that. So he didn't crave attention. But we did have some officers that we met. They were like always like in a fob where it's a forward operating base simulation. We're not supposed to salute. This guy was saying, "Hey, what are you doing?" It's like, "Sir, I apologize. We're not supposed to do that." It's like, "Sir, we actually told him you're asking to die out here if you want to get saluted."
For the same reason that my little bar is black in the woods is the same reason you don't salute me in the woods. So someone doesn't blow my head off.
Yeah, I keep getting chewed out by lieutenant colonels in the middle of the night wearing full battle gear. I can't fucking see the black oak leaf on your head. So it's like, you're like, what are you doing?
That's because you're an MP. Nobody likes MPs, all right? That's why.
That's for sure.
I'll tell you, I was never really a Nazi when I was an officer. When I was a Nazi was when I first got my corporal. That's when I was a little power hungry, crazy person.
Yeah, I can relate.
I was like, I'm NCO. And I was working a reception station at the time, so I was cadre, so I got to wear the little belt.
Oh, we had E-Force like that in reception station. Thought they were all hot shit.
I thought I was the man when I was E4. Because I wasn't a specialist, like everybody else. I was an E4. I was a corporal. I thought I was the shit.
Were you DA select or were you just your company selected?
Huh?
E4? Were you DA selected or company selected E4?
DA.
Or did it? DA? Oof, that's rare nowadays. Nowadays that's rare.
Well, it's not as back then. It wasn't as rare in my MOS.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, your MOS. But in the MP Corps, if you get corporal, and you got to make sure that if it's DA select, so you'll be permanent. But then but a lot of times the company will just give it to you, and then when you leave, what do you call this, PCS, you go back to being a specialist. But in my experience, you don't want to be a corporal in my job. The corporals get the shitty the shitty details that no sergeant wants to do.
Well, in most fields, though, corporal's kind of nice because they don't want you to do anything too shitty because you're an NCO, but they don't trust you to do anything. It's kind of like when you're an O1. It's like you're an officer, you can't be doing shit details, but you're not smart enough to do anything. So basically, just do some PT, fill out some paperwork, and go home.
Yeah. Oh yeah. No, it's different from. It's like, oh, we need a cleanup detail. Corporal.
You get stuck leading a lot. What you do when you're a corporal is you get stuck leading a lot of details. You end up getting stuck standing in the sun watching a bunch of E1s and E2s pick up cigarette butts for 2 hours.
Exactly. That's what they don't want. That's what they did.
Sometimes I had to stand under a tree and watch a bunch of E1s pick up cigarette butts for an hour and a half.
That's the one. Police call. Yeah. When I first heard that word, I didn't know. And you never knew when you're a civilian coming in, and there's a lot of terms. It's a whole new thing.
The field, yeah.
Yeah, they call it, we need to police this area. I was like, oh, I'm an MP, so that means I get to do patrol work or something like that. And when I first, it's like me being a stupid idiot coming in.
It means you're going to go around and pick up garbage. That's what
It's
it
like,
means.
what? Yeah, later on I learned that for a hard way. He's like, oh, we're going to be policing? And I was like, oh, wait, huh? So this is what you mean by policing? Okay.
I love people are. That's one of the reasons. One of the things I've always people that never really are as military as they like to say they are when they don't know what policing means, and also the ones that make fun of you when you say your blouse.
Yeah.
Like I had to roll the sleeves on. You have to roll the sleeves on your blouse a certain way, and they're like, blouse. What do you call it a blouse? I was like, well, if you've ever been in the military, dumbass, you know that that's what it is. It's a blouse.
Dude, yeah, and your top was your hat.
Yeah.
Give me a second here. Let me address Guru. Guru, none of your business. Thank you.
I was waiting for that.
Is he asking if you're single?
No, he's asking when was the last time I saw a real live woman naked without paying. It's like, how about none of your fucking business?
I'll trust you. You'll always pay, even after you're married. You'll still have to pay.
I'll wager the argument that the guy that pays for it's the smarter of the two guys.
The guy who pays for it for the temporary,
he's smart enough to like not pay for it in the long term.
Not the permanent.
No
You
comment.
You think you're getting a girlfriend? It's free? Bullshit. Most of my girlfriends have not been free. In fact, they
Can't you find a little Islander girl to bring over?
Wow. This thing is weird as fuck. Get off the... Hold on a second. This is... I've never seen something like this before.
What?
Put a link on the side.
Oh,
Oh, Super. Oh, Serbu? A Serbu with a magazine?
Magazine.
I've never seen the magazine on a Serbu.
Yeah, that is weird.
Cool though, 'cause now it's got more than 2 rounds in it.
Bob can get that in Canada.
Bob can go fuck himself, alright?
It looks like a Serbu, but it ain't a Serbu.
No.
They had those at SHOT Show.
Okay.
Everybody was looking at them.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
it takes Sega mags?
Yeah,
That
it
looks
takes
like
Sega
Sega
mags, and it's only, well, it's pretty much the same price as a Sega, so it ain't a Sega, but pretty darn close, and it takes Sega mags.
$250 shotgun and turn it into a $1,000 one.
Speaking of Segas, I actually saw one of those catamounts today, that Fury 2 thing.
Yeah, the Catamounts.
Right.
It's like
What?
The Catamount Fury 2, you know, the Sega
No.
clone, the shotgun clone.
Oh, yeah. How was that?
It was pretty decent. I mean, it's as good as a Sega. I never found those to be too well built. In fact, it might even been a little bit better built.
I wonder how they get them here.
the
So
Catamounts.
did you get your AKs yet?
No, they haven't even shipped them yet.
Oh, they have to wait till Wednesday, that's right.
I got 2 of the Bakelite mags today.
I got some more ammo today, though. I picked up another 250 rounds of, or 260 rounds of 7.62.
Pretty I'm assuming the magazines probably won't be imported anymore too, right?
Well, AK mags have come from thousands of different
No,
sources.
I mean Russian. That is.
Oh yeah, probably
It's
not.
hard to get Russian mags. I mean, hard to get Russian mags now.
Yeah,
With the bake lights and stuff like that.
I just picked up 4 of them for $25 a piece.
I found
Oh,
my
yeah.
AK mag when I was. That was one good thing about going camping when I was getting out with sleeping bags and stuff. I found my AK mags.
Oh, nice.
They're in a bin out in the storage building.
There you go. You already have mags. Now you got guns to go along with them. 12 mags, right? Like you said, 12 mags.
Mags.
Yeah,
They're in
that's
packs of 3 for some reason. There's like 4 packs of 3.
That's a good start. What type? Are they steel?
You know, I don't even know. They're still wrapped in bubble wrap.
Okay. I want to check to see if they're steel.
Probably
I'm
are.
almost thinking they're polymer though. I think they're polymer.
Tapcos, probably Tapcos. I went and tested out my thermal mag the other day. It wasn't bad. It was very
I'm thinking.
reliable.
You got stepped on, Yankee. I didn't hear what you said.
I can't say for sure they're plastic. They might be metal because the AR mags I thought were plastic or metal too. But
No, there's a whole fucking shit ton of information about AK mags are a whole thing in and of themselves. I don't even.
I got plenty. And I can get more.
Don't ever
Because I
plan
thought these things were plastic too when I ordered them, or when I bought them from him, and they all turned out to be metal.
A lot of people are concerned. I mean, if I have enough steel that it's not gonna kill me anything or anybody like that. I have enough steel mags, but so I have a good equal amount of steel and polymer mags, and it's not like I'm gonna completely drop my gun repeatedly.
If you can always sell the polymer ones and buy more steel.
Yeah.
It's not like people don't need magazines.
Yeah. Well, right now, I mean, just having them is enough for me. I mean, just having mags, period, or just what they're made of is good enough for me. So.
Yeah.
The only problem I have with the thermal mag is it doesn't work well with the loader, with the Lula loader.
You bought some of those cheap steel mags that we all bought, Chris?
No, I never got a chance.
Oh.
I mean, they're cheap, but the thing is, I'd rather get them locally. It's a lot easier to get them locally.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure one of those places you guys got around you in Arizona would have a bunch of them, eventually.
Yeah, but the place I usually got steel mags from are what they call this? Raised them from $10 a mag to $20 a mag all of a sudden.
So, here, maybe this is a question. No, maybe G-Webs can answer. I don't know. So, on one side of magazine, you'll have like the factory stamp or the arsenal stamp, and on the other side, sometimes you'll have a series of numbers, like 1, 2, or 3 numbers, or maybe there's more. What do those numbers stand for? Is that like a lot, or a date, or what?
What are you asking about?
You have like a magazine. On one side, you usually have your arsenal stamp.
Dude, I don't know shit about magazines. Collector stuff. I don't even try to put any of it in my head.
I've always wondered what the numbers on the other side of the magazine meant.
Probably some.
So I went ahead and got me a bore sighter, a laser bore sighter, and I'm gonna go sneak out to the park and.
What?
No, I'm kidding.
Please wait, son is here.
Are you watching that video, Yankee?
Yeah, I just started up to look at it. Like, looks to me like that lady needs a gun.
Yeah, no shit. That's the.
Yeah.
I love how they disable comments on all their videos so that they can't.
Oh yeah.
Flooded with comments.
They don't want to hear a sense.
You can't even thumb up or thumb down it.
Yeah, they don't want to hear sense.
Go out and buy a gun video.
The one I posted is about the one from new Every Ton for gun controls.
It's fucking ridiculous.
It is. It's actually shooting him in the foot. The argument they made is completely stupid. The cops can't help him. It's like, well, we need to stop gun violence. But yeah, but what's she gonna do? I mean, replace that gun with a knife. Replace that gun with his bare fist. Because the majority of the time, situation like that, it's spontaneous. You think the guy just decided to go into the house and start knocking on the door and say, hey, I want your kid. I'm mad at you, and I'm gonna shoot you. No.
That woman would have
That's the husband.
The only way that woman would have had a chance of surviving that situation is if the guy had a gun and knife or his bare fist, as if she had a gun.
Exactly.
Or Chuck Norris in her purse.
Yeah.
With a gun.
Well, fundamentally, though, that's obviously the people that made that have to be coming from a totally different mindset.
Oh, yeah.
We come to that conclusion. They don't come to that conclusion, right?
Well, exactly.
Yeah, if he didn't have a gun, he would have just killed her with
They're
something
like,
else.
oh, look at what happened. Like, he would have just stole the kid, and that would have been the end of it, I guess.
Or he'd have beat her to death, or he'd have stabbed her, or he would have
He
done.
wouldn't have needed to. He could have just taken the kid and whatever left.
He didn't need to shoot her either. He just did.
Yeah,
Oh, well, maybe it should be a campaign against being lippy.
Yeah.
You know those guys have guns, so don't piss them off.
'Cause I know that whenever I see a woman that has a black eye, the first thing I think is she don't know how to listen.
Bump.
What do you tell a woman with 2 black eyes?
Yeah,
Should have listened the first time.
Nothing. Jeez.
That's fucked up.
It's the first 2 times.
That is so fucked up.
And we just alienated all our female viewers.
There's 300,000 people.
I'm pretty sure all the viewers at this time of night are the females.
Both of them.
They're hoping that maybe the webcam will turn on and look at my package or something.
That means so if I alienated all my female viewers. That means my next video, instead of getting 10,000 views, will only get 9,998 views.
So did any of you guys see Max post today about the Beretta?
No.
It's a Yahoo article. Here, I'll.
Oh, that Beretta, what they talked about. Oh, and sadly, the civilians will have access to it almost immediately.
Yep, the emergency rooms better get ready. The bloodbath is about to commence.
So stupid.
I read that and I was just sitting. I was laughing while I was reading it. I was like, people.
That was so ridiculously idiotic. Like, yeah, because it's a bloodbath now. You know, like, yeah.
Nice looking gun now. It's exactly like mine.
So
you gotta understand, the anti-gunners think all gun owners are potential criminals.
Wait, so the M9 is what they're talking about? The Beretta M9?
Mm-hmm. I put a link to the article over there.
Well, why? Because it's going to be surplus?
Here's basically what they said. They said the Army is looking for a new gun. And of course it's going to be more powerful and more deadly than before, which is not what the Army said at all. The Army basically said they just wanted something that was more reliable and durable than the one they have now. They didn't say anything about more powerful or more deadly. But the article portrays what they said as they're getting a gun that's more powerful and more deadly. And of course, it's going to be available to the civilian market too. Oh my God! So the bodies are going to start piling up as soon as this gun comes out.
Yeah, because probably whatever they pick probably already is available to the civilian market.
Oh, for Pete's sakes, we have Smith & Wesson 500s available to civilians. And
it's just ridiculous.
All the innovations intended for the
Well,
better.
this guy with Ibis World says that consumer market for guns is slowing down after years of rapid growth.
Yeah.
It has slowed down quite a bit. But here's the thing, though.
The comments on this are amazing. These are awesome. This article is literally getting ripped apart in these comments.
Well, here's one of the things they said in the article. They use this bullshit statistic. They're like, emergency room doctors will tell you now, since semi-automatic weapons became popular, that the number of people they're seeing with multiple injuries has grown by 43%. But the number of people they've seen overall has declined since semi-automatic weapons have become popular. So basically, less people are being shot. So your argument doesn't hold any water.
But Yankee, 43% of them.
Yeah, have been shot twice.
Are in the last 2 years, yeah. So, just saying, 43%.
This is the Financial Times. It's where I want to go for all my freaking gun violence.
Yeah, what that has to do with finance, I kind of have no
That's
idea.
scary, though. What if there is somebody who's like, as much as we're into guns, they're into numbers or books or whatever finance people are into. And this is where they get their news. And they're like, oh, damn, another gun. I'm going to go into the streets.
Hey, on your guys'
actuarian. Can't be much more into math than being an actuarian.
And on your guys' article is the State Farm ad at the top.
So when are we going to see the surplus XM193? When's military replacing all that? Isn't that happening as we
No,
speak?
mine's an Amazon ad for modems.
I was going to blame the insurance company because mine's a big ad for State Farm insurance.
Does everybody have the tranny porn ad at the top? Oh, sorry.
Midget hookers.
Every town for gun safety. Here's the thing. That video got 163,000 views. They've only got 1,274 subscribers. So you know everybody that went to see that video were people looking to slam it that can't leave a comment.
Probably.
And then they're probably gonna claim, look at all these people who watched us. Do you agree? Fuck you. You don't, you killed. Oh, whatever. You killed a way to comment and to thumbs up and thumbs down. It's the same thing we did with 99% of Americans are for gun control. That's exactly the same thing they're doing. Is like just.
I could say something
Are you
absolutely.
telling me that the movement to end gun violence has 1,200 subs?
Well, there's got to be that many idiots in the fucking United States.
No, I'm just saying that's a gun channel starts with that many, don't they?
Yeah, it's pretty pathetic.
Well, my channel's almost
You can get 1,000. You're almost 1,000. Well, how many subs are you?
976.
75. I just unsubscribed.
Well, fuck you then. I don't care about it.
Well, if you went around, do you go around like chatting your site, your channel up, and trying to get subs, or do you just gather whatever happens?
I gather what I can. I have to make an impact. I have to do a lot of videos. I get them, and I still get them. I mean, I get a healthy one of them, some of them, but you know, I'm not like I have.
I'm just saying you're not out actively looking, or you are out actively looking.
I'm passive about it. I mean, I want my message out there, and I still make videos, but that's not my goal. My goal is to, I have an audience. So.
You know what's really sad about that? You guys all, you know who PewDiePie is?
PewDiePie, yeah.
He gained over 800,000 subscribers last month, and had 351 million channel views.
He's boring.
He is.
All I'm saying is that thousands.
If you're
it's not that many.
gonna sit around and watch video game fucking reviews, at least look for somebody that's like intelligent and like kind of funny. That guy's not that funny, but all the biggest YouTubers a lot of them are video game related stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, I have to admit, I'm subbed to a couple of video game guys because they're like, there's this guy from Sweden called Robaz, and his videos are short and they're fucking hilarious. They're fucking hilarious, and that's the only reason I watch it is because they're funny. I don't watch it because I care about video games. I watch it because he's really funny. And this article is fucking the dumbest thing I've read all day.
But yeah, instead I'm campaigning to get subs. I'm like, if you like me, you like me. If you don't like me, you don't like me. So.
I don't like you.
Yeah. No, I don't like you either.
I'm kidding. I think I'm subbed to you. I think.
Yeah, yeah, good guy with Gun 77.
I don't know. I'll go look. Yeah.
I got people leaving and then they're losing their accounts and stuff like that. So it's like teeter-tottering, I'm gonna actually.
A lot of people are losing a lot of subs because they've been clearing out sub counts lately. They started on the 16th last month, but they've been doing it in rolling waves since then. So some days you'll just lose a bunch of subs because they just closed a lot of accounts.
Yeah, that's what's happening to me. Sometimes I lose like 3 subs all at once.
And then I'll do something that just makes me lose 50 or 60 subs a day anyway. So.
Yeah, well, that.
And I don't ever lose subs. My sub count never goes down, but it doesn't go up as much as it would have if I hadn't pissed people off.
I've unsubbed people because they're either stupid or it's just not worth following. I don't know.
Unsub me every day. I probably lose at least 30 to 50 subs every day.
Shit, all I had to do was host that chat gold there a week or so ago, and I went from like 10 to like 50.
My first appearance on my first chat got me 50. Got me a 50 subs on my very first chat. And I already had like 6.
What was your first chat?
First chat it was Yankee. Yankee was inviting a lot of people.
That's when he first got labeled Ewok.
Yeah.
Yep.
I remember that chat.
You got to step it up, Chris. You're going to have to start getting nude.
No, I need a girlfriend who'll show up on my videos for me.
Oh, shit.
When's the last time you paid for a girlfriend to be on your videos for you?
Hey, I'm cheap bastard. I can't. I only visit like a strip club maybe twice a year.
Imagine the way Chris buys a gun. Imagine the way he would buy a hooker. He'd be dead with it. He'd be dead within a week.
He would be down the street getting the 70-year-old Romanian woman with one leg and an eye patch.
She's got a vagina. Come on.
She's got a Canadian town.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm not paying for the name.
She technically isn't a she.
For the pretty.
Technically doesn't have a vagina, but
her name's Carl.
but it's dark, so he's got a wig on.
You can't see your oak leaves in the dark. It's okay.
He's got long hair.
Have you guys watched Jaeger's Lawyer? His crazy hot video?
Yeah, the crazy hot video. Yeah. That was hilarious. That's like if you're here, you're dating a man, you're with a man.
Yeah. If she's below unicorn,
you know,
it's probably a tranny.
Oh, damn it.
It only matters if they're a tranny if you plan on going all the way. Just getting like a handy or a blowjob, what's it matter? $20 savings is $20 savings.
I was downtown
You're
one
gonna eat
night.
that watermelon on camera.
I was walking through one of our club area in my city, and just turned the corner in time to watch a fucking a cross-dresser, whatever, female impersonator, whatever you want to call them, fucking deck like a bro dude, like some like white college kid style guy. I mean, just in heels, in full makeup, a giant wig. I mean, from top of the wig to bottom of his high heels, he had to be like 7 foot something. Of like
long food him.
Oh yeah, and like just decked him, like knocked him on his ass. This out of the fight, night over. Friends were laughing too hard to even like back him up, and yeah, that was that.
My wedding ceremony was officiated by an ordained 7 foot tall drag queen.
Drag queen, that was the fucking word I was looking for. I don't know why that term didn't come to my mind, considering Portland, we got a lot of them. Oh, don't go silent after I just say that, all right? Come on, I don't need that hanging in the air.
I'm trying to act surprised about what Yankee said.
Oh, fuck yeah, I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised. I don't know why you are.
Oh, I'm not.
The other room, because if I could have found my wedding photo album, I've got a picture of him in there. But he is literally out of drag. He's 6'7" and about 375 pounds. In drag, he's about 7.5 feet tall, and we called him Dragzilla. But gigantic. But you're talking about decking a college kid. I remember once I was it was in Huntsville, Alabama, and I was at a bar called the Plush Horse. And these college kids were giving a drag queen trouble outside the bar. It was probably a prostitute, but I don't know. And I remember the guy did something really rude, like he grabbed her by the crotch or something. And she drew back and knocked the shit out of him. I mean like MMA level punching someone in the face. Like you watched his eyes roll back in his head and his neck snap back and him hit the ground on his back. I remember her standing over him going, "Bitch, I might dress like a woman, but I'm still a fucking man under here." And he just beat the shit out of him. All his buddies just stood around and watched.
Kind of, what else are you going to do? Oh, there you are. Jesus Christ. Oh, yeah, I am. Oh, no. All right, Chris. You just went up 1 sub.
Thank you.
Never mind. I unsubbed you.
Well, they're not going to miss you. So.
You will. You lie. I'm surprised I wasn't subbed to you. That's fucking weird. I thought I was. I watched your fucking videos. I don't know.
It unsubs us. I went in the other day and I wasn't subbed to Yankee.
I wasn't subbed to Never Enough Ammo. I've subbed to Never Enough Ammo like 4 times.
Yeah, they definitely. Maybe it's not just. Maybe it's something like if you haven't gone to the channel for a while, they kick it.
I don't know.
Because I don't watch anybody's videos, but I am subbed to people.
And I hear from lots of people all the time, like, "What the hell? I was unsubbed to your account, and I've always been subbed to your account."
Weird.
I'm having to talk with my mouth full. I'm eating a watermelon.
No shit.
I wish I was eating fucking watermelon. God damn it.
It's ice fucking cold too. I had it in the freezer for like an hour.
I prefer regular melons.
What? There is nothing better than watermelon. Every time summer comes around, I probably eat my body weight in watermelon by the time summer's over.
Damn thing's got 1,000 calories in it.
Really? They're high calories?
Oh yeah.
1,000 calories in the damn thing.
Oh, I didn't
Oh,
know that. Maybe that's why I'm getting fat.
Did you say watermelon has 1,000 calories in it?
Yep.
Really?
I had no idea.
Well, the way I eat it does.
What do you mean, eating the whole watermelon, or because you put a bunch of sugar on it?
I eat the whole watermelon. The large watermelon has.
They'd put it in 2 watermelons if it was not a single serving, so that's not unusual.
If you eat an entire watermelon that's, like, say, 15 inches long and 8 inches through, that's about 1,200 calories. The smaller ones are about 800 to 900 calories.
Oh, that's fucked up, man. Thought I was doing good by myself.
But you gotta remember, calories is not the end-all, be-all. Calories are very important, but it also matters how you get those calories.
And
If
how
those
you burn.
calories are in just sugar, that's one thing. If they're in fiber, that's another.
So would they be in fiber and sugar in a watermelon?
Yeah, so you get, when you're getting sugar from fruit, let's say if you get 100 calories from eating cane sugar versus 100 calories from eating oranges, the 100 calories from eating oranges will make you gain less weight than the 100 calories from just eating corn syrup.
Because it's a different type of sugar? Is that it?
It's not so much a different type of sugar, it's close to the same type of sugar, but it's more so that what it's packaged in, the packaging is different. It's in fiber, it's in something that helps move it along. It's not digested. Like in corn syrup and stuff, it's basically pre-digested for you, so it just basically goes straight into your system.
I see.
When it's in a fruit, your body has to break down the cellular structure of the fruit and then abstract the calories. And while it's doing that, it's passing through your body because it has fiber in it, so you actually absorb less of the calories.
I see. Well, I ain't gonna stop. I
So
love
eat a
watermelon.
sponge every time you eat a candy bar, and you're good to go.
Yep.
It'll absorb the evil calories, and then you just poop out the sponge.
Or just do like my Aunt Mary. Eat whatever the fuck you want, just chase it with a handful of X-Lax. Kept her skinny her whole life, but now she's got perforated valve, so wasn't worth it.
How?
What is that?
It's like Crohn's disease.
It's like wearing your guts out because you poop too much?
Mm-hmm. Basically, she got perforations in her bowel. They have to keep going out and take out big sections of her intestines.
Holy crap.
But you'll be skinny.
You put Morgan Freeman on anything and it's genius. Holy god.
Oh yeah.
Wait, that's wait, wrong one. Hold on, sorry. Don't follow that link. God damn it.
I'll tell you what, Morgan Freeman could win 50 Oscars, and to me, he's still the guy from the Electric Company.
Yep. Oh, I remember that growing up. The Electric Company. Here's a message from the Electric Company. Hey, you guys. That was funny.
I love the Electric Company. They had Spider-Man.
Let's throw some March of the Penguins in with fucking idiots.
This is so good. It's so good. Fucking god, I can't believe how stupid people are.
You gotta remember, a lot of people thought that Steven Spielberg killed the Triceratops, so they're pretty fucking stupid.
Oh, did you see Jaeger finally shoot the Canic? Yeah, he tested out the Canic.
Some people were trying to start a fight between me and Jaeger the other day. They were sending me emails saying Jaeger just made a video that says you have to believe in God to be a warrior. And I'm like, yeah, I don't give a fuck. I'm like, I'm not supposed to care.
Shit, I've never met so many atheists and freaking agnostics than I did in the army.
Yeah, I know, that's what they always said. There's no atheists in foxholes. I'm like, yeah, you're a dumbass. There's tons of fucking atheists in foxholes.
You either find God or you lose God, one or the other.
I was raised by my grandfather, World War II, Korea, Vietnam veteran. He became an atheist in a foxhole, and I would say out of the dozen or so old soldiers that always come to visit that he hung around with, I would say 10 of the 12 were atheists because of what they saw in war.
Oh yeah. My grandpa was what I would call a good Christian, but me, I don't know if I believe in God anymore. Or ever.
The way I look at it is, if there is a God, he's either impotent or an asshole. So I'd just rather not believe than I would to think he was either a callous ass or had no power.
Yeah, I prefer the agnostic route.
I believe in them personally, but I don't. I try not to over-influence other people's. And I still believe that a lot of people's interpretation of the guy is off. So I basically keep a personal relationship. I just don't want to.
If he's supposed to be a loving God, then why does he allow so much suffering?
Because the universe doesn't work that way.
But why? He's all powerful. He can work whatever way he wants it to work.
He doesn't want to. Well, I'm not gonna get into an argument like this. Okay, the thing is, the God I know is a little bit more realistic than the thing. You can't. I'm gonna stay away from just God, but just go by the basic rule of the universe. Hold on.
As realistic as a big white wizard sitting on a cloud can be.
No, it's more realistic as the universe cannot function without destruction and creation. It can't. Too much creation is, the universe will be stuffed. Will stuffed up.
If he's omnipotent, he can make it unlimited.
Yeah, but it can't follow that. The logic alone doesn't follow. So I'm not gonna get into. You know what? I'm not gonna get into that with you because
I'm just saying you just don't believe in an omnipotent God, though.
Okay.
Yeah, that's not a good discussion to get in.
Yeah, I try to avoid that. I don't, I can't prove the guy he exists. I just know he personally, I believe in the guy. That's it. That's as far as I'll go.
I'm fine for I'm glad when people have something to believe in. I just don't want them to try imposing it on me. That's when I get annoyed.
Oh, I definitely don't want to do that. No. If I don't want the what do you call this? If I don't want Christian fundamentalists, Islamics pushing their crap on people and trying to tell me I'm not good enough, like a lot of fundamentalist Christians very much told me I'm not good enough, I'm not faithful enough, then I'm not gonna.
You're not good enough. It has nothing to do with God.
Good Lord, Garrison Keillor is a ugly motherfucker. Sorry, Garrison Keillor, if you're listening, but
Garrison Keillor, haven't heard that name in a while. Prairie Home Companion. Does a radio show, has done it for years.
Yeah, he's got a face made for radio, that's for sure.
That's for fucking.
Tales of Lake Wobegon.
Yeah.
Hey Yankee, was that you just coughing?
No, wasn't me.
Not me.
I heard somebody coughing. Like, yeah, Yankee said he doesn't believe in God, now he's choking to death.
Fuck Iraq, Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, I haven't. You guys were still telling Army candy stories. I wasn't able to tell mine. I didn't personally get candy when I was in basic. I was on a what do they call this? Night watch or fire guard one night, and my drill sergeant all of a sudden came up to me and says, "Hey, what are you doing?" It's like, "I'm fixing my uniform, drill sergeant." And it's like, Okay, well, you know what? Some idiots try to sneak out and get some candy, but from the nearby convenience store, because a convenience store is only like a block away. Like easy reach. Like you'll get there not even 5 minutes. Go in, get out. Some people actually went out the window, tie some sheets together, and try to come back, and they were caught. And then the next day, we all paid for it. In basic, we paid for everybody else's mistake. In AIT, we hear somebody fucked up, and then that's the end of it. We were individually punished in AIT.
In basic, we didn't have to sneak far for candy, because at the end of the barracks, they had these little things that looked kind of like bus stops, but they were like little shelters for snack machines, and they had snack machines and Coke machines in them.
Jesus Christ.
Oh yeah, we didn't have that.
Yeah, we didn't. I didn't even have AIT. All my shit was all one long fucking shit show.
Oh, mine too. My AIT is the same unit. We just divvied up into two sections. After the march was AIT.
Oh.
After the road march, and then we went to a carnival came by in the what do you call this? An amusement park, traveling amusement park stopped by at Fort Leonard Wood. So that was an opportunity. So the next day, our drill sergeant decided after the march, you go there to, go and enjoy yourselves. After that day, after that weekend, we started AIT. It's like here.
Our last thing we did in basic was our FTX. That was the last. That was it. After that, we were all we had to do was go out in the parade field and do our little fucking parade fucking shit.
Yeah, that's all we did after the march. All we did was have basically 4 days of practicing for graduation.
Yeah. Like the drill sergeant, like all our drill sergeants were just gone.
What was that thing you said before? TFX or something?
FTX, field training exercise.
What is that?
That's the big thing. Like for us, it was like we had to
march, all that crap.
Yeah, we had to rappel down this shit. We had to do all this stupid crap that we had practiced and trained to do, and march around.
You guys all took combat basic or something?
No, I did. Chris was an MP, and
we had
combat basic.
Yeah, we had combat basic. We had some sort of combat basic. We had
Did you do basic at Leonard Wood or at Ben?
At Leonard Wood. At Leonard Wood.
That's what earlier I was trying to say is the difference between infantry basic and regular basic is we didn't do an infantry basic. We don't do AIT. We don't have our advanced individual training. AIT. Yeah, sorry. We just do our basic instead of being like basic AIT. Ours is just 3-month long basic training. Or
yeah, but then you guys will have infantry like this or that, and then you have to still go to a specialized school.
No, we don't go to any specialized school. After we do our extended basic training, they send us our unit, and it's up to our units to train you up to their standard.
Okay, so Chris, you just had regular, and you did this TFT thing?
We had 2 sets. We had basic we had a total of 17 weeks. Split into 2. The first half was basic, where we ended in
your basic. You did that. I don't remember that TF, whatever you guys.
FTX. Okay.
You did that.
Well, we just.
You were before me. I think. He's gone.
What?
Well,
did you say you did that thing too? Whatever that TFX or whatever.
Being called that, but I know what he's talking about. It's basically at the end where you do your basic. We called it like a skills testing. And it was you did your obstacle course, you did your.
But we did that like over the series of like days and days and days.
And we had a thing where we did it all like over the course of like a 2-day field day thing. And then you had a huge march, and then basically after the march, you basically just practiced for graduation. And then I had a very
40 mile or it was only 20 miles in the Army or something, right? You do like a long march, but that was just like a day. And then at the end of the march, you're back at your barracks. And the next day, you went and did this. And the next day. So are you saying you did all that shit when you're in the field? Because we did different shit when we were in the field.
We did all that stuff over a normal period of time. That's all the normal stuff you do. We did the same way in infantry.
Oh,
is
I thought
full.
you were saying you did it like during a 35-mile march or something.
No, we do all this normal stuff that you're talking about. We just do more of it and we do it longer. But then at the very end, in order to like for you to pass, you have to do it all within this like I think it was like 36 hours that we start, maybe 2 days. I don't remember.
We definitely didn't have anything like that. I don't remember anything like that.
We had like it was like a 2-day at the end. Like one day was your obstacle course, your rappelling, all your other garbage, and then you had your march on the last day. And then after your march was done, they basically at the end they said, "Congratulations, you passed basic training. You spent the next 4 days practicing drill and ceremonies for graduation. Then you graduated." Now with me, I had a very distinct AIT separation because I went to basic training at Fort Dix, New Jersey, and then I went for AIT to Arizona and California. So,
Yeah, I went home and went to high school somewhere, but I didn't. I don't remember it being like. Did you do repelling, Chris? I don't remember repelling. That would have been cool as shit.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, and part of our see that's the thing like I don't
Repelling like what? Like going down a hill once, or
No, it's not a wheel. It's not a hill. We had the tower.
Big wall. It's like a tower,
Really?
like a kind of like a big square. It's kind of like a big square lighthouse.
were you tied into ropes or got a Swiss seat or something like real repelling?
Yeah, we had we tied the ropes. Yep.
Son of a bitch! I got ripped off or something.
But then
And we actually got to, and this wasn't part of regular training, but we got to do it just kind of like a, hey, you want to do this? It's kind of fun. We actually got to rappel on a helicopter.
Yeah, we.
Oh, you did air assault? Nice.
And then we got to do it. They trained us for like 3 hours on it before we got to do it. And it was so terrifying. Because you think it's like, you're looking at it and you're like, oh, it's like 30 feet in the air. That's no higher, not really much higher than the tower. That's fine. It's not going to be scary at all. Then you get up there and you feel like you're like 1,000 feet in the air.
It's yeah, I'm thinking, I'm remembering more now that I'm thinking about it. Like we actually no, we didn't do it over 2 days. It was 1 day. But we left the day before to get positioned out there, and then we went to bed that night, and we woke up, and then they were like, they didn't have an obstacle. Yeah, well, whatever. We
Bivouac was different because we didn't do it for bivouac. We did it on base, and our bivouacs when you go out and do like your sleep deprivation and do your training exercises and we went out and did bivouac for rifle retraining, but it wasn't part of our skills training at the end. We called it skills testing, I believe is what they called it.
Our ops, the things we had to do was over the course of
Oh shit! I think I do remember this now.
Yeah, our shit
So
was over the
you'd have to like go walk somewhere and do like a fucking claymore, and then you'd have to walk somewhere and fix somebody's leg, and then you have to walk. Okay.
Yeah.
walk somewhere and carry 220mm ammo cans.
I've thought about that kind of shit in a long time.
Yeah.
You know why? It was mind-numbingly boring. So luckily, I blocked it out of my head until now. Thanks.
You spend 90% of that time. You spend 90% of that time sitting under a tree waiting for other people to finish.
Yep.
But
Yep. The whole time I'm going, it's all made for the 6th grade level. Like, come on. This is horrible.
But was yours? See, ours was. We had like 5 things we had to do. We didn't have to do. We didn't have to.
Ours was actually pretty fucking awesome now that I remember, because everything was fucking pine trees and that nice pine duff. It was totally nice.
Yeah,
so it was a hell of a lot like being at a summer camp, because you just had to like, go over to the trees and do first aid now.
Well, it was like what I called. It was like what I considered. Remember how you used to have school and you'd have field day at the end of the school year, where you went out in the field and play, like had races and 3-legged races and climbed the monkey bars and stuff competitively. That's kind of, it was like a field day at the end of basic training.
But was yours pass or fail? Ours, if you fell out of the road march,
you'd have to be an idiot to fail it, basically. It
but
wasn't
ours
anything strenuous. It was just like, do you remember how to set up a claymore, which you spent like 8 days figuring out? Like, yes, I can remember that.
Ours wasn't like that at all. Ours was more of like a physical, like it was like 30 or 35 miles. You had to we had to do a couple tasks, but really it was just the road march, and it was in the middle of summer Georgia, and we had to carry all our gear. We were like,
yeah, we had to march one day, but that was weak. I marched way more than that in Scouts, so the worst thing about that was they wouldn't let you put the rifle over your fucking shoulder.
Plus, I remember at one point they told us, they kept telling us it's going to be like 30 miles, it's going to be like 30 miles. And then we did it, it was like 17.
Yeah, it was totally weak, at least where we were at. It was weak, and it was totally nice, too. Because, again, I mean, it might have been hot, kind of, but compared to the rest of the shit I've done in my life, it was a breeze.
It was June or July in Fort Benning, and We started, it was dark, and when we
Well, that's why they
finished,
put you down there, because you guys are gonna have to be doing that shit through jungles or
I
whatever.
know. When we started, it was dark, and when we finished, it was dark. So it took the better part of a day, and
Yeah, I bet you that has something to do with like how many motherfuckers are in that line too. You know, like it probably takes way longer to hustle like 6 platoons than it does just take a couple of squads or something.
we had some guys drop out, and that was they weren't at graduation. They got recycled. They went
Oh, really? All the way back to the beginning?
not to the beginning. They would go back to like to a certain day.
Oh, there were waypoints, weren't there?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there were
You could get
waypoints.
kicked back for like a week or two.
Found out, like say you fell out on the march, like the long march, they would just take you back, hydrate you for 3 days, and then give you a chance to do it again and graduate.
I don't remember people not doing that. It was pretty weak. It was just walking for a day.
No,
Yeah,
see
dude.
that was it would have been like that for us, but the for normal, like you could miss something or something could happen, and they wouldn't like kick you back. But the FTX, they told you like you drop out of this, this is it. Like you're going back. You're gonna do part of basic training over again.
That's not
with new
true. That's
training.
that's not true though.
It isn't because when
That was probably a motivational thing.
They'll tell you that shit is not true. They told me all that shit too because I got injured in basic training, and I missed all of riflery training. You know, the whole week and a half of it or whatever, the whole week of it, I missed it because I got injured in an explosion and I cracked some ribs and deflated a lung, and I had to be in the infirmary for a few days. So I missed all of riflery training, and that when I was coming out, they're like, yeah, we're about to recycle you. Go out to recycle you. Send you back to the beginning. Recycle you. Send you back to the beginning. And I remember I was just about in tears thinking that I'm 4 weeks into this and I got to start over again. And
see, I know it happened.
How long is basic?
We
6
lost.
weeks?
6 weeks. And so I go back and I'm like, oh, I'm going to be recycled. I'm going to be recycled. I was like, oh, I'm just so terrified. And my drill sergeant, who I forget this guy's name, he's a tall motherfucker. And he was a jerk. I mean, like he's one of the few drill sergeants that I actually thought, you know, most of them you look at and you're like, they're doing their job and they're trying to get to me. They don't bother me. But this guy, I was like, he's a fucking jerk and I can't stand him. And he came up to me and he goes, we're going to go to the range. He's like, and I'm going to see if you know how to shoot. And he took me to the range, and I'm like, he said, you told me you know how to shoot. And I'm like, I've grown up shooting. I know how to shoot. You take me, I can do it if I had a chance to do it, but they tell me I can't do it. He's like, no, I'm going to take you to the range, and we're going to see if you know how to shoot. He took me to the range, put me on the range, gave me like a 15-minute course, 20-minute course maybe, put me on the range. I shot expert. I remember he come back to me, I'm standing there, and he hands me my expert badge. And he's like, they ain't recycling you. You did just fine. And I remember thinking that's the first time I like this guy now that he's helped me through the riflery part.
So we went from we had 50 in my platoon when we started. We were I don't know what the time period was, but let's just say halfway through, we go down to 35. We're down to 35 guys left.
Oh yeah, we lost a lot of guys too, but it was mostly M&M syndrome.
But see, we lost. So we lost. You know, a couple guys went AWOL. A couple guys tried to kill themselves. A couple guys got injured.
What?
Yeah, we lost a lot of guys too, but mostly because of M&M syndrome, because you know missing mama. So
so we're down to like 35 or so, and then we got a bunch of guys that got injured in a previous cycle, and they recycled them, and we had a bunch of guys that came into, and so we went up to like 40 something, like 42, 43. So we were back up to like a normal platoon strength, and it was a bunch of guys that had hurt themselves in previous cycles, and one guy that was a prior service, and that was it. That's the only way I know. And then like I said, like we had 3 guys fall out in the FTX, and they were not. All 3 of those guys were not at graduation. And I don't know what happened to them, but I ain't gonna ask. I don't care. I didn't like any of them that fell out.
We had this guy who I know one guy who didn't graduate. He got into a fight. So.
Oh yeah. Shit,
Yep.
We had a guy push another guy out the fucking window of the barracks. You laugh, it was a story drop, and the fucking dude landed in a bush. Thankfully didn't hurt himself too bad. But the guy that pushed him out, he was gone too. That was a different platoon though. It was our, I don't remember which platoon.
all my friends that ever went into the army always have stories like, I want to kill this guy. I want to kill this guy. I want to kill this guy. I want to kill myself. I want to kill this guy. My friend Nate, that's in the
I
Marine.
know a whole bunch of people that don't have any of those stories.
Yeah,
My friend Nate, that's in the Marines. He did basic. He graduated. He's a Marine. Now he's on to what's it called? Aeronautics, avionics. He's working on helicopters.
Wait, what crazy one did you say that I missed? I missed something.
You didn't miss nothing.
He didn't miss anything.
So maybe it's just army.
Evidently, everybody in the army wants to kill people.
No.
Only on the weekends, and if she's a fucking cheap hooker.
I have wanted to kill way more people after I've been out of the army than I ever did when I was in it.
No, it's just army is you said what was it, 6 weeks?
No, it's different depending on your MOS. Some
Mine-
are longer. 6
My,
weeks.
my basic training was 6 weeks. 7 if you count the training and getting
Probably
ready.
70% of the army is 6, though.
Yeah.
Okay.
Then I was in reception station for 7 weeks. So I was actually in reception station longer than I was in basic training.
Yeah.
Well,
were you in reception for so long because there weren't enough to?
No, I was in reception for so long that because of my MOS, I have to have the highest clearance. And for that clearance to even go through, they have to do a full FBI investigation, which means I had
Oh,
to
so you were just watching classes fill and leave and fill and leave.
Yeah, so I had to sit with a bunch of other guys. There were 10 other guys in my MOS that were with me, and we all had to sit and wait one by one as our investigations came back from the FBI, and mine had next to the last one that came back.
I remember having to go to this one room, like an old Quonset hut or whatever those half-round buildings are. I don't know why I thought of this right now. And you go in there, and you got your what? Like, I think like a duffel bag. I don't know. You have your bags, I guess. And they're like, throw everything contraband here. Throw everything contraband. Everybody's scared and throws it in there. And then you go into the barracks or whatever, the reception thing for like 6 weeks or whatever, forever. And you're like, damn it, why'd I throw that shit in that bucket? Like, who even cares?
I kept my Walkman, and I was so glad I did. Because literally, in reception station, after the first week, they forget about you.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. You're basically forgotten. You're like, damn it, why did I leave all my candy and shit in that bucket? Because they didn't care at all, like, if you even took shit out of your bag or not. Like, they never checked.
So it was actually fun, because I was getting paid, and I was in a barracks with a bunch of other dudes having a good time, you know. That sounded a lot gayer than it is. And nobody was giving you any attention. No one cared.
No, yeah, reception was awesome. They made us do PT in the morning, but otherwise, reception was fucking awesome.
Dude, I
You
made a
watch
mistake.
movies. You could go to watch movies if you wanted.
I made the mistake of joining right after Christmas, or like early January. Like I think I went in like January 2nd, maybe 3rd. I arrived, and nobody joins the army after the fucking holidays. So I had to sit around waiting for enough soldiers to come in to start an actual fucking company, a training company. I sat around on my ass forever waiting for guys to come in.
So what's wrong with that?
Where are all my haters at tonight? I've got 628 likes on that video and only 1 dislike.
On what? On your video?
Well, the DC gun ban.
Well,
Chris,
people.
when you went to reception, did you go into those old-ass, like, wood ones? Wood
Yes,
barracks? And then
the
with, like,
old
the
wood
shitters that
barracks.
were just sitting there with no partitions on them?
Oh, they had partitions. They had partitions.
Or in whatever they call it. In reception, there was none there, right? So you're like, oh, shit. And everybody's like, oh, well, I guess we're going to have to get used to shitting in front of everybody.
No,
And
no,
then
no.
you just go to your barracks
We
and
had
grab the
partitions.
bathrooms and stuff.
We had partitions.
Fuck, dude.
But we didn't in that one old bit barracks or whatever.
Okay.
My
Well,
body. I don't think I shit. I didn't shit for like a week, man. My body was like, nope, ain't having it. Like
stress.
See, that's the good part about growing up and going to summer camps and stuff. I didn't give a shit. Okay.
Well, hell,
Take a shit.
we just went camping, and for 4 days, I don't think I had shit but once the whole time.
Our bathroom.
Down in situations like that, my body goes on a shit hiatus.
Our bathroom stalls were separated, but our showers were like a big giant room, like with shower heads.
The shower's a room too. Yep.
And our drill sergeants would fucking like get on our ass about showering too long, and so we would have to form a line, and you'd literally walk through and around the room and then out the other side and grab like.
Really?
We got 30 seconds. We had 30 seconds to shower.
Every day? It was like that.
It depends. It depends on which drill sergeant it was. If we had,
Ours were weird. There was like the barracks were like you'd come in the middle of the big long building, and the drill sergeant built like room or whatever was there, and then there was like an area that where everybody could go inside if you had to if it was raining, and then there was like a hallway going in either direction, and the first room was huge, and there was a big ass like community bathroom. But as you kept going down the hallways, the rooms got like smaller, and then there was their own like bathrooms. So some of the guys had like their own bathrooms basically, or like maybe 4 guys shared a bathroom, and then like the suckers in the middle had to fucking like 16 people had to share a bathroom. Ours were like broke up like that. So we just got up at our leisure when the noise happened and get ready, and it was like I say, it was like camp. Ours was nowhere near as stressful as you guys make it sound.
we also had from staying in chow line by the time the first guy sat down, when the last guy sat down, you had to how do I explain this? As people are sitting down to eat, people should also be getting up to go put their food in the trash and get out. And if you took too long eating, or you talked during eating, or you looked up and looked around during eating, they would take your food away.
I remember that once in a while if they were in a big rush because we had to do a bunch of shit one day, but rarely.
It was every
We just got yelled at.
day.
We just got yelled at.
Barely though.
By the time.
I remember them because somebody fucked up or somebody took too long. I remember them being like, everybody get up and throw it all away. You're not eating. And we'd be in a line to the trash can, walking, trying to eat our food as slow as or as fast as we fucking could. It was fucking
Did you choose what you were eating, or they just gave you food?
They just get
did you go through a chow line and oh, I want this and that, please, and somebody slapped on your plate, or they just gave you this is what you're getting?
We did.
It would go, but it depended on the day, and it depended on the person working. We had civilian cooks. It depends on who was working back there.
Oh, that's got to be that's true. Everything went civilian way after all the '90s and everything, so that would have been totally different.
Yep.
Well,
Did you have to do KP?
Oh yeah, it was a bunch of fucking privates back there doing all the work, and civilians actually cooking.
Oh, bossing them around. Okay.
And yeah. But the privates did all the dishes.
I honestly can say I don't ever remember doing KP duty once throughout my entire military stint.
Well, didn't you go in with stripes though?
I went in as an E3.
Yeah, so you were a platoon leader and shit. That's why you didn't have to do none of that shit. Probably.
Wow, KP was actually nice. I mean, I liked doing KP. It was relaxing because it wasn't that hard. There was a lot of us there. We went through, cleaned all the dishes. It was so fast. It's like, dude, I used to wash dishes when I was in high school as a job.
Plus, you probably got to eat and shit extra.
All the guys from KP duty always talked about getting ready to eat leftovers. Yeah.
I never really had to do shit either because the same thing. But yeah, I would be like, oh, it didn't sound like such a bad deal. Instead of having to clean here, you could go fucking wash dishes. That'd be way easier.
We drank juice and soda when we did.
I always drank soda. We were in basic training. You passed the soda machines, and we had to get water out of the machine. One of the things was water, and they would always tell us, "Get water, no soda. Get water." I got soda every fucking time.
No,
if we got caught, we would have been in trouble. That would have been bad.
No soda. No soda, no sugar. And the only people that got sugar were guys that would eat grits. So they could put fucking sugar in their grits. That was it.
Because I was on the plan that I was supposed to gain 15 pounds in basic training.
I was too, but they wouldn't let me fucking do any. They wouldn't let me have
I seem to remember eating the shit out of food in basic.
Yeah, I ate like crazy. I was over 6 feet tall, a little over, but I was like 6 foot, almost 6'1", and I weighed 159 pounds. So they wanted me to gain weight in basic training, and I did. I gained like 13 pounds.
Yeah, I was 2 pounds over the minimum weight for my size weight proportion, 2 pounds. And they told me they were like, yeah, you can have more food, but they wouldn't I didn't get any extra time to eat it, so mainly it.
Well, no, you didn't get extra time. You just got extra food.
Yeah, no time, just food.
We got really good at eating fast. You didn't have to. Nobody had to tell us to eat fast. A lot of us did. Huh?
At Fort Dix, we got this little card, and if you had the little cards, they had different colors, and the color card I had meant that I got extra rations and that I got dessert. And some of the people didn't get dessert. Yeah. So
now that you're talking, I think that in other words, like if there was a table, it's like a lunch table, like cafeteria or whatever. If a unit was coming in and sitting down, it's like you had until they were done sitting down, and then your unit better be getting the fuck out of there so that the next unit could be sitting down after.
You
now
ended
I
up.
kind of remember what you're talking
You
about.
ended up with just a few minutes to eat. You were shoving food.
Yeah. You got
I
good
don't
at
remember
eating.
being in that. I mean, I remember the system, but I don't remember. Oh, I guess that's a long fucking time ago. Like I said, I do remember eating a shit ton of food though. So.
Ours was individual. Like as one person is sitting down, one person should be getting up, and yeah, everybody would just eat with 2 spoons. Fuck forks, fuck knives. Just take 2 spoons and shovel that shit in your mouth.
Oh no, well we didn't get that, but what do you call this? We got to eat like we got really used to eating so fast. By the time AIT came about, we were no longer in basic. We were told we didn't. Once you're done, you just sat there, okay? And then everybody passes the tray back, into an area, into the cart in an orderly fashion. AIT, no. When you're done, get up, take your tray, put it through the line, put it through, the conveyor belt for the trays. And then you went out and you stayed and you went into formation where you're supposed to be, and sat there. If you had any significant rank, you can get in. You're not, you can get to be in charge of that platoon until the actual platoon guy came in. But we just lollygagged. But we got used to eating so fast. One day, my platoon was asked to do a detail. Actually, 2 squads were asked to do a detail, like at 5 o'clock in the morning, and we got dibs on breakfast. We went to the cafeteria, just about like maybe 10, 15 of us eat. We were eating so fast, like we weren't even thinking. We were eating so fast, and then the drill sergeant says, "Out fucking standing." It's like we were done. It was like we weren't even thinking. And then we were done. We got to work early.
I'm looking at pictures of it.
He was like fucking college or something. I don't remember ever being in a hurry there.
Fuck.
It wasn't even in a hurry. We were just eating so fast because we were just so used to doing it so much.
Well, I went home and went to school and then came back. So for me, it was not like immediately after that. It was fucking a year ago. So.
I see.
Airborne was.
They didn't rush us or nothing. It was just like, yeah, whatever. Now you eat.
Airborne school wasn't so bad, but you had to run everywhere. If you weren't allowed to walk. Everywhere you had to go, you had to run. And before you could go in, there's pull-up bars in front of every door. And before you could go into a building, you had to do a certain amount of pull-ups depending on your gender. And yeah, but it was everything else about it was low key. Like eating, all that shit was low key. But you never walked, and you always had to run from place to place. Which
that's the Army motto: is hurry up and wait. You gotta run. You gotta run there to wait till it opens.
Oh yeah, it's always like that. It's like hurry up to get to formation, and we'll wait for the next plan.
Yeah.
We were like that when we were in the Army. When I was in Korea, hurry up and get this your platoon and your Humvees all set up and everything. You better get it done at this particular time. And then we sat there for the next 90 minutes waiting for the whole company to drive out to our site.
There were many occasions where they'd get us up at 6:30 and make us run to get somewhere by 7, and the place no one ever shows up till 8.
Yeah. So we pretty much, it's like we had time to like, okay, the Humvees are lined up, we're ready to go. Your group, go eat, because we're gonna be here a while.
Shit.
Oh boy, Korea was a lot of setting up and wait. In my AIT on my field exercises, we actually, we're a mobile, we're a motorized unit, so. They gave us Humvees on our last field training exercise in AIT. They gave us Humvees. They gave me command of a Humvee, and we went everywhere with a Humvee. We went to class in a Humvee. We went to all our training sites in a Humvee. We did convoy exercises, and that's pretty much it. It's just like. On our field training, we were just motorized, mobile in groups. It was fun. We did night driving, and have you ever seen the Humvee? Those 2 cat eyes at the back.
Yeah.
On the Humvee, you have to line up. When you look at it really, really, at the pitch black night, it's like So, okay, so looking at that, you do get to see if you get the lined up, you see if you're getting closer or farther away. Yeah, that was fun. But being a convoy, not convoy, but a vehicle commander, it gets boring. I fall asleep in my Humvee.
How did the vehicles refill?
Huh? Oh, we took it refuel. We took it to gas when we needed the gas. So.
No, I mean gas station. You got like a tanker with you.
No, we went gas station. We had a designated gas station for Letterwood. We didn't have to refuel till like the end of the exercise. We didn't really do too much. We just we had more than enough fuel for the whole week of exercises. So we topped off. So
sounds better than the Hummers.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, the Humvee we had a big tank. We only went certain places. By the time we were done, we were like a quarter tank. All of us had a quarter tank. So, and then we went on the last day. We took it to both refuel and wash our vehicles. So it was fun. But I screwed up one day. But due to the pressures of my team, who kept telling me, "Dude," because they told us to secure this road. The extras was to secure the road, and then I said, "Okay." We were there for a long time, and they kept telling us, "Dude, we gotta go. I think our convoy just missed us. So we were told to go. So you know what? Screw it. I'm gonna take off. And I thought that was our convoy that was leaving, so we, went behind it, and then I realized I joined the wrong convoy. I got yelled at for that. And
Were they like?
But the thing is, my team keep bitching at me to freaking get out of there.
That's funny.
Were they like, "Hi, welcome, neighbor, get the fuck out"?
No, one of my drill sergeants came up and said, "Hey, stop the whole convoy." I said, "Hey, what the hell are you doing?" Because they realized they had an extra vehicle.
You know how I know the fucking Army's changed since I left? Is my fucking training battalion, my actual company that I was in basic has got a fucking Facebook page.
That's the modern Army for you.
There's a Facebook page of I can actually see my barracks in one of the. I was looking for the photos of all these idiots. I can actually see.
How do you remember?
Because the new buildings are pretty. I don't know how to explain it. It's like an H shape. And
I mean, how do you remember what your unit was?
Because I just remember the Rock of Chickamauga. How can you fucking forget that?
That's a good name.
I've forgotten my. We went by numbers. So I've forgotten my.
Yeah, it's
name.
I thought we were just like such and such unit or such and such session per year or something. I don't know. I don't even remember.
I don't know about the rest.
Actually, no, I do remember we had something because I bought a stupid ass T-shirt.
Yeah.
But I wonder, can you go back and look at pictures like historically or something, or is it just like recent shit?
It's recent shit, but the unit. I mean, you Wikipedia. There's our unit was an actual real Army unit. It wasn't like every. I don't know.
I guess I'm wondering. You know how everybody takes pictures all the time? I'm wondering if the Army has started posting all those pictures over the years. Like, did they go back in time and start posting all the pictures from back before the internet?
No, all those guys are wearing newer uniforms. They're nothing from my era.
Oh, okay.
Which is a bummer because I actually scrolled through them all, but I was hoping to see something older,
Shit from like 2010 to 2014.
Yeah, no, earlier than that. Yeah, here's the 19th Infantry Regiment. Yeah, all of our training brigades or battalions or whatever brigades, they are all like Army units. We had to learn all this shit about them so we could recite shit and fucking make our drill sergeants happy and all that nonsense.
Now, here's something that you probably haven't experienced when you were in the Army. Did you guys have like right before graduation, like off post leave?
No, we got ours right after. After horizontal delivery got off.
No, okay, we did before. Ours was like a couple of weeks before we were allowed to go out of town and chill.
I'm glad they didn't do that because I've never been so hungover in my fucking life.
Oh, trust me, people got drunk like left and right that night, and it's not just this. It was other units too, and Marines. Oh, that was a bad thing. And since we were a co-ed unit, you know how we had so many hookups.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! It's like every guy you would suspect has been actually trying to hang out with this girl. We're together with that girl.
You
So-
know what you like? You leave your dog in the house all day long, and you get home, and you finally get a chance to let him out, and he's just fucking happy, and he runs out and goes crazy and sniffs everything and squats and.
Oh yeah.
Does all, that imagine 50 of those, except they're all male and they're all people, and that was like when they let us off. They just like and
That's what we were.
Like I said, it was 14. Like I looked it up now. It was 14 weeks. 14 weeks long, no women, non-stop, fucking like just as bad as they can make it. Like
Okay.
I
Yeah,
actually
but
remember when you talked about bivouac, or we just call it field exercise. I remember one like you were. Did you have the shelter halves? The old like
Yeah.
Korean
Yeah.
War era, Vietnam era shelter halves.
Yeah.
And you and another guy had to put yours together to make a fucking shelter.
Unfortunately, I was sick during that field training exercise. I never got to join that until like the last day.
We did it we were in the field all the time. We always had to do it, and they wanted them lined up perfectly, all this bullshit. But I remember one night we get woke up in the middle of the night by like this guy, this voice yelling. Don't know who it is. Get out of our shelter half, and everybody's like running around like chaos. Don't know what the fuck's happening. It's dark. Voice is yelling, so we're listening, and out of the darkness comes our one of our drill sergeants. We called him Drill Sergeant Debo because he looked like Debo from Friday.
Uh-huh.
You know, the big crazy black guy from Friday.
What you got for me, fool?
He's got
What you got for me?
He's got an axe handle and he's wearing a hockey mask.
Oh God!
And then he proceeds to chase us around the woods for like about an hour, scaring us. Like, and we're terrified. Then he fucking wrecks all our fucking our shelter house. He knocks it all down. Then he fucking makes us set them all back up, and then he fucking smokes us until the sun starts coming up, and then like drives
what, just to
away.
be an asshole?
Yeah, and then leaves it, and then gets in his fucking. Always remember he had a black Dodge Durango, jumps in his Dodge Durango and just drives away, and we're just
You know
like
what?
sitting there like, what the fuck was that? And then
We probably would have enjoyed that. We would have enjoyed.
No, it wasn't fun
what
at all.
happened to us.
So we're all sitting there like, what the fuck just happened? And then our drill sergeant was actually like supposed to be there, comes back, he's like, what the fuck are you guys doing? And we're just like, what? You?
Yeah,
we
but fucking cool. What happened, Drill Sergeant?
we're like, how the nothing. We're not doing anything. Okay, here we go.
That's
Okay.
actually not from the Army originally. I've seen that in Native tribes books. You have to have somebody playing as the boogeyman when you're all the way out there in the middle of the night. You have to be afraid of something. So you need a boogeyman.
I think it was because he was half crazy, A, and B, he just wanted to fuck with us. He was just fucking with us. He wasn't trying to scare us as much as he was just like, I'm a fucking lunatic. I grabbed my axe handle, my hockey mask I just happened to own, and fucking
Well,
chased
we didn't have something like that, like something serious. We had like one night on our last field training exercise, we got woken up by my drill sergeant woke me up and said, "Check, where's your weapon?" That's right here, drill sergeant. And I was like, I showed him my M16. So they were checking, "Where's your weapon? Where's your weapon?" Because apparently they found a weapon unsecured.
Oh my god.
And about one almost lost it. There was actually 3 incidences that happened, and then one almost lost his weapon. But it was found, and then my MX bunkmate, my teammate, left his weapon in the vehicle, in the Humvee.
Never, ever would happen in the infantry. That is like, you could shit on the Pope's face and you wouldn't get as much trouble as leaving your weapon behind. You could do anything.
Oh yeah.
You could do anything, but the weapon behind is like the ultimate sin. Dude, we were doing a training exercise in Korea. We had some ADA guys, air defense artillery, that were training with us. You know, like the Stinger, the guys that carry Stingers.
Mm-hmm.
So we're doing this thing over, like, it was like 4 miles over the hills, all that shit. In the dark, we're all night vision, you know, we're doing what we do. It's in the dark, all the noise, light, discipline, the works. The ADA guys that tagged along to train with us, one of the guys, even our, you know, if you have your PAC-4, your PEC-2, if you have a carry handle or your aim point, everything's tied down or secured to your rifle so nothing will fall off. Well, the ADA guys don't operate like that. So along the fucking march over these hills and through this Korean fucking forest, which you've seen it, Chris. One of the ADA guys' carry handle on his M4 falls off. It comes unscrewed and falls off. So we get to the end, we're all like wrapping everything up, we're going home. All of us are stoked because we've been out there all night long. First sergeant finds out one of the ADA guys lost the fucking carry handle, so we proceed to, and even though it's not a serialized piece, it's totally replaceable. To teach those guys a lesson, he makes all of us walk back through the way we just came. So we walk all the way back over the hills, 4 miles. Not that bad, but it's, you know, it's Korea, so it's up and down, up and down, up and down. Retracing our steps, and we don't find it. So he makes us turn around and do it again. We did it 3 fucking times. After being up all night long, 3 fucking times. Like, so finally, the third and last time, we basically did a police call. And we just shoulder to shoulder, and we walked through the fucking Korean fucking
Did you do
forest.
one step at a time?
Yeah, and we found that fucking thing.
Yeah.
And then he led, and then we were allowed to go back to garrison.
Oh wow. We did that once. We got
Or a carry handle, not even a weapon, just the carry handle.
Did you guys beat the shit out of him?
No, because as soon as it was over, those guys were vanished. They got the fuck out of there because they knew we were really upset. It was a valuable lesson on fucking keeping your shit secured, tied down, fucking, you know, so you don't lose anything. But it was a lesson all of us had already learned a long fucking time ago in basic. But these guys were so ate up that they fucking didn't know it.
when I was in Mississippi, we had something happen like that. Ate up, that's a classic word. I haven't heard that in a while.
Not heard that in a long time.
I know, ate up. When they were in Mississippi, this was back in 2007. This is when I was training to go to Iraq. One of our soldiers got vindictive towards this other soldier. She snuck to her bunk and stole her M9 and threw it in the woods nearby.
In Iraq?
Yeah.
Wait, where?
No, not Iraq. No, Mississippi. Mississippi.
Oh my
training. She was thinking only she would get in trouble. In the middle of us trying to get to our training, we went ahead and getting our Humvee fixed up. We got called back into formation, and a couple of people actually had another again multiple issues on weapons. One sergeant left her weapon in the freaking bathroom, in the bathroom stall, and then the other she was a sergeant, and
wow.
Yeah, and then the other one, then we found out about the one that got thrown up. That became a big case. MPs got involved in that situation. Actual active MP, post MPs. Yeah. And we were all day just sitting around doing shit. We were just waiting for stuff to happen. And then we got told, it was getting too hot, so we were told it was Mississippi. It was summer swamp shit. So we went into the cafeteria and just I need you guys read your smart. We had special smart books, training books, And you need your training books. I guess like, oh come on, and then so they decided, you know what, we need to find the gun. I think they already knew where it was. They just wanted to make us find it. So they went into the woods. It says, once you find it, point out to it. Don't touch it. Okay? So we did a step, and then this guy, he was a sergeant too. This was the DC National Guard that was with. Okay? He finds it and he picks it up. We were ordered not to. We finally found it, and then after that day, we still, went to our training. We did not get back until like 2 in the morning, and we woke up at 4 in the morning to do more training.
Yeah, no, you didn't lose. Like we had 550 cord carry handle down. You had 550 cord your pack 4, your pack 2 down. If safety wire or zip tie or whatever you had to do, but fuck, dude, you didn't. Everything was. Our canteens were tied down, for fuck's sake. You had to unroll your canteen in order to take a drink out of your canteen. You had to unroll the 550 cord from around the cap, and then you had to roll it back up and stick it in your thing. Like nothing. You did not lose anything. Like it was. Yeah. Like everything was accounted. Like you counted for everything, and they would make your life a living hell if you lost something. Especially if it was something you needed, something important.
Oh yeah.
Like your fucking rear sight for your rifle, like that idiot lost. You can't really fire a weapon without a rear sight.
So he lost the rear sight? It
was a carry handle. The whole, it was an M4, so yeah. It was a little carry handle. It just dropped.
Did he have that?
That's what we were looking for going through the fucking Korean forest, was just a carry handle.
Do you guys have a red dot, though?
Some of us did, some of us didn't.
Okay, I see.
No matter what we had, it was tied down, so even if it fell off, it would just be dangling, and you could just grab it and stick it back on, or deal with it.
That would annoy the hell out of me if I had all my equipment was tied up like that, just so
you get used to it. It's not as bad as you think. Honestly, I actually kind of like it and I kind of done it on one of my civilian AR-15s just because it's a good habit.
Do you have a video of sorry?
Go ahead.
Do you have a video of how to tie down things on a rifle?
No, I mean, I could look, but it's the only thing that's gonna fall off is that there's only a certain, like on a modern shit, there's not even a way you can't tie down like a Troy, sight or you can't tie down like the small stuff that people bolt on their rifles these days. But like a carry handle, it's pretty easy. By the way, yeah, 8-Up. My favorite is soup sandwich. So. Soup sandwich is like my favorite fucking. I never heard of it before. I always thought it was funny.
My what do you call this? I'm trying to remember this. We found a rusted when I was in Fort Jackson. We found a rusted 249 in the woods.
How the fuck?
How the fuck? Yeah, exactly. How the fuck somebody missed that? It's been there for months.
A what?
249 M249 machine gun.
Shit!
If something went missing, it was known. It was not like it wasn't like it went missing and then they moved on. It was like they it was always like I had heard about things. They would be like, yeah, 3 years ago somebody lost this out there, and it's like, fuck, you remember something from 3 years ago? Like they didn't let that shit go.
Oh yeah.
That's serious stuff.
Oh yeah. M249 right in the middle of the field, right in the middle of in the woods, all rusted up. So we wonder where that came from. So somebody should have logged in as logged the weapons. If that was basic training, somebody should have logged that in. So somebody screwed up somewhere. Then I don't know. Fort Jackson, I don't know. When I got having done basic training in Fort Leonard Wood was really tough. At least from my opinion, it's really tough. Even when I went back there in 2007, they were still tough because they were still treating soldiers like shit. I mean, not being mean, but but just being hard on them. When I went to Fort Jackson, it was a completely different world. It was like, in basic, they can already go out to the freaking PX. They were able to drink juice in the cafeteria. They was like, what the hell?
So this, here's this photo. You look around his pec too. You can see there's something around it. That's a tie down. Like he's got it tied down to his quad rail. If you look around the base of his ACOG, you can see a piece of 550 cord.
I see it. Yeah.
And then it's the 550 cord will be tied around, not around the barrel, but around the delta ring, like right where his hand is. You can barely see. There's a piece of 550 cord connected to the rifle. So that's there's no video of it, but I mean,
they make a good video.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But here's an even better picture. This is like what we did. This is a second photo. You can see the 550 cord really clearly.
Oh yeah, I see it.
And we'd also safety wire we'd safety wire the lens caps on your aim point if you used aim point. The rear backup sight, you just Loctite it. There wasn't really any way to tie it down. Anything else doesn't matter. Like all the other shit's just whatever.
Yeah.
And your front sling swivel is roll pinned onto the barrel, so it's not coming off. It's not anything that's attached to a quad rail or any shit like that.
What do they call this? One last. I gotta go and eat. Here's one last war story here. Yeah, I got when I was in Mississippi, right? This sergeant, I think I told the story before, but if you elaborate, did I tell you guys about this guy, sergeant who snuck up and took my pistol?
What?
No.
Huh? I think G-Web already heard this. No, he basically, I was in a class, right? And he snuck up and grabbed a pistol out of my holster. I was so fucking tired that day. It was like at the end of the night, and he basically took it out of my holster and set it on a chair nearby. When before I realized it was gone, I looked at I found my pistol, and then he proceeded like, so what happened to your pistol? I was like, I found it over there. So I was like, and starts trying to smoke me. It's like, found out you should always have .656, and then I found out later on about it. And I promise, I wish it would have happened. I wish after the deployment, once we've taken off our uniforms, once we're back into civilian life, when we were dismissed, I promised to beat the shit out of him. Because he intended to do that. He was trying to... Huh?
You didn't have a lanyard?
Oh, no, we were not given lanyards that time. We did lanyards later on, but that was because ordered by us by the MPs, by the local MPs did that. And they also told us to take magazines out because, according to the local MPs, got nervous when we had magazines in our on our pistols because they didn't trust us. Oh yeah, 8th Army didn't trust us. So yeah, it is. So it was a lot of bullshit. Yeah, he took my pistol. Right before I got out, and then he also told me it's like I had a profile, right? I had like an extended profile because I had a bad knee, so when I got out of the army, so I had like I couldn't run. I had to do walking PT. I couldn't run, walk. What do you call it? I couldn't run, jump, or anything like that. I couldn't straighten my legs. So we did we went to the gas chamber in Mississippi, just a part of training, rudimentary stuff, and we were told to do side straddle hops. To the civilians out there, it's jumping jacks, okay? Yeah. And I couldn't, I can't jump, so I just did my arms like this. He chewed me out when we got out. He chewed me out and says, "Look, I didn't see anything in your profile that says you can do side straddle hops." Clearly says in my profile I can't fucking jump.
That's
But since it doesn't say side straddle hop, that's like, I'm sorry, but that time I already I had a lot too, being a civilian after a couple of years of being, back in the civilian world, my logic started coming to my head. For apparently logic hasn't occurred to him. That was just being a dickhead.
You're being a dickhead.
Yeah. So
Probably just wanted to make you feel bad or.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He was a dickhead. He was an asshole. He thought that we were the best. He thought that because our group, we were like a group of 20 people that was attached to the DC National Guard, which was 90% black. Which was when us in the reserves were 90% white. So it was a interesting mix. So, but the sergeants in the DC. They were good. They were nice. They were stern. They were like, they were good NCOs. But they saw that what this guy was doing to me, and it's like, motherfucker, it's an asshole. Look, you're reassigned. They told me, it's like, I'm assigning you to this platoon, just to get me away from that guy. It's like, it's an E6 man, that guy's fucking with you, man. So they were nice about it. But I liked them. They were cool. One of them got IED'd. I found out the guy, one of the sergeants I was working for, got IED'd when he got to Iraq. So, like on the first week.
That's
he was dead. Yeah. Him and two other sergeants that I knew of were hit. The two others were injured, but the one sergeant I would work really closely with him on the last. He was this elderly guy. He was in his 50s, E6. Very nice guy. You can get him. You can get him angry if you tried. Unless, even when he was humiliated in front of the company because he did something, one of his soldiers did something wrong, he just says, "Look, I'm just gonna write you guys up if you fuck up again." He didn't go on a tirade or on a power trip and say, "Look, you fuck up, I'm just gonna write you up." That's it.
That's right.
Yeah, but he was a nice guy and he got killed. So.
That sucks.
And I if I didn't go to the hospital, I don't know what would happen to me. So, because I heard my company got hit fairly badly, when I got there. So, anyway, guys, I'll see you guys later. Take care.
All right. Thanks, Chris.
Good talking to you.
Wow.
I was trying to find a picture of the 100-mile-per-hour tape tie down, but I can't find a picture. But you get the idea.
It's okay. Yeah, I get the idea.
Alright.
That is very cool.
Yeah, it's just a way so you don't lose your crap. There's some things you can't lose, because if you lose them, you're not combat effective anymore. And you can also, through vibration, through wear and tear, stuff can come unscrewed. So
how did this guy that lost the handle and you guys found, how did he take off? Did he just run for the hills?
No, he just let him and his ADA guys up and left. They're like, "We're done. See ya. Thanks for the help." And they just left. I mean, they at that point they were keeping us away from them because there was 50 of us and 4 of them. So obviously they didn't really want us to be mixed together while we're looking.
Yeah.
It's just
they deserve an ass whooping.
But yeah, a good rule of thumb is the less shit you have screwed onto a rifle, the better. Or less shit you have screwed onto a firearm, period, the better. If it's attached by a screw, that's a potential weak point that can come unscrewed. So if you can figure out ways to avoid screws, or if it's got a different locking mechanism that's those quick releases that lock in. You have to push the button and then twist and pull it out.
I got those.
Those are cool.
Thank God for Loctite.
Yeah, Loctite is good, but it's not. Nothing's foolproof.
Yeah, that's true.
We would have things that were we'd have armor put a hole through put a hole through something so we could safety wire things on, like a screw head, put a hole through it so you could safety wire it down. I don't know if you've ever seen you can safety wire 2 screws together so they can't, in a way that neither one can turn.
Yeah, I
So
think I've seen that.
you torque whatever it is, you torque it down, and then you take the safety wire and you'd wrap it around the two screw heads. And there's a certain way you do it, and so now those screw heads cannot back. They can't physically turn because each screw head is now holding the other one on. I can't. It's hard to explain.
No, I know what you're talking about. I've seen it on someone else's rifle while shooting.
Well, where you'll see that kind of shit is you see that kind of stuff on racing motorcycles and racing cars. Like safety, you'll see a lot of like, especially I don't know about cars, but on racing motorcycles, they'll safety depending on the track. But most tracks you have to drill and safety wire most everything onto your motorcycle. So when you wreck, things don't go flying everywhere. But anyway, it's way past my bedtime. I gotta get going.
Thanks for the stories, man.
Yeah, no problem. Have a good night, gentlemen.
And it's down to, wait, you guys are asleep, aren't you? Yankee, Cello, Quark. I think they fell asleep. Yo, Yankee. Yankee Marshall. Quark. Quark. Cello. Cello. I hate uncomfortable silences. Cello. Yankee. Wow. I'm not Army. I'm not anything. I tried on one of those pre-programs once. Failed. The most I've ever done is an airsoft battle. And in that airsoft battle, I ended up killing both sides because I am not a team player. And then I complained like a little bitch because of the heat. The end. How do I wake them up? Can Yo, Yankee. Douchebags. Yo, douchebags, wake up. Quark. David. Cello. I mean, this is cool. I got the chat to myself, but there's nobody else in here to talk to, so I sound like a crazy person. Okay, then. I guess I'm just gonna play a waiting game until I wake up. Hey, Quark. Clark. I'm loading up Star Trek Online just to give something to look at. Let's see. Here we go. Check it out. Shrapnel torpedoes. Quark, you guys up? Booyah.
Guess I gotta go in for repairs. Auto travel, DS. Here we go, repair ship. $75 Omega Mars. Another 75.
Well, this chat, they're sleeping. Hey, Quark. Cello. Wake up. Wakey, wakey. Hands up, sneaky, sneaky. I challenge anybody in the Star Trek universe. Damn, missed it. I got one of those. Those should suck. Makes a less than decent beamboat. What I'm doing right now is called doffing. It's a way of divide and conquer. For the glory of the Empire. No time. I already know what the situation is. It's time to kick ass. So you can. So many people in here, it's lagging. Shazam! Booyah, bitches. Watch, tomorrow they're gonna be like, damn it, now we gotta delete the chat room. Thanks a lot, Ed. Eat a fuzzy navel. Oh, they're still sleeping. Oh, that's a Cypher Rise. An Excelsior class. Reverse engines. Excelsior classes are some of the best ships in the game. You get the fleet version, you don't need another ship. Well, that is until you get bored of being limited to what it can do. Excelsior is a tank. It's hard to turn, but it's steady and powerful. '60 Fleet March. Advanced Q. How's the ship doing? No damage. Good. Cycle that positron deflector. 16.2 torpedo weapon damage. I know somebody who wants that. Please. Polaron beanbag ray. Polarons are the weakest weapons. So it's either you get the really good ones that work, or just don't run them. Because Polarons keep you bleeding after you've been hit. If you try at it with a crappy Polaron, right? It's like, nothing. we go. Last time we played an Undine event was kind of messed up. Because it's brand new, season 9.5. If you don't know, the Undine are Species 8472, and they are the original creators of the Doomsday Machine from the original series. With James D. Kirk. I hate fluidic space. I swear at fluidics. I don't understand. Wee! I should really put a aft torpedo setup. Eat torpedoes. Shrapnel torpedoes. I just park my boat on the edge of the weak point and hammer it. Two, one. Ah, bastard. I'm using anti-proton beam arrays and quantum torpedoes. Oh great, now the Borg are involved. We don't want. Alkaloid complete board breaker. See? Hard work does pay off. So does being a kamikaze. One. What? Oh, I got hit by a singularity. Somebody get the license plate on that? Alkaloid complete. Knock 3 times. Have some candy. Damn. Shield's compromised. Whoa. Gotta get away from that thing. This is lagging too much. I'll play this without hanging on.